deferred the matchup between South Africa and Nigeria. I don't have a link towards the TSH fixtures or anything like that, so we'll have to fill that in as we go along. Just while we're getting posted around Facebook and that, we'll just turn the mic off. But the first game should be starting in about 5 minutes' time, so we'll be ready with you around about then. Just going to post it on Facebook. If you're on Facebook or anywhere else, do share the link around. So I'm on Twitch, a live stream on Twitch and on Facebook. On Twitch, we're on as evil_budgie. My link is in my finger notes on ISC if you're on ISC. There's also Facebook, Evil Budgie Scrabble. You can find it on there, the live stream. So just going to have a look around, get everything promoted, make sure people are aware that there's a stream going on. So I don't mind me if I go a little bit quiet for a couple of minutes. While I get everything, get the word out as much as possible. Right. Good. Add to your post as well. Right. Just about to set it off everywhere. As always, if you want to help out, do share in whatever groups. I'm not on all the different Scrabble groups. I'll try and share everywhere as much as I can. So most of the people have joined on the ISC, so the first game should be starting in a couple of minutes. The first game will be just on the hour, 9 o'clock UK time, 9 o'clock Nigerian time, and 10 o'clock South African time. So it's basically 2 minutes. Right, I think we're all pretty much there now. Right, so let's get that shared around. So yeah, the first game should be starting any time. I think, yeah, everybody's online now. I still don't have a link for the TSH website, so I don't no idea who's playing who. I have the list of names, but I don't know who's playing, so We'll fill that in once made aware. So yeah, would you start any time now? So it looks like one of the games has started. At least they told somebody what the TSH link is, because I haven't a clue who's playing who, but so we'll fill it in as it goes along. Thanks for the like. Yeah, do share the link around as much as you can. I think I got it. I got the Nigerian players. I don't know if I got South African players on Facebook, but so you can watch it on Facebook. You can watch it on Twitch, whichever you prefer. It should be a good game. I think definitely on paper Nigeria a lot stronger. Just so get these flags the right way around. Here we go. Yeah, that was a good start. So get disconnected. So we got this one instead. So Nigeria on the left. Two good players here. So probably the top rated players in the competition. So watch this game. Now thanks, we've got a link now. Let's see if I can get that working. Easier said than done, because ISC doesn't like copy and paste. So quick start of Unarm, responding with Glazing. And we just get everything sorted out. Easier said than done. Right. So glazing, just kind of it's nice words. Just mean glazed basically. We got Unarm to start. So 22 to 20. Is the Enoch with the blank here. A little bit clunky with the ends and the VW. A little bit limited here, what they can do really. With 1E, very difficult to do much. Very restricted kind of, things like when, that kind of thing. Just keep RVW, but it's worth doing for 21 points. A little bit ugly, obviously. But probably just about worth playing there. So 41 to 22, 90 points lead for Nigeria in this one. It's early days. A bit more scoring potential here for Tiger. J and the X. A little bit restricted again. There's not much to go on this board so far. You see something like Wex potentially here. Scored pretty well, 36, very open though. Wex takes the E hook, and also play underneath the X as well. As we know, probably did not keep an I or a U, so may not have the ability to use any of those. But yeah, Jude seems a little bit safer, a little bit more solid. Doesn't give much away. Quick change from Enoch. So we're back on a Tiger again. 10 points lead for South Africa in this one. Just going to sort out some of the fixtures and that as we get along. So I think we'll see something like Oxim here, most likely, above the above the W. So down it goes, 99 to 41. LED for a Tiger, 58 the difference. Enoch, pretty good rack, just a little bit constant heavy again. Could have played crop there, wouldn't have scored as much, but left 2 constants out of 3, so definitely worth considering, but just gone for cop. obviously Cop does take an S. Scop is good, so it's going to provide another bonus lane for Enoch with that blank. Tiger with quite a nice rack, just a YU kind of the thing to get rid of here. Not too bad for bonusing. We're looking for a few floaters could help out, but the one I particularly like is the T, student T, but no such thing. But obviously play to a YU to sort that out. Quick reply of Hadrons for Enoch has swapped the lead back. It's now 150 to 119, and Nigeria have a 31-point lead. A Tiger with a pretty good rack here. Snotted, I think, would be good, but doesn't look like that goes anywhere. Is there anything else available? Doesn't look too promising at the moment. Let's say that Scott hook is useful for later on, A11. You'd think bonuses are going to play. Obviously, you got the U in unarms as well. So you think bonuses are going to play. That's quite an opening aggressive move from Tiger playing Toad. Could definitely go wrong, that kind of opening. It's very, very aggressive. Looks like it should be okay here. And Enoch's not picked well after that bonus, the blank. A little bit restricted here, what Enoch can do. Look at the Q, so I think one of those moves where you're probably going to ignore the Q and maybe play a card, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's one of those moves you had to really play there because it was just too much to leave. It's too open to not take that out. And a good score of 30 points. Not an appetizing leave of Q and 2 ace, but is a right play. 180 to 142. Quick play of Dunt. No vowels for a Tiger, so very limited. Seen that rack before. Blank and no vowels. A quick reply of Enoch from getting rid of that Q. Now 59 the difference towards Nigeria, but looks like we should be seeing a bonus coming down pretty soon here. So there's that Scott hook from A11, which could be useful. Maybe there's something from the M to think about. And it's kind of a last resort. There's B9 to Scow as well. There's a little bit more defensive, and yeah, that's a good move. 19 points lead now for South Africa. Virtues comes down 78 points. Just have a look, see if there's anything through that M out of curiosity. Yeah, Virtue's certainly the move, I think. No, there were no 8s at all through the M. So, yeah, that looks a very strong move. And we're getting a bit more like normal racks now with Enoch kind of building towards a bonus. 19 points difference, pretty much anybody's game, 50-50 game at the moment. Yeah, Legia goes down. 8 points up for Nigeria. Tiger, not the greatest pickup. After that bonus, we'll show the unseen tiles so you can follow what's going on. There we go. Sweet. So you can see, very vowel heavy from a Tiger's perspective here. That's a lot of eyes. And the Tiger has 2 on their rack, so that's pretty ugly. Yeah, there's actually some good letters there, but not so much on a Tiger's rack. So Beard goes down. That just means it's a Scotch word for both, or both, rather. And a quick reply, the one was from Enoch. Had one of those good sets of racks, Gesneria. Anagram of Anages. And that's giving Nigeria a 46-point lead in this game. It should be pretty strong position now. So Gesneria is a plant of the tropical American genus, Jugesneria. So we'll have a look at that, see what it means. See what that looks like. And oh, it's quite a pretty flower. It covers a lot of species, like a flowering plant, basically. Quite pretty. 46 the difference now. And yeah, this could be quite a big lead on this board. There's not really many places to bonus. Just got those top floaters in Legia. Yeah, it could be difficult to catch up, but I say the vowels and consonants are even in the bag, so that's generally considered a little bit vowel heavy. So it could be tricky to kind of. I think the main thing is to try and score and make sure your opponent can't just completely kill the board, and you have to try and score a little bit as well. So yeah, going to be tricky here to kind of stuff like bogey. Yeah, could be played for 36. That would keep Tiger in touch, and yeah, down it goes. 10 points of difference, and yeah, this is the kind of wreck that Tiger would maybe want, maybe not quite, rather be vowel heavy than consonant heavy, because as you can see from Enoch's perspective, that unseen pool of tiles is very, very vowel heavy. 13 vowels, 7 consonants, so there's still good bonusy wrecks there, potentially. There's a subset, but very vowel heavy in general. So it's something that Enoch has to consider here. Just gone for a fairly defensive Tef. Does block out the E and the I, but the L's still available as a floating tile. But Tef does score 20 points, so it's going to lead 30. So it's a kind of getting to a point where I don't have to worry about the bonus too much. But it's still a factor, certainly. Still a factor to get caught by the bonus, and also to get caught in with short words. But realistically, 30 points with this pool. You should be okay, but it's still in the back of the mind. So have to be a little bit careful from Nigeria's perspective that you don't get caught with in the end game. But without a bonus, I think you're pretty safe, but still a possibility. And the main threat's really the S. So Enoch did keep an S there, so that should be good insurance here. You can see your Tiger does not have any S's, doesn't have any real scoring potential on this wreck. It's one of those situations where you're trying to manufacture a kind of vowel dump, but also trying to find a way to open the board up a little bit so you've got somewhere a bonus. Easier said than done. You have this kind of thing where this wreck would be to dump off an I and an O, but do that in a way that opens up the board. Yeah, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look very easy to do that. It's got things like I-O, but these moves do not open anything up realistically. Same idea. If you do something like this, aioli, it doesn't really open any good bonus lanes. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do here. It's quite a tricky move. See if anybody's got any suggestions in chat. Just give us a shout. So, if you're whether you're watching on Twitch or Facebook, for Facebook, as long as you message on the original post, which is on Evil Budgie Scrabble, if you leave a message on that, it'll show up and I'll be able to see the messages. Twitch is just straightforward. So both messaging on either will show up, so be able to see what people are suggesting. So yeah, we've got It's I or dumps, but not really open anything. So yeah, gone for Ilya. Let's see, it's tricky to open. It does give another L to work with, so it also gets rid of an L, which is a good idea for the fact that if you're going to bonus through the L, which is kind of where Tiger is aiming for here, then you don't want an L in your rack because it's much harder to bonus with 2 L's than 1. And if L is one of the floating tiles, then you don't want one on your rack as well, because then you're duplicating the L. So it's the logic there, that makes sense. Still quite a lot of player left. 22 the difference. Nigeria winning this one, but of course it does open up quite a nice scoring spot for Enoch, but so it does provide another L, so the ball's not going to get blocked here. And this has gone underneath to keep things tight, basically. Oh, that's a pretty that's an ugly pickup for a Tiger. You see 3 autos. Loads of fouls, no constants really, just the R. So yeah, this is going to be tough. Definitely did not want the O's. So we're looking probably at dumping a couple of O's here. You could even try and dump 3 vowels, but I don't know if it's possible here. Certainly you could drop 2 O's off. It's easily done, but as long as you've got 2 L's to work through. The thing is, it doesn't matter if you empty the bag here, because if you've got a bonus ending in L, then it's very difficult for Enoch to block both positions. So pretty much impossible. So you would think that emptying the bag isn't a problem, but how you do that is another matter. I mean, I don't see a way of dumping 3 vowels here, other than through one of the L's, which obviously you don't want to do. Easy enough to dump off 2 O's, but it's not really very helpful. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it seems fairly long odds that you get a bonus by doing that. You really need to dump off 3 vowels, but so I don't think it's possible. Maybe we could look around. I guess you could dump off 2 O's and an R, but that's... I don't know if that really helps, to be honest. You're probably better off dumping off 2 O's than just 2 O's and an R. I mean, the R is a step in the right direction, so then you need to pretty much pick out 3 consonants instead of 2. Let's have a look. See, is there anything to really fish for if you get rid of both O's? I mean, you can easily do, instead, get rid of 2 O's. And what you're hoping for, realistically. Very difficult to see what you could pick out. I mean, you could even do something like that to try and open up another super easy spot. Hope your opponent can't score enough of it. To outrun. Tricky spot. I don't see much better than this, to be honest. You could even do OE, I guess. I doubt that it's better to keep 2 O's, but there may be something to hit here. It's very difficult to see what you'd want to pick up here. So just gone for OE, and going to create another spot for the lane. So this is more flexible because you've got to try and hit bonus from B2 as well as then you've got the L. So it's 2 different spots, but makes it harder for your opponent. We can see from the unsealed tiles, I don't think that's going to be successful, but definitely the right idea, I think. But I don't see any potential bonuses here. The L potentially, I guess, could be a possibility. Yeah, thanks for the thanks, Joseph, much appreciated. Yeah, I think this is going to be a win for Nigeria here. I don't see any move. Actually, Enoch is a lot close to the bonuses. I think Kistful and Lutefisk. And there's actually 2 7s here, but I don't think either plays. But yeah, I've Lutefisk is a nice. I remember Lutefisk with an E being played against me in a World Championship, which was much annoying because it was a third of 3 bonuses that scored about 100 points in a row against me. So yeah, Lutefisk is a dried codfish, and the Kistful is just like a chestful, basically. None of them play, but interesting words nevertheless. Yeah, I'm having a look. I can't see any bonuses here to worry about, but one of the situations you might block just to kind of be safe. It looks like there's no way realistically for a tiger to win in the end game without a bonus, so it doesn't do any harm to just kind of be 100% safe and kill that L. You'd be more kind of sure that there's no 7s than you would 8s. It's easier to miss an 8 through the L, you know, something like Aerolite, but Aerolite isn't possible because there's only one E. But something like that is a bigger possibility. But in the end, gone to milk out that the spread, which is fair enough. Gone for Ilk, apply Uri. Just see a tiger didn't pick out any consonants, just got the 2 vowels, so that's with AII there. 382 to 340, and yeah, Tuft's going to win it for Nigeria. Seals the win. So it's going to be 407 to 337, 70 point, or 410 to 340, depending on how you count the tiles at the end. So it can be a win for Nigeria. We'll have a look around elsewhere, see the other games. Don't mind me while I just try and grab this the standings page so I can. Right, so we have it's NGSA, right? NGSA. So don't mind me while I just fill in some games for the first round. So say that was 1-0 to Nigeria. The win to Enoch against Tiger. Yeah, sorry about having to add these in later. Don't know why that's done a different font. We'll catch up with one of the other games. Right. Let's have a look elsewhere. So, let's see, Tiger lost. So, the win for Nigeria. Here we got. So, we have South Africa on the right, Nigeria on the left. Nigeria winning this one, 63 points up. Pretty long way to go. There's still 15 in the bag here. So, still plenty of life from this game. Plutos to go. Still a blank to Coleman S. Unseen Pool looks pretty good. So watch this one to play out. And the big player spits. So that's pretty much even the game out. 50-50 game now. As you can see, Hakim does not have a blank. Does have the S. So looks promising, but So no blank at the moment. The blank's going to be obviously a massive pickup, but having said that, there's not really good places to play bonuses on this board. Pretty tricky. You just really got that B5 spot and the C and KV in the top right and an IC word, but you can see there's only one I left in the bag, so yeah, really it's about that B5 line, playing something above Pagoda, the back end of Pagoda. That's pretty much all there is to work with. So yeah, it looks like a pretty much 50-50 game now. Although obviously it's going to depend on Plutos. If Plutos has that blank, you'd think they're in good shape, but even something like the B tile could be quite important here, just because there's not really good ways to score. I think the S is going to be the main way to score. You could, I think, hooking pagodas looks seems like the best way to score here. It's very low scoring board. Very difficult to do much. Just having a look for any kind of fun little extensions, journals, see if that's any way of extending that. But yeah, I think the focus is definitely on this, doing something here. Something like ruse or whatever. You could do it a little bit longer. If you get a 5-letter word, that'd be even better, but that looks to be the way. Obviously, that's going to give away, it's going to block bonuses in some sense, but also provide a floater at A8. So leaving an R shouldn't be too bad because there's 3 R's in the bag unseen. So chances are your opponent has another R, maybe even 2. So the R might not be the most useful of floaters to put in that spot. I'm not really seeing any 5s immediately come to head. So it goes for Rust, actually. I think I would have played Ruse over Rust. Just the fact that the bag was a little bit vowel heavy. So I figured the T would be more use than the E, but you can see, see Plutos rack is horrible. 6 vowels in the T. This is kind of the rack that you want to avoid. So I think keeping the T instead of the E would have been better, but as you can see, Plutos has all of the vowels here in the world. So not looking so good for them. And South Africa in this one. 17 point deficit. Usually it wouldn't be much, but in this game it's a lot. 17 points is a lot. So I would think with this rack, Hakim is quite a strong favourite. Probably getting onto like 70-80% favourite here. So down goes Eta. Place, it's quite nice. It's probably one of the few places you could really score anything at all. From F8, Eta. I don't know if you can see that on you at home. So yeah, Eta gives Pluto 3-point lead. And still, as you can see, Hakim does not have that blank yet. And has managed to dodge the B and the G, which looks to be, let's say, the B and the G could be quite useful, just for scoring. If you have the B here, you score 16 points with the player here. Which you say, it doesn't seem like much, even dumping a B here. Doesn't seem like much, but it's certainly better than a lot of options when looking at that board. See if keeping it even with this rack, keeping the T instead of one of the E's would mean routine. Obviously, it doesn't play, but I think it's an improvement on the rack. Just keep the T instead of the E, but those little things can make a big difference in these kind of games. Little choices between one keep and another keep. So tricky decision here for Hakim. Still favourite, but not so strong now. To see, because I've dodged the big tiles. But see, they could very much be in the bag as well. So, a situation where you're looking to try and interesting. Gone for the turnover of Honoria for 7 points. Just give the lead of 4, but just try and get fish for the blank as well. It's one of those situations where if you get the blank, you should win realistically. You should have outs and plenty of flexibility. So as you can see, to keep in the if he had an E, Hakeem would be in good shape with bench. As you see, another thing to mention, time is running out for blue toss here. Just going down to 10 seconds. If they go over in time, they're going to lose 10 points, and that could be the difference maker here. Has to block Urban and unbar from M1, so that's going to be complicating things for Plutos. And that 10 points just lost now. That could be the difference here. That could be difference between winning and losing, certainly. You think it's fairly trivial to block, but block it in such a way that doesn't give away a score in return is what makes it complicated. And so say with a with Honoria or Honoria, if Hakeem had been keep an E back with bench, that would have been interesting as well. But yeah, this looks like a win for Nigeria here. Going to run right low, right down on the time. Yeah, I think we're going to see time over. No, red goes pretty much on 0. I don't think that's going to work because brag. So yeah, I think Hakeem's going to play out here and take the victory. Yeah, it's very difficult to kind of block there. I'm sure there's something better than that, but like Gua maybe. But even that, I see if you play Gua, Goor, then it gives scores away. So I'm not sure if there's a win there for Plutos. Maybe if you play instantly Gua or something like that. I don't know. It's difficult. Could have played Org as well, maybe. But that leaves 3 vowels. ORG, leaving OEA blank, but it doesn't really give. I guess actually there's. Yeah, there would be some outs with the R, wrote, ROATE. But it's nothing on diff. Don't think so. That was a tricky one. It's certainly very, very tricky. But Nigeria wins it in the end. Let's have a look on one of the other games. All the games look like they're in. So we're just going to update the scores. So let's see, 2-0 to Nigeria. Just having a look on the scoreboard elsewhere. See if we've got results in yet. So apologies for the scoreboard update. I wasn't given the link until pretty much the tournament had started, which. So here we go, we've got an update, and we have latest score is Nigeria 5, South Africa 3. So there's just 2 games left. Plutos, so that makes it 6-3, and Yuma was the other game unreported. So we'll have a look on ISC, see if we can find that. So we got. So it's 6-3 at the moment, just depends on that game with Uma. So it's going to be 7-3. We've got a phony on that one as well. So it's going to be 7-3 when it updates. Yeah, yet. How did that get through? How did Yetz get through? I guess it was an outplay or something. As an academic outplay, it didn't really make any difference. Yeah, it's one of those things that happens when you're trying to play fast at the end. So yeah, we're looking at it looks like 7-3 to South Africa in the first round. So that's quite a big. That's quite a biggie. You get a lot of kind of 5-5 and 6-4. 7-3 is quite a big round. So that's pretty good news for Nigeria getting the opening. We'll catch up with this. Should be a round 2 match. Gerald on the left. Swap the flags around. So representing South Africa on the left, and we got Nigeria on the right. Gerald to start. See there, a couple of E's, couple of I's to work with. Kind of a priority to just kind of get rid of one of those I's and E's. And leave Maya, leaving with FIE. Sorts the rack out pretty well, I think. And quick reply of Fez from Emetop. Keeping things tight. Could have played Fuse, but Fez a lot more defensive. 35-12. 23 the difference. You can see Gerald's picked out another F. Picked out 3 constants to the Maya leave. FMT. So maybe some possibilities here. Looking for bonuses, certainly. One of those wrecks. It looks promising, but not too promising. Actually, there's no 8s whatsoever with this wreck, and no 7s. So, well, so you kind of just wanting to play off FM to balance the wreck, but looked a little bit awkward to do that. Gone for Fritz. Keeping Men back. It's a good score, pretty as good as any score available there. But there's possibly more tiles than you'd like, but quick reply of Emmett from Emmetop, quiet. Again, that Q doubled, so 48 points. For the whole thing doubled again as well, so early lead for Nigeria in this one, 83-37. 46 the difference. Gerald with a pretty good reg, but still just a little bit awkward. The 2 ends a little bit restrictive. One of those wrecks that you think looks good, but again, it's actually no 8s at all with this rack. So one of those frustrating moves. You just kind of and with now with Gerald having played the R off, there's no real. There's no kind of 7 place to hook Phi. Phi takes an F as well as an R. Does not take any other hooks. Fire is like a friend, I believe. So makes it a little bit awkward now. It could easily get blocked quite easily here. And it's gone for Nid. Interesting choice. Could have played Nim there. For a few extra points. I'm not sure the reasoning there, but it's going to play Nid. I guess Nid. I don't really see the logic there, but okay, played Nid over Nim. So 12 points, 49-83. So if anybody in the chat knows the reason why to play Nid over Nib there, Nim, do let us know. I can't think of any real reason. Why do you want the M? But the thing is that moves has kind of tied things up a little bit. Which, given Gerald's rack leave, you don't really want to do, but it's not really held back Emma top here with Shogged for 79 with that blank. Shog, one of those dialect words, it means to move along, and that's a big early lead for Nigeria in this one, 113 the difference. And Gerald, again, kind of nearly rack, looks like. Not got the floating tiles. Would have had a lot more options if they played Nim in the last turn, but still would have been fruitless, unfortunately. But just goes for Gem, leaving Centaur behind. 95 the difference, and Emetop, pretty good follow-up wreck after the bonus. Close to bonuses, doesn't see anything immediately. Got that R, which is, that is a key tile because, yeah, Ackroyd, of course. Because of that, so down goes Ackroyd. Ackroyd is means resembling an Acrid, which is a mite. And so the R was key because of that thigh hook to make fire the meaning of friend. Fear takes another E as well on top of that, as well as an S. So keeping the E hook could be useful later on. Playing an E down the side. Also takes a Y, of course, fiery, but. So yeah, big early lead for Nigeria in this one, 2-3-1 to 67. And so yeah, looks promising again for bonuses, but again, it looks a little bit. You got flexion. Ah, there we go. Nice slot in there. A little bit hidden. Election goes down. Nice spot from Gerald. That's kind of, with all my windows, I was blocked off my own sight line to that spot. Yeah, election. I think that was possibly the only bingo there available. There wasn't anything through the A. Through the F is like flexion. Don't think there's anything else. Oh wait, there's Monticle, isn't there? Ooh, Monticle. Yeah, Monticle. Election's nice, but Monticle would have been a little bit better on the triple. That would have been a 5, 7, 10. It would have been 89, so it would have been the 10 points. It's a little bit of a miss, but Election's a nice spot. And yeah, it could be costly because I think we're going to see gins or something similar coming down here, I would think. Which is going to make it very difficult for South Africa to come back in this one. Yeah, down it goes. Gin 57, 142 the difference now. It's a big lead already. And an even bigger lead when you've got 2 Vs on your rack. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for Gerald here to get rid, but there's Navi through the A. Seems like the obvious play. Oh wow, it's gone for a Noi. Keeping 2 Vs back. Maybe trying to keep it open, but I think you have to play Navi there, realistically. It's going to score pretty well. Certainly better than a Noi. Miles better rack leave. It does keep it open, but there's a balance between openness and sorting out your rack as well. It's not really good keeping it open while I've got 2 Vs, certainly, but we'll see how it pans out. Emetop got Tanai if it needs to, and yeah, down goes Tanai, using the Tanai hook. Orbit for 33. And yeah, you'd think if Navi had been played, this would be pretty close to a bonus now. You'd have one of these Vs. You'd have All Soon would be your rack, but and it's kind of blocked again. But at least with Tanai's available, could keep a little bit of hope alive for South Africa in this one. 137 the difference, but it's a long way to come back. Even 2 bonuses probably not enough. Really the big thing, and we've got Looks like a big X player to come down here. Not least in N5. Possibly anything through here. But yeah, Ox is going to pretty much kill this, I think. Let's have a look to one of the other games. See how find another game to watch. That one looks pretty. We just watched Hakeem, so we'll swap to one of the other games. Let's go for the bottom. Steve G. Yeah, this looks pretty good. So we got South Africa on the left, Nigeria on the right. Quite close until there. Then Shoutier goes down. Looks like I've had some early bonuses in this game. Siderate, Senorita, and Shoutier. So she takes a 76-point lead. Steve G. Got the F and some vowels here. Down goes Poof. Fairly straightforward play, that one. And looks like she has a blank. Not the greatest tiles. Actually close to Divoury. Actually got too many O's as supposed to use, but all those words that a lot of people will know. Divoury or Divour. Dyvour. It's one of those surprisingly well-known words because it's just so weird and useful. Kind of distinctive word that comes up a lot. But the Y should help with scoring, but yeah, not the greatest rack other than the blank. The blank's what rescue this rack. Going for Duke. Interesting, keeping the Y back. Keeping Y or V with a blank. So should be able to score, but it's one of those kind of turns where you're probably thinking 2 turns ahead, so hopefully getting like a 30 plus score next and then bonus after it. So Steve G here with the makings of a good rack, just a couple of maybe a bounce play away from a bonus. It's actually not, could be with the right flow, this could work as well. With a bonus this turn, that doesn't look anything at the moment. I could actually have used the V. The V had been put in a better place, or the D actually. Unreaped would have been a possibility if the D had been in the right place, or through the V, parvenu. But yeah, not too far away from a bonus here. Just I think a good balance in play and a reasonable pickup, and you should be away. And gone for Pule, which seems reasonable. It's one of those where you can't really do too much. You don't really have the good tiles to kind of score more than kind of the minimum. Down goes Pule for 12. She gets 199 to 150. Picked out the other V, but should be able to sort this out fairly well. So the Y is useful. It's kind of, you're looking at plays here, although obviously that'd keep 2 V's, so it wouldn't be particularly great. So you may be thinking of Vly, possibly, to get one on the V's. That's probably better than Annie, or any rather. It seems reasonable. These kind of, at least the thing is, at least you can score a little bit with this Y. You could be waiting another turn after Vly, but we'll see how that works out for she gets with that pickup. Steve G, good nice rack now. Changer. Just in case of any bonuses. Vly does not help Changer go down. I think it's actually blocked N charge. Yeah, Vly has actually blocked the bonus here for Steve. Would have had N charge through this E here. So that's been blocked. Anything else available here? Say the Changer, but that's not going to play. Yeah, looks like a kind of Neely rack. Just say Vly has made a big difference there. Messing up that. You wouldn't think it would block something, but it has. The Vly player. Just in this particular permutation. So yeah, pretty annoying for Steve actually. You'd think end charge is a pretty good chance of going down, but not to be. So just dumps off the CH. Not sure that was really it was worth just playing a 14-point move there. Could have scored a little bit more than that, I think. It's one of those situations. Anger is strong, but it's not that strong really. I think it's probably worth trying to score a little bit more there. But quick play of Vivo from Shigetz. 20 points. Keeps it edging out that lead. 243 to 164. 79 the difference. So it keeps kind of extending the lead. And obviously keeping the blank back as well. So that's pretty much ideal. If you can't bonus, then if you keep scoring, then you're in good shape. I mean, it's only been, from Shigetz, it's only been 20s. But these 20s have been more than 14 and 12, so Stephen really needs to start scoring here. Got the X to do so. I'd rather have a bonus rack than picked out the X, but can he do too much with the X? Magnux is a nice player. So Magnux is just means it's a trade name. It's an alloy of magnesium and aluminium used to make containers for fuel for nuclear reactors. So it's a nice player. 38 brings that lead down a little bit to 41. So let's see. Shigetz has picked up the J. Probably didn't again. One of those situations where you don't really want the J. Ooh. Yeah, there's some possibilities here. Yeah, well played. Jargons goes down. That's probably the only bonus. And yeah, kind of easy to overlook, but well played. I think we're going to see a big reply with a Z here as well. So yeah, Jargon's nice, 80 points. 121 the difference, but the Z player here, Zek, should keep things in touch. Yeah, it's 51 the difference now. And an okay rack leave as well for Steve, so as you can see, Shigetz not the greatest rack here. A little bit Val heavy, 2 eyes, the Y as well. What can you generally look to play something like Yagi here to kind of sort things out, but yeah, what are the options? There's the J is a big kind of scoring hotspot for dumping tiles, vowels particularly. I suppose you're a little bit worried about the top right. It's not the easiest board to bonus on at the moment. There's the Zek hook, but let's have a look at the unseen tiles. Yeah, there's another S to come, another blank as well, so certainly potential there. A little bit consonant heavy. There's some certainly some things to miss there. You don't want the Q. Okay, I've just gone for image, turn over, kind of get the game over with quicker. That's quite a frustrating wreck for Steve. That's pretty good tiles. Has got the yes, but yeah, you don't want the Q here. Q's a real pain. It's gone for owner, and oh, that's a big pickup. So she gets turned over a little bit more tiles, but has picked out the blank. So that's probably going to be curtains for this game, I think. You'd think there's quite a few bonuses available here. It's just a case of what's going to score best. Can anything go with Zex, for instance? Interesting. she gets playing with his food a little bit. That's pretty okay. That's pretty reasonable play actually. So playing with his food. It's gone for a cherry for 36. Extended lead to 75 and is virtually guaranteed a bonus. You would think. It takes something pretty special. Even picking out 2 eyes is probably like iridized or something. With what she gets kept, so it's it's certainly a nice say playing with his food there. So 75, and yeah, that's going to be it. QI play from Steve to start his reg out, but yeah, this is. I think we're going to see a bonus card down here, and yeah, resiled, and now it's curtains. It's going to be looks like another Nigerian win here. We're going to have a little look around, see what else is going on. This one looks a good game for a 1 game. Let's have a look at Fast Awake. Enoch winning that one by 100 or thereabouts. Not the most promising rec to bonus with, which is what Fast Awake needs. So it looks like another good game for Nigeria. Elsewhere, we've got a nice close game between Yuma and Wellington. It looks a fun board, doesn't it? We'll watch this. So again, Nigeria with the edge in this one, 33. Again, generally not a massive lead, but in the sense of this game, in the context of this game, 33 is massive. It's a massive lead. So have a look at the moves being played. So you've got ISC, one of the least user. Wellington got footings for 115, and Yuma got Stibine and Ligated back to back as bonuses to tighten the gap, but yeah, so it looks good for Wellington this one. Just played Hid. Just dumped the H off. You can see here. So no, maybe looking for some sort of. The only way I could see anything happening was a word ending in AL or top, that kind of thing. Stop even, but yeah, very hard to see where everybody plays. And yeah, Wellington's just dumped off his eye around here with pick and vid. So pick from H. And quick play of Austral from Yuma to sort of work through some tiles, but looks like Nigeria's going to edge this one out. So that 33-point lead wasn't probably enough, really. Unless you hit the triple, even then you're pretty much just equalising. Your opponent gets to play next, so the fun board there. That happen at all levels. Down goes Noons. It's just AT to go out with. And looks like another win for Nigeria. Pretty won 3 of the games we've seen so far. Have a look elsewhere. Let's have a double check, see if some results have come through. Nothing through there yet. So we'll have a look elsewhere. This game's, as I said, pretty much done. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes, atop for some points. There we go, 442 to 408 to Nigeria. Let's have a look elsewhere. We had Midas Touch. So yeah, this is a good game to follow, I think. So Nigeria on the left and Midas Touch representing South Africa on the right. Ooh, looks like Midas Touch has got a bonus to come down here with Librate at the very least. Tabula, and so on as alternatives, but yeah, Tablier does actually fit quite nicely from here. Obviously, Librate would open up with a triple. You don't really want to do that. Writable, another option with W. So there are quite a few options here, but I think Tablier looks good. Anything else? Triable. Oh, it does it? No, it doesn't quite fit Triable. As in Triable, as in like trying crimes. Yeah, Tablier, good spot. And it doesn't kind of stick its nose out the word. It doesn't like, you're not given an S hook back or anything like that. There aren't any floating tiles to play through, so it's perfect in that regard. Nice 7-point lead for South Africa in this one, and it's going to be very difficult for Chuxi to come back. Let's have a look at the turn. There's still two blanks to come, so there's potential there. But could also be over very quickly if Midas Touch picks those out. But you've got to keep the faith really in this one. Yeah, you just got to kind of keep playing and keep your fingers crossed that you get the biggies, because yeah, I mean it's difficult, but it's not dead. I mean, you've got these 2 lanes to bonus with, which are pretty good. Oh, yeah, like I was saying, it could be over very quickly. I don't think Quixote plays, which is always a fun word, or Equinox. I don't think any of the 7s are going to play, but this is certainly overkill Rex. They're pretty fun when you get them. Not so fun for your opponent. You could pretty much do anything what you wanted here. You could play Coxiest if you wanted, and just score a lot of points that way. If there's anything with a Q. Yeah, what do you do? Do you just play Coxiest, or do you sort out the Q, then bonus? I mean, it's not totally dead to say. There's still INGs available. There's still ER, IER kind of words. So, still 2 U's if you want to keep the Q. Yeah. Would you play Coxiest? See if there's anything with that Q. Not really. Doesn't look like it. I mean, you could just play Coqui. Keep the X back. I don't think any real value in that. Keep blank EX. You could do that. There's a few options here. As I said, it's kind of a fun dilemma to have. There's no threat of here, so Coxius goes down, keeps the Q back, but let's say there's 2 U's to come. And Chuxi 133 down. Has overeaten over 8, but where do they go? Where does anything go, really? He's got good ladders, but not really for this board. Yeah, frustrating, but seeing the 2 blanks go down with the X, kind of a little waving the flag situation, really. shrug your shoulders and move on, I think. I don't see any good players here. We shall move on to one of the other games. I mean, there's still theoretically Chucksy could win, but I think it's very unlikely. Probably Chile started round 3 already. Goldilocks. It looks like a win for South Africa in that one. Looks like Goldilocks Aconites. Piaft is a nice word. Unheard. Interior for Hakim, so looks like a win for South Africa in that one. And there's Plutos. He's always good for a late game. Oh, let's go another win for South Africa, so it's kind of even things out a little bit. I think we're pretty much level from the games I've seen for this round. South Africa winning this one by 83. Let's have a look at the 82 even. Let's have a look at the unseen. There's still a bonus there. Talleyrand's unseen with Lena's, but even that would be enough. As long as any legitimate player goes down, Pluto should have this one, but just having a look, make sure there's no bonuses here. So yeah, doesn't look like there's any, but no, don't think there's any bonuses here. So yeah, just in case of playing something legitimate, let's say there's Talleyrand's. Is there anything else with this wreck to worry about from Plutos' perspective? Like, pretty much any legit player will do it. So one of those situations where I would play a little bit on the safe side, make sure I don't play anything even remotely risky. You might even just play through here just to make sure you haven't missed any bonuses through the D. But yeah, Triac should do it. Milking out the spread, probably. And there's EMS to follow up, so there should be a good out with that. So that should confirm the win for South Africa in this one. I think most of the results are done. I think likely is that elsewhere, I think Chile has probably already started his game for round 3. We'll try and find some results for this round. So the latest score is South Africa 4 to Nigeria's 9. But still plenty of results to come. Let's see, I think most of the latter ones were favouring South Africa, so it'll probably even up a little bit. But we shall see as the results come in. So just the last right to this game to sort out. 384 to 449, 65 the difference. And do feel free to share the wherever you're watching. Twitch, you can watch on Twitch, or you can watch on Facebook. I know some people say about on Twitch that it sets to a really high resolution, but there's nothing much I can do about that. It's just what Twitch does. The stream I actually run isn't when I upload it, it's not very like super high res or anything like that. It's only 30 frames, but 30 frames a second. But oh no, it was actually this was a quite close game. So we got Nigeria on the left and South Africa on the right. Looks like Nigeria are going to edge this one out. Kumi 420, Chile 373, 47. That difference. It should be enough. So you can see Chile doesn't have anything too fantastic here. Chile again golfing, as in golfing, and Savorers. Looks like we had pin table, element, ironia. Always one of those fun words to pronounce. The Kumi, just being the difference here. Oh, probably had a big Z player as well. Yes, the Kumi. So it looks like it's gonna be enough for Nigeria in this one. 47 the difference. Chile to play, but can't do too much here. So pin table is as in pinball table, basically, I believe. So you can stick an S on the end of it, but pinball machine. So you can stick an S on it, but it's not going to be enough. Very limited rack as well. So Kumi just needs to kind of play something legit, and it should be enough. I don't know if there's any outs with LN on this board. But yeah, any legit player, it should be enough here for Nigeria. Don't know if Utid plays out anywhere. Doesn't look like it, but it's one of those situations where you don't worry too much. You just kind of play something legit and you should be fine. It's not one of those racks when you look at the unseen, LN. It's not one of those things, it's kind of combinations you think, oh, that could, if I miss something obvious and I might overlook a big 30-point play with LN. It's not very likely, is it? Getting a big outplay with LN that you've overlooked. So isn't it the fear factor with that one? So yeah, pretty much any legit player will do it really. You could do lid, high mid, that kind of thing. Play dot, just anything really. Let's have a look at the scores, see if they've updated. So say the score, let's rate the score is 9-4. 2-1 to Nigeria in this round so far. I've got another result in. It's 9-5 now. So I'll update. And just plays Utid through the T, fair enough. Should do it. So Chile 406 to 432. 26 the difference. Needs a 24-point player to catch up. Doesn't look likely. And yeah, just plays off the N. So Kumi just needs to drop this T off and it'll confirm another win for Nigeria. Trying to extend that lead. So 7-3 after the first round. And there we go. Down goes the T in the top left. Making est and eat. And that's going to confirm the win for Nigeria in this one. So I'll look if there's any more results coming through elsewhere. Still at 9-5 officially. And what's the games? Well, there's still 5 games going. I think they're probably all round 3 now. Watch one of them. We'll set off with this game. So it's watch Jukesy again. So we've got South Africa on the left, Nigeria on the right. Early start of Hotted for Jukesy, and then we've Must have had a change. Yeah, change 7 from HWR. So this is a round 3 game. Just went through for results for round 2. See if there's any more results come through. I'm still at 9-5 overall. So say that result we watched, that would make it 10-5. There's still loads of games to come through. So play Ono for Chuxy, 42-0. Better looking wreck for HWR here. Looks promising, certainly. Those wrecks that, yeah, I think there's Picaras. I think you can have shotted, I believe. Load with shots, basically. It's like pellets. So yeah, Picaras goes down. Shotted for 85. Certainly that exchange worked out. 85 to South Africa after that move. 42 to Nigeria. And another couple of O's for Chuxy to saw through. It's kind of those annoying kind of middling wrecks that you kind of play through and then hopefully draw a bonus after it. Certainly what Chuxy will be hoping for. One of those works where you really want to like play off 2 O's and a Y if you can, but looks a little bit tricky. Colony does that, yeah, that's nice. Colony does good 30 points and sorts out the wrecker. Still does leave 2 vowels, but it's good 30 points. Something worth doing. HWR with a blank now. A little bit of ugliness, the UV combination, but does have the X to score, so not in too bad shape here. They got things like Navy. I don't see anything too fantastic with the X immediately. I don't think it plays onto the triple at the moment. You can obviously play off AX or XU, that kind of thing, but AX, I guess, is reasonable. 31 points. I guess there's a little bit of preference whether you prefer to play AX or Navy. Having some more results come through. Ooh, wow. There are 3 more results coming through for South Africa, so now it's 8-9. So let's really close things up. It's 8-9 is the latest score. I think we, yeah, one of the results still to come was for the Nigeria, so it's going to be 10-8. But yeah, that's a big comeback. So the round is 5-2 at the moment towards South Africa. As I say, this game we're watching is round 3. But yeah, South Africa have come roaring back in this one. We'll just wait through for the last few results. But as I say, one of the last 3 results that aren't through yet, that went to Nigeria. So it'll be 10-8. And then we got 2 other games. So as those update, we'll let you know. So yeah, it just goes for Axe in the end. I guess the thing is, keeping the UV, there's probably more chance of getting a bonus out with the V than there is the X. So, and also Navy is going to play next time anyway. But then again, the X would play next time. So, I know. Looks like we got another result in. So we had another result in. It's 10-8. That was a result we hadn't already factored in. So I think it's going to be 5-4. It's going to be 11-8 at least. And so yeah, she gets one of the last 2, and the other one was Enoch, which I think Enoch was winning as well. So it's probably going to be 5-all. I think when the last 2 results come in. So I'll make it 12-8 to Nigeria. So we're just trying to keep things as up to date as possible. As I say, I didn't receive the latest the standings, TSH standings, until after I was started, so I've not been able to set up properly this time. Apologies for that. Down goes Ian N Volts, yeah, from HWR. 70-point move. Extends lead to nearly 100. Chuxy picked a pretty good rack. Anti-hero through the T doesn't quite fit. So it's a little annoying. I'm looking elsewhere. I'm not sure any of the other floating tiles are going to help with that one. There should be easy enough to sort through this rack. Got a few options with the H just to play off Hoi somewhere. I could play Hoi up here, for instance. 26, that kind of play. Just making sure there's no other things I haven't considered. Yeah, I mean, it's actually the only 8 with this rack is anti-hero. As I said, it doesn't quite fit. It just runs out of space. So not quite there. Interesting. Gone for Hoa. That makes sense. So there's a choice between Hoa or Hoi. Let's have a look at the unseen. Yeah, it's pretty much the same I's and A's on this. Oh, and a big play from HWR. After that bonus, had Pikaras, Axe, N Volts. Now Azide for 75. Let's extend the lead now. Chuxy 146 down. Did not want that B. I also picked out the N duplicate as well, which is going to be tricky. It's kind of messing up things a little bit, I think. The only 8 possible would be through a G, and there's none of those available, so just another little dumping play, I'm afraid, for them. It's sorting out the N, duplicate N, the extra B, sort it out nicely. But yeah, it wasn't the kindest of pickups. HWR finally running at a rack that isn't laden with the big score. Just the one vowel to work with. But, should be able to sort out this rack reasonably well. It's got the M and the K for scoring. I like to play here, really. Or the G as well, could go. You'd love to play here, just for a reason that you shut down this lane. Got Raya hooks, which, as we saw, Chuxy does have the R with his bonus for every leave. You kind of want to take out these lanes and bonuses here because it shuts down a lot of the real estate if you can play across here. But it looks a little bit tricky to do that. You'd play Melt, for instance, but it's not that fantastic. It does a job, but it doesn't look overly inviting to play that. It's kind of 22 points, isn't it? So it's gone for Cat instead. And yeah, I guess it's probably a better move. Takes out the floaters more directly. Obviously, if you play up here, your opponent can still play down the bottom right. But the thing is, you've always got to play. Opponents is always going to play in this area. But your opponent's probably going to play. Given the scoreline is such a big deficit, you'd probably play a bonus here, really, if you could, and open more parts of the board up. So yeah, that's pretty much the only thing to think about there, Mariners. That's the only real place to bonus. I think that was probably the only bonus there. So Mariners 72, Chuxy gets back in it, 85 the difference. Similar rack for HWR after the last one, just that one vowel to work with. So, ooh, down goes Vor, and that does open up another 7 lane, but it's not going to score too much, and it's going to give a lot of counter players back. If Chuxi had a rack that was a little bit better than what he's got. This is not a good rack. 3 I's, 2 R's, certainly quite annoying, really. He should be okay with being able to play reified. Is reified good, actually? Yeah, reified. To regard as real or concrete. So this would kind of sort his rack out. Yeah, reified. But it does kind of block a lot of the space he'd like. He'd like to have kept this Raya place. Bonuses, you could still bonus through it, realistically, but it's difficult. You need an R here, and it'd be an 8-letter word, so that'd be pretty tricky to hit, but it's still doable. Ideally, you'd like to play something through this P. From Chuxi's perspective, you'd be looking for players through this P to create an opening up here and create an opening like a 9-timer. So that'd be the ideal later on. So it's 118 points the difference. Gamp goes down for HWR, 32 points. One of those weird definitions when you look at it on Sisypher. Gamp, so this is something to do with umbrella. Have a look. I can't give you the exact phrasing. Yeah, Gamp is a large umbrella, and I'm not really into my literary things, so I don't know the reference, but that's what it is. We got the result updated yet on enhanced scoreboard. Nope, still 10-8, but I think it's 12-8 once those 2 results go, but I could be wrong. So Chuxi plays the nice word Fire Dog for 39, which I think is to do with like a fireplace ornament, something along those lines. That's a metal support, actually. So it's a metal support for logs in a fireplace. So it's kind of ornamental, but does a practical purpose. So it kind of keeps in touch, but it's still 79 the difference. And you can see HWR has a blank. So it's looking good for South Africa, this one. Should be good, and yeah, Leglets goes down for 74. That's going to pretty much kill the game. That's going to be GG, I think. 153 the difference. Leglets is good. Valid player, any kind of bonus. And now Chuxi can only bonus once because there's only 6 tiles in the bag. So I think we're going to move on. We'll call this one for South Africa. Let's have a look elsewhere. So see how this game's going on with a Tiger and Jamawunda. It's the South Africa on the left. Nigeria on the right. Looks like it could get interesting here. Let's have a look at the unseen tiles. So some nice players here. For a Tiger, we had Multi-Way, Unionize, a few big tiles as well. J, Z, X. And Jamawunda. Not a bad rack. That S is going to be crucial. Obviously needs a bonus, 82 the difference. But it's not bad at all, this board. Considering we were like 9 tiles in the bag. And you've got this A1 spot with the R to come back with. You've got Tarleton to extend. This is probably the most kind of, it's a tricky to, it's probably, bonuses here probably, they're going to look good, but they're probably not going to win you the game, realistically. And it's quite hard to hit. You'd have to hit like oft or off. So yeah, it's good for this nice little play of Cough. So it's going to force a Tiger, presumably to probably block this, which he does with EW. Gets a good score. That's probably like the worst case scenario for Jamawunda. You wanted your opponent to have to sacrifice some score and not be able to do much with it. kind of cripple themselves trying to block it and not score anything. And now there's a 90-point deficit. There's still quite a big lead. So your opponents, you scored 12 with Koff, and your opponent's got 20 with EW. That's kind of worst case scenario, really. I think we just had some results come through, so now it's confirmed. That was a 5-5 round, as I thought. So it's now 8-12 to Nigeria after round 2, and we're now up to date. So we'll get ready for round 3. So yeah, that was a 5-5 round. So that's 12-8 to Nigeria after 2 rounds. We've got 10 rounds in total. The winning line is 50.5 wins. So to win the tournament, this ISC International, you're going to need to win 50.5 games, because there's 100 games in total. There's also a B team competition going on, which runs along the same lines, running simultaneously with this. So Gemma Wonder going for the TWP. It's a good balancing, but the trouble is, as I said, the score differential is not just about getting. It's not just about getting a good, getting a bonus. It's also about getting a good scoring bonus, and so yeah, good play from a Tigers. Blocked Oleaster. Didn't really score anything with the move, but has blocked that bonus, Oleaster. And that's pretty much looks like the only thing that's going to realistically play, unless I'm missing a nice play through the L or the U in multi-way. I don't think there's anything else that can realistically go down. So that should seal a win for South Africa here. Tiger has core tile, but not too worried about that. You just kind of make sure you don't lose to anything here. And just see if there's Tarlatan has any interesting hooks. No, it doesn't. It's just the S hook. Down goes Hawk, leaving Lita or Tyler for a Tiger. Quick play of Vapes from Gemma Wonder is a little bit low on time. Down at 18 seconds there. Vapes at the top right. There's a case of now, does a Tiger have an out here with his Lita, Tyler, that kind of thing? Maybe Trill. You can play Trill here if you don't have any outs. So it's not going to worry about it. It's 65 the difference, so if there's no out here, it doesn't really matter. As long as you play something legit, even a 40 would be, you're not going to lose, I don't think. So we should be good here for a South African win. Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of spread play. Maybe Huck wasn't the strongest, but you're not going to lose after Huck, so there's no reason to do anything too fancy and risk making a mistake, which would cost you the game. So Cuff was a good idea. I think I think TWP was kind of a mistake. Just in the sense that Gemma Wonder needed a score to keep in touch. So actually, it's one of those situations where you might actually be better off keeping one of the pointy tiles, like the P. Just so you can potentially score more with your bonus. But it's easy to say in hindsight. But there it is, confirmed now. So South Africa win this one 4-3-2 to 3-6-5. We'll have a look elsewhere. Plutos is good for a late starting game. You get used to the same names commentating on different matches. It's usually South Africa and somebody else, so I get used to the South African names. Who's going to be who's going to be playing quickly and who isn't. So we got Humor and Chili are pretty quick, and then we got Plutos, who's usually the last to finish. Seen a few games where Plutos has gone over on time. So here we are. So South Africa on the left and Nigeria on the right. Nigeria quite a bit down on this one, but got the blank and the X here, so potential maybe we could have a comeback. Plenty of tiles left. 29 in the bag, so long way to go. A few lanes to work with. You got this one here from N2 bonus lane, and you got Rammy hooks. So it's not too bad. And just down goes Vox for Shigets. Plutos sitting there with the 3 Ts, not so good. Nearly as a bonus, but not quite. There's a word latitat. If you swapped one of the O's swapped the O for an A, you'd have a latitat. Just a daft word. There's a Latin word, a writ based on the supposition that a person is in hiding. But obviously it's not available, but just a little fun word. So I guess, yeah, to block things down, Lotta makes a lot of sense. You could play a Vault or something like that, but given 3 Ts, it's better to play off 2 Ts as well. So Lotta ticks a lot of boxes there. Shuts down that space in the bottom left. So it's a case now, can Shigets use that Rammy hook for that? Disappears as well. Do you think that's going to be next on Plutos's list to close down? Yeah, it looks pretty good, but yeah, it doesn't look like there was anything there. Let me have a double check. Looked good, but yeah, it didn't quite. There's 7s there, but they don't quite fit. So yeah, this is an interesting dilemma now. Plutos in a strong position, 57 points up. If he really wanted to kill the board, he could play someone like Smug here and SH. But that would sacrifice a lot to really kill the board. But it would really kill the board. That's pretty much the only spot. I could just do QIS and kind of hope to outrun any bonuses that go down. It's gone for the QIS play, which I think is probably pretty sensible, but see, it is going to allow for the bonus to go down. You've got Honoria, or Orneria. Pioneer, a little bit more, gives less back in return. So Pioneer goes down for Shigets, and it's 73 points, brings the lead down to 15 now. Plutos, keep that AI back, so knew that we were always going to score in that bottom left corner where QIS was played. It's always going to have a play underneath with a QI, so it's got hit and that kind of thing. But having seen the bonus go down, you'd maybe think about playing underneath from D4 or that kind of area to try and shut down any possibility of a follow-up bonus from Shigets. Let's have a look at the unseen tile. So yeah, that's one of the strong things here is for Plutos is they have the last I. So that bottom left corner is theirs. It's there's no way that Shigets is going to go there. So they have exclusive rights to that little nook, and it's used to a little scoring position. You know, there's still WKY, so having that little nook there for 30 points or so, it's going to be good. Interesting choice. I'd have been tempted to have played something like THEE, play the or something like that, just to kind of shut down this area. But and keep the eye back for later. But interesting choice. I don't know what other people think about that position. But yeah, hit goes down. As I say, I would have probably gone for defense there, knowing that I'm not going to get caught realistically with that insurance of the bottom left corner. So yeah, this gives she gets I mean, they could have had, if they swapped one of the T's out for an R, for instance, they'd have waited here. So it was risky leaving this area alone. Now the thing for Shigetsu is whether they can open something else, and it's very, very difficult to do anything to create another lane. I mean, the easiest way to do it is probably play something here, but so that would create another lane, and then you'd have kind of bonuses through that. So then when your opponent plays underneath here, you've still got this to work with. I think maybe you would be the player, and yeah, down it goes. So now you've got two separate places, which hard to block both. Your opponent can still play through the E, and that would just leave a pretty difficult pattern to hit underneath for 7-letter words. If you play up here, so let's see. So let's say you do that. Then all your opponent can do is play through the P, or hit something underneath. I mean, that's an extreme example, but that gives you an idea what would happen. So it makes it a little bit more interesting, but I think South Africa, given the unseen tile of pools, unseen tiles are pretty awful. The two U's and the Y, the chances of being hit by something are not great. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the E, but there's two E's to come. It's quite vowel heavy. It's seven vowels and 4 consonants unseen. For some reason, it's not counting the Y as a. It's counting the Y as a vowel. For some reason, didn't realise ISC thought Y's were a vowel, but interesting. Not noticed that before. Fun. Yeah, Y's a consonant, not a vowel. But anyway, whatever ISC. But yeah, I mean, from Complete Loss perspective, your odds of winning here are very, 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 very strong. I mean, there may be a move that's 100% win here. There may be a few moves that are 100%. Then again, there might not be any that are 100%, but I would think you pretty much never lose. As long as you leave, as long as you take that E out, I can't see anything that's going to fit underneath. I mean, there may be something, but like obviously you got looking for ED things, but like taunted is the closest, and it doesn't quite work. You got OT and TU. So yeah, I don't see anything that's going to fit underneath. So you're thinking, I mean, there's bonuses through the E, certainly. I think something like anti-date would work. And those are the kind of letters your opponent you'd expect you. Ooh, interesting. Well, I don't think that was right. I think you have to block there. Because if your opponent hits you with anti-date here, as you can see, we're one tile away. If Shigetsu had picked an E instead of a Y, then anti-date would be going down here. Let me get that right for you. So yeah, you're one tile away from anti-date, and we saw what Shigetsu kept. You'd easily have picked out an A instead of the Y, but yeah, that was very risky. I think that was an unnecessary risk from Plutos. I think you take out the E there. You've got enough scoring with a K to be certain of winning. So I think yeah, you take out the E, even if you do it indirectly, like you place something through the O or whatever, or you place a word through the I. I think you're better doing that than leaving this E totally alone. But So it's now a difficult situation for Shigetsu here for Nigeria. You're trying to think of ways I can play off a tile and open up another lane, which is easier said than done. Like you'd be looking at playing something like that. Obviously not so good with these tiles, but maybe trying to play something that gives you an out bonus here and here. So for instance, you might like try and pick out anti-date, as I said, or Rattans like an R. So, but then do you have anything here? Not quite. Well, those things you're looking for. You're looking for 2 ways to bonus. So, yeah, there's a good shot, and Plutus has to block that E because there are bonuses for the E. You got E dentate and attendee, I believe, and that was something else that could have Shigetsu could have hit. There's another reason to kind of close the E down, because that was something else that Shigetsu could have had last turn, but they picked out a Y instead of the E. I don't think dentate is going to play. It's a case of anything else. Does dentate? Does anything else go there? Dentate, anything through the I, the P. So the P, it's like patented patterns, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's just basically bonuses for the E here. I don't think there's anything else. So Plutus just has to be careful. Just make sure he takes out that E. Plays anything through it, like Auto or whatever, and that should be enough. But yeah, it was playing with fire there, with Arced, leaving that E open, and Shigetsu had quite a few things that could have hit. It was not a good move to leave it alone. Even if you don't block the E, as I said, if you don't block the E directly, you do it indirectly, although you'd still give away something like E dentate to the right. That would still go down, but yeah, I think not playing through the E was a mistake, or not playing in the top left. But looks like he's going to get away with it. Just needs to make sure he plays through the E. Something like Auto, as I said, would work. Auto through the E. Using it all the time here. That would do it. And there it goes. Kind of willing it to go down. So that's going to seal the win for South Africa in this match. But yeah, that was Plutus does stress themselves. So that's going to be a win for South Africa, though. So I don't think there's anything like dentate is the only 7, patented and so on doesn't fit. So unless we've got like a 13-letter playthrough Auto, then it's going to be a win for South Africa. But yeah, that's a tight game. We've got a result in. We've got 3 results in. So it's now the latest score is 14-9. So we're South Africa are winning this round 2-1 so far, but that's God, my typing. There's more results to come. Obviously, this result would make it 2-all for the round, make it 14-10. So it's pretty interesting. So far, we got a couple of unbeaten players, but that's it actually. We've only got 2 unbeaten players already after 2.5 rounds. We got 2 unbeaten players: Goldilocks from South Africa, Andrew Goldberg, 2-0, and Emma Top. So we got so Emmanuel is on 2 wins as well. Both spreads virtually the same, 140 and 138. So yeah, very tight stuff. Very competitive. So yeah, the 10 goes down, but it's not going to be enough. Plutus plays off his 2 E's, and that's going to confirm the win for South Africa. So that's going to make it 10-14. And we're at round 3. Let's catch another game. Plutos usually one of the last to finish, so I think this will be a round 4 game, probably. So yeah, I've gotten a load more results in now. So one of the we now know well, there's one unbeaten player, Goldilocks. But I don't have a round 3 game in, so let's see if. So yeah, Goldilocks lost as well. So there's now no unbeaten players whatsoever. That's quite a fun game, wasn't it? So, and we've got score update is 15-11. So we're at 3-3 this round. As I say, Goldilocks lost, so that's going to make it 16-11. I think we just had that game we were watching. Plutos against Shiget, so that's going to make it 16-12. Oh yeah, I already put that game in. But, so yeah, it's going to be 16-12, so I'll update that for you. So there we go. And then there's 2 more results we don't know about. So this is a fun game. Let's have a quick cycle through where there's not much going on. So Johnstone, Nigeria on the left and South Africa on the right. So this broke, as I say, the last unbeaten record. In round 3, everybody's 2-1 at best. This is incredible, really. So you've got wealth, I guess, here, yeah. And just to kind of, you want to sort out the YAE, just dump that somewhere, I guess. Yeah, gone for, I didn't know that word, weird. Never seen it before. It's a new one on me. Weird, it means. Yeah, Shakespeare word. I think it's still probably have been tempted towards dumping YAE, but that's pretty good. It's going to be pretty strong either way, I guess. And vacua. So yeah, a few bonuses here. Serosal, Asua, Aulus. Serosal goes down. Could have put the S on wealths, but gone for a more defensive, I guess. But I don't know, I think I prefer wealths from here, realistically. I don't know. Hyponia? Is that a word? Oh, I made it up. Hyponoia, maybe? Yeah, hyponoia, I'm thinking of. Which wouldn't have fitted. So, yeah, Fawny, good play. QIS. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, nice. Japonica. Well spotted, sir. Oh, madam. That's it. Yeah, John. Okay. So this is a sir, and yeah. That looks more promising than it actually is, doesn't it? You think there'll be loads of bonuses, but actually, the only one that fits is gened. As well, there's this enfilade through the through this L. There's finagle through that L, and Freddy, and I think I'd have played gened, to be honest. But I can understand. Anything through that move? Whoops. Muggy. 8. Alright, I guess. Muggy through that. Oh, that's nice. Keeping T blank. Memo. M7. Ham. Yeah. That's a nice find. Libation. A little bit hidden there. So we'll get whizzed through the end where it's pretty close. So yeah, this is where the game was kind of won and lost. So here we are. So Goldilocks with his turn. What do you reckon? Interesting. Interesting choice here. Yeah. Do you want to play off a couple of tiles here? Could even try and set up the S with Rut or something like that, I guess. That would be super aggro. Maybe not the best move, but interesting consideration. I think Tauros is a nice play, I think. See if there's anything else. Not really. Suggest Storp through a P. Where's that P? Oh yeah, Storp here. Okay. I think Tauros is probably as good as anything. I mean, trouble is you're using to Z though. That's the problem. So maybe Storp is better. So I'll put that down. Because then you're not giving a big Z player back. Although this would have been, this kind of blocks Zit, but it does give away Zedo as well. So, but I don't think you can. I don't know if you ever win really after your opponent plays Zedo. Realistically, so it's quite fun. So anyway, Nigeria pipped that one. So let's get on, see if there's some games, round 4 games to go with. I think we're pretty much round 4. We'll watch this one. Goldilocks and she gets. And so we got Nigeria on the left, South Africa on the right. Great. And we just got Resilient goes down. One of those favourite Scrabble sets, retains. Always good. Yeah, take your pick with that one. So early lead for Nigeria in this one, 152 to 50, 102 the difference. No more results in through on the enhanced scoreboards. Maybe get an update soon. Let's have a look. Nope, still on 16-12 basically. So this is a round 4 game. I mean, it's very close. I think we saw a couple of the extra results from the enhanced scoreboard. But as soon as it updates, I'll update the score for you. So this is a round 4 game. See a Resilient goes down. Goldilocks, it's got some kind of obvious Hath play really. It's one of those where you kind of see Hath straight away and you have a look to see if you can find anything better. But I'm not seeing anything else really. Unless there's something to the P, perhaps, I don't know. But yeah, looking very much like Hath in that bottom right corner for 42. Not the prettiest of leaves, but you're pretty much limited here to what you can do. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Let's have a double check. I'm not missing any P words, but I don't think so. So if you find anything in chat, just give us a shout. No, the only 5-letter P word is plat, which is obviously worse than Hath, I think. Surprised Goldilocks takes so long, really. I don't think there's anything else to really think about. I think it's just a Hath. One of those words you chuck down. I think everybody would see it straight away. It's just, you think, is there anything better? And you should kind of figure out pretty quickly that there probably isn't, but you'd have a good look anyway. Because obviously, you don't want to miss things in Scrabble. Never know who's watching. Always amusing me when people get so stressed about like annotation and being watched and in real life Scrabble. Whereas even when I play like a pillock, you know, oh, that's weird. So Goldilocks played Heath. It must have missed Hath. Wow. That's quite a... I mean, there's like 25 points difference between the two moves. Heath does get rid of one of the T's, which probably improve it a little bit. So it's probably like a probably 15-point difference maybe, but yeah, it is a definite big difference between the two moves. Interesting. As you can see, Goldilocks has at least picked the blank out now. I think Shiget's had the other one as well. So just got an update. We're up to 12-17 now on the latest score. So 4-5 rounds so far for Nigeria. Just got that one last result between a Tiger and Jamawanda. So I'll just have a quick look at that. So Tiger won that, so it's going to be a 5-5 round. So it's going to be a 5-5 round, so I'll update that. So yeah, we're 12-13. So yeah, we've had, 13-17 even, after round 3. So yeah, interesting. So yeah, after that opening round that went 7-3 to Nigeria, both shared the next two, 5 each. So it's Nigeria got the four game buffer still, but nice and tight. It's how we like it. So yeah, what does Goldilocks do here? Kind of tempted to looking towards players through the H with that kind of GHT combination, but don't see anything obvious yet. I figured out how to use the raid function. I don't think I've ever used it myself. I've heard people use. I've heard people kind of mention it or use it when I've been watching other people streaming. But down goes Ort. That's a nice play. Just make sure there isn't any bonuses there. Doesn't look like it. All right. See what you. See, I did Singapore and India. I think I just saw the score go through. Yeah, thanks. There's the 51-49. Ooh, sweet. India won 51-49. Wow, 2-game difference. 51-49. One game swinging either way would have been even, dead even. Wow, it's pretty sweet. And down goes Andine for Shigetsu, extending that lead to 154 now. Oof. But Goldilocks can hit back here, potentially. Yeah, 48-42. Yeah, that's tight. I mean, yeah, it's good that it went down the last round, even though. Yeah, it just did anybody keep a track of the spread? Was that in the standings as well? Had we figured out who was going to win if it was 50-50? Okay. So yeah, it would need to be like a 9-1 round to Singapore to win. That would have been tough, like. But yeah, I got pretty close at least. So yeah, we had a match earlier on where India and Singapore played, and India won 51-49, and it went. This is pretty seen chat. It was 48-42 in the last round, and Singapore had a good last round, but not quite good enough. So it ended up India just getting on the line, 51-49. Yeah, we've had quite. I mean, it's been quite tight, surprisingly tight actually, because I mean, these matches, these ISC international matches, like it on paper, like Nigeria, very very strong side, but they actually lost last week, I think, to Pakistan. I think it was 52.5 to 47.5, I think. No, we're just talking about the A team, not really the B team matches. So yeah, pretty tight. So this one's 17-13 to Nigeria. Early days at the moment, but so that 1-7-3 round early on, giving Nigeria a bit of a buffer. So just Goldilocks between ISC there. It's looking a little bit bleak for South Africa, this one. 143, and then down goes Freet, blocking that IC hook. So yeah, it's going to be tough. Goldilocks nearly 180 down now. Still has a blank, but even still, blank bonus here isn't going to cut into the deficit too much. Still going to be 100 points difference. Probably a little bit more than that. Once the bonus goes down, there's a few options here. You'd think. Yeah, Driblet goes down for 77, so it could still lead to 101. And Shiget sitting there with a J and a Z. Got G on here for J6, something like that would score pretty well. And do quite a good job of closing things down. And it keeps the Z back for a good score later on. Looks promising, but yeah, John Zonda for another 50 points, and that sets up the J, so that's pretty sweet. This is looking pretty bad for South Africa this game. Not a bad pickup after the driblet, but yeah, it's looking difficult to get anything down here. Yep. I think we'll swap to one of the other games, which is a little bit closer. Let's have a sort of look through. There's Yuma. They're probably finished. You're finished. We'll look at this one. South Nigeria on the left, South Africa on the right. And pretty much dead even after Hex. 181 to 179 Yuma to play in red. So we'll watch this one. So Yuma, one of the kind of quicker players, I think, in the South African side. Can't do too much underneath the X, but there's options to the left with Orm or Nef. Since we don't have EMF anymore, you could play something like Tame or Fame, that kind of thing. But there's nothing too fantastic. You could play above as well with FOH. There'd be possibilities there. There's also MNA in the top left. Could do something with that. Okay, gone for matted. Could have gone. The alternative would have been fatted. We just got another 3, and you generally rather have the M tile than the F. So fatted is a good spot. I'm still not used to the EW word, so it's easy to miss things like that. Particularly online, it's even harder to kind of spot new words for a lot of people. So I think fatted would have been a little bit better, but it's a nice little spot. 29 points, and Yuma up by 27, but Johnstone with a blank now. Bigger plus a blank. It's a case of what do you want to do. You've got the A for Braggia, yeah. So down it goes through the A. There wasn't much else, to be honest. Doesn't look like there are any real alternatives to Braggia, so 71 points, and that's 44 the deficit now. And Yuma has picked out some good tiles. It's a CK combination, very nice. If they kept that, if they played fatted instead of matted, they'd have Smacker. Well, I'm not sure it would play anywhere, but as it happens, the F has given them a good play though. So Thek for 61, and that's 17 points the difference. And it's a pretty even game once more. As we saw, Yuma was keeping nice combination tiles back. SAR. Johnstone with a little bit of a vowel problem here. Too many vowels. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Got something like BD. BEEDI would sort them out and score reasonably well. BD's a hand-rolled cigarette, a Hindi word. that kind of solved this issue, I think. You also go for ID as well. It gets rid of the same tiles, and it also creates an S hook. So ID is quite nice. Goes down for 26, 9 points ahead. You get a little bit duplicate heavy there with the 2 A's, 2 R's. Feel like a couple of you're basically 2 tiles dump off AR, and you're pretty good chance of getting a bonus here. But this board could easily get closed down. There's only really this real estate in the bottom to play bonuses. There's the P to play through, but it's not very good. So you feel like you're going to probably dump an AR off here. In this kind of spot, Anna and Ryu, and you feel like you got good odds, but it's definitely no guarantee that you're going to get a bonus next turn. You're probably about 50-50 or so, I'd say, after you played AR off. You could try and open, but I'm not sure it's going to really worth it. I think AR is very, very strong. 16 points, I think, pretty much no-brainer. But going for Barra. Going for another 8 points. It does open in some respects and close in others. It does leave nice strong tile, SEN. I think I prefer just playing off AR, but we'll see how it works out. There aren't any blanks to come. So see Johnston 15 points behind, but definitely got some scoring options here. And it's yeah, Barrett has given requins. I think we're going to see that go down pretty quickly here. Requins through that R, unless there's anything else that's better than that, like a bonus. I think we're going to see requins go down here. So that's going to be pretty devastating if we see requins. If you don't see that, there's not a lot going on here. You got Quippo and kind of players like that. Yeah, requins goes down. Yeah. So that's a pretty big play. That's 57-point lead now for Nigeria. And yeah, that was always the risk with Barra. As you'd give something back like that, and you'd be pretty much in a situation where you can't really do too much. So Numa plays Tool, again keeping that nice ENS leave, but you'd think that Johnstone's pretty much going to close the board as much as possible. I mean, there's not much on. It's just really that realistically there's that P in puny in the top left to worry about. There's not a lot else. You're far enough ahead, you don't need to worry about. You shouldn't really get caught through shorter plays, so not the best rack though to kind of block that P off. A little bit difficult to do it directly, but certainly that's going to be the focus here, you would think. Trying to use something there to kind of kill that. Very difficult to do anything else, really. Once you take that out, your opponents can't really get a bonus out. They're going to be like 50 down. Very difficult to catch. Your opponent's probably going to play something through that P, or play something off the B, for instance. Indirectly blocking. I mean, you wouldn't play that particularly, but just to give an idea, that kind of play. That would, yeah, that would block. Even I wouldn't particularly advise doing that, but yeah, none of these are particularly good players, but it gives you an idea of what you need to do. And as I say, once you take out that P, directly or indirectly, you should be fine. The only big tile left is the V, which isn't going to be too useful, you'd think. You got to kind of anticipate that your opponent might probably try and set their S up. So, like, they might play something here or here. Or maybe, I think the best, yeah, depends on what, actually, you don't want to leave too many tiles in the bag, actually, because the worst case scenario, actually, if your opponent plays Evo here, that's something to worry about. Ooh, they don't have the V, but yeah, if your opponent had Evo here, and you've just played 3 tiles, then you can't block both. Once Evo goes down, they have this, and they have this, and you can't block both. So that would have been a potential for a big opening, but as we see, Yuma does not have the V to do that, but they do have a good rack. And they've just played Ted to score. But yeah, Evo would have been a definite worry. So Johnstone, after Ted, Johnstone is 15 points up. Roop, as I say, does block, does the job, but keeping the F back, it should be enough insurance against being caught through short plays. So the F should give, you should be getting 20 and 30 point plays here, and it should be enough to make sure you don't lose the game through short plays, which would be pretty bad. So yeah, this is a little bit wary. Conj does take a D, takes an E, takes an R, takes an S. So that takes a lot of stuff. It's the kind of thing you might be a little bit wary of using, because you don't want to. You just want to kind of play it ultra safe and make sure you win. So down goes Fids for Johnstone. Playing atop all those Libation. So that should seal the game. Might not have an out next turn, but as Uri actually. Uri through the O. So that should be good enough. Even if that doesn't go down, gets blocked, it shouldn't be enough. Yuma shouldn't have enough there to catch, so down goes Sov from Yuma, but Johnstone 22 points up, just need to play Uri, and that'll seal the victory for Nigeria in this one. Just have a look, see if we've got any results through. No, still 17-13 on our results. As I say, this one will make it 18-13, but lots of other games to go through. Just betting on Johnstone so I think we'll see Uri go down. One of those very kind of popular Scrabble words that comes up all the time. Excuse me. So yeah, we just had the first result in, and it went the way of Nigeria. So we'll just do a little bit of updating. So that was a win for Enoch against Chile. Looks like we got another result in now. And that one went the way of South Africa, with a Tiger beating Chuxi by 29. Okay, didn't see Uri, but Raw will do the job for Johnstone and Nigeria. 407 to 368. 41 the difference. Now we're going to score 39 with ENNS. I'm sure there's ways it could happen, but I don't think it's going to happen in this one. Got another result going through. One for Nigeria, 14-19. Yeah, it was just a confirmation of the Goldilocks you get game. So it makes it 14-19. This game will make it 14-20. There goes Senna. Could have played nons, but it doesn't really matter. So it's going to be another win for Nigeria, and that's going to make it 14-20. So look elsewhere. We got Gerald's game is finished. So look at that game. So Gerald lost heavily 4-1-6 to 5-6-8. So it's going to make it another win for Nigeria in this round. Doing pretty well so far. As you can see, we had quite a few long words in this game. So for Black Knights, had Perez, Galloper, Artesian, and Zabayoni. So we had the first three of those in a row. Gerald got Bristle and Cantrefs, but couldn't sort of withstand that onslaught. Elsewhere, we've got a game with Howard still going. This is pretty close. Nigeria on the left, South Africa on the right. HWR to play. Let's have a look at the unseen. Not looking good for HWR. Neither the half and Narwhal. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be with metal on Wellington's wreck. They should be pretty good here. Lots of long words on this one as well. So yeah, this is actually if you ignore the first play, this has been 9 moves each. So this has been 9 moves each. Just don't mind me while I... And, oh, wow. So HWR started with Venetic, Wellington in blue, hit back with Killer Base. Had Kuroy and Be Gift and pretty nice players back. Wellington getting ahead with Enactor, Queasy from HWR, kind of levelling around. But yeah, the last 3 moves, Wellington's hit Tailored for 80, Contrive from HWR for 72, and then Enthused for 98. And that's pretty much going to be the winning play here, I think. But HWR having a good look. So it's been 9 moves each so far, so very high scoring quick game. But yeah, looks like another game for Nigeria. Look elsewhere. We've still got a few games going on. So we got to move that. Leaving WELN. Not sure what HWR are going to do with those letters next, but so yeah, Wellington just needs to be a little bit careful here, make sure it doesn't make any mistakes. It should be enough. 14 points up. And a good look just to see what on earth HWR could do with those letters. WELN. Doesn't seem much on, to be honest. But you have to be careful in Wellington's position. You don't know if you You've got to make sure you don't miss anything, overlook any kind of out with it. Particularly one that scores 30, 40 points, that kind of thing. It doesn't look promising, but keep looking. Some more results in. So latest score is 14 to 22. I don't know what the other result was. Which other game is included, but yeah, it's a 5-1 round for Nigeria. So we got results in Goldilocks, yeah, Gerald. Yeah, I've got that result. Steve G. Yeah, that's one of the results I've missed. Alright. There we go. So yeah, it looks like a big round for Nigeria. Looks like they're going to pull away here. So yeah, Wellington goes down with Malt for 17. So HWRWELN. If there's any great outplay for 30 points or thereabouts, this is the time to find it. Wellington's now with ET. So it looks pretty blocked in. Yeah, just plays EWE above the SE and enthused. So we're going to see Wellington go out here with his TE. That should be it. It's another game for Nigeria in this round. Turn the scorecard green. Because both countries kind of represented with green. We had it same last year. Last time I was streaming where it was South Africa and Pakistan. They're both kind of represented by green. Very popular colour. That sounds of it. So yeah, down goes 10. That'll do it. That'll see that for Nigeria. Let's wait for the count back. It's going to be 520 to 494. 524 after the move goes through. Yeah, it's going to be another win for South Africa. And it's going to make it 1 to 6. Yeah, it's getting away from South Africa a little bit. So we just got 3 games left. There's Faster Wake. Yeah, not lost contact. So that game's already happened from last round. Faster Wake lost. IPE. Oh my. Well, that was a bit of a pummeling, wasn't it? Gemma Wonder winning that one 6-1-4 to 3-4-2 to South Africa. So yeah, it's going to make it another one to South Africa, Nigeria. Sorry, there's just Mides Touch and Plutos left. So is this still going? Yeah, it looks like it. So this is, I think this is around 4. Just double check, make sure I'm not. Yes. So this is a round 4 match between Plutos and Nigeria. Pretty close game. 290 to 323, and Takumi to play next. 14 tiles in the bag. So again, the usual proviso with the consonant vowels, because for some reason ISC counts Y as a vowel. So it usually be like. So this is pretty balanced pool, other than the fact that in consonants and vowels, there's obviously 3 I's and 3 T's to worry about. So definitely a priority to try and play off I's and T's here. But obviously there should be some reasonable scores with that resonance play. So just plays off OF. And that's going to close the gap to 1 point. Plutos has not got the blank, so there's still a blank to come here. A quick play of Pima for 30 at the top left. And Kumi has picked a blank. Kumi has a blank. V and the U's ugly, but you can kind of put up with that. On this board, blank's pretty strong. You've got places at the bottom. Did I see, Steve, you played Anti-Cruelty versus Emmerdale? Nope, I didn't. I'll have a look at that game. Thanks for the tip-off, our Tiger. We'll have a look at that after this game finishes. Yeah, it's looking a very dominant round here for South Africa. They really need to pull this game out. I think there's the other game is Midas Touch. See if that game is finished. And that game went to Hakim. So Midas Touch lost. So that's going to be 8-1 in this round. Once we've got that updated. Yeah. Oh dear. So it's going to be 1-8. Yeah, this is not looking good for the African team. They really need this game. Oh, my maths is a little bit out, isn't it? Should be 25, isn't it? Right. Yeah, 25-14. Yep, that's right. Yep. So it's even worse. 25-14 is the latest score. And this is the last game in round 4. Yeah, Nigeria dominant. Absolutely dominant in this game, in this round. Plutos doing his favourite. Running right long time, but so is Kumi, so this is going to be a tight one. So Kumi just going down with Vint. They're hideous. The tiles looking in the pool are pretty hideous, but that blank does make a big difference. It can turn some of that rubbish into gold. So Plutos has good tiles, but yeah, the time again. Ooh, it's got a bonus. Ooh, it's got togated, which means to wear a toga. It's a Shakespeare word. Yep, down it goes. Down it goes for 64. And wow, Kumi has nuts of good tiles with that blank, and that should be it. That should be a win, a much needed win for South Africa in round 4. Nigeria is still going to be 10 games ahead, but yeah, 8-2 round for South Africa, for Nigeria, 10 game difference. Yeah, important. We'll have a look at that game with that anti-cruelty move. We'll have a look at that soon. Just watch this play out. Still got some good scores here from Kumi. Obviously Plutos with the 4 consonants, so a little bit restricted, but should be okay. They can still play floor or that kind of thing. Just need to make sure they don't stick themselves with a tile, but floor, that should work. Yep, down it goes. Leaving the T. T's going to go out multiple places, so that should seal a win for South Africa. Close the gap slightly, 25-15 overall in the team competition. I'll have a quick whiz through some of their individual games as well. See who's doing well, who isn't. Well, we won't look at who's at the bottom, but yeah, a lot of players on 3-1. Probably going to be 7 or 8 after this, maybe even more than that. Kiwi plays down Huey. So yeah, Plutos just needs to play that T. Don't run out of time. Down it goes. So that's a much needed win. It's going to make it a 2-8 round. 25-15. And Plutos wins. Much needed game. Right, so let's have a look at this game from Steve G. We've not got many round 5 games started yet, so we'll have a look. There we go. So yeah, anti-cruelty. We'll see how it played out. Oof, that's painful, isn't it? And yeah, that's doubly painful. You play off one tile here. Then you've got pretty good odds of getting a bonus. And you pick up a J. And your opponent hits 106 points. But so let's have a look at cruelty played out. Wonder if he fished for it. Oh, missed non-tonal. Ouch. Oh dear. So yeah, maybe fished for anti-cruelty. And I got challenged as well. So it's a 53-point play effectively. So it's pretty nice. Yeah, I did miss anti-cruelty, but miss non-tonal, sorry. Very nice play. And you got a challenge out, haven't you? Who knows 11-letter words? You never know. It's be good. The X sealed it for Nigeria in that one. Sorry about ignore the flags. Right, so that's pretty sweet move. 11 letter word. Extension to cruelty. So we'll get on with one of the games in. Well, watch Chile. I don't think we've seen much of Chile. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, so that one's looking pretty good for Nigeria. Just the 220 point lead there. Let's have a look at one of the others. So we'll look at Yuma. This is a good game. So we got South Africa on the left with Yuma, and Nigeria on the right with Shigets. She gets to play. She gets in red. It's a nice word of Gunstock from Yuma and Tangelo for Shigets. Down goes nothing. Yuma 22 died. Got the S to work with. The other layers not so hot, but still 2 blanks to come in this one. Still quite good tiles there. Yeah, I guess you're kind of looking at stuff like UV and UV, that kind of thing, to balance the rack. You'd like to create a line for your S. You could play something like Dew, but that would make it duet, that kind of thing, dual. So that makes it a little bit too easy to use. Down goes Wisting from Shigets, using the blank. So that's going to give... she gets a good lead in this one, 90 points up now. Yuma's a good rack, but I'm not sure if there's anything here to bonus back with. Looks promising, but... yeah, looks like it could be a Wisting play. Wisting is an archaic form to twist. So... that 90 points difference, I don't think there's anything kind of over seats or anything like that, unfortunately. So yeah, maybe a little bit frustrating for Yuma. It's a good rack, but doesn't look like it hits anywhere. Yeah, I think I'd have been tempted by Duo last move. Duo and Woodoo on the bottom right, but that would have kind of messed up the Wisting play as well. Although probably a bonus would have still played with that rack because it's so flexible with a blank. You got things like nitwits, that kind of play to go down. And there's also Burfy. So it would have been Burfy to take an S as well. So wouldn't stop the bonus, but might have worked out better in this situation, but you don't know what your opponent's going to have. Yeah, it's a frustrating situation for Yuma. Just kind of, what can you do with this turn? Do you want to leave what you want to leave open? Trouble is, if you play through the G or to play it on either of these spots, your opponent's going to use the other one. and then there's not going to be much on offer. It's just going to be this Burfy hook with the S to use. So it's a interesting dilemma. You could try and open something else up, potentially. Nope, just gone for score. Just fair enough. But you fully expect your opponent to play down here and score equally well. And yeah, Shigetsu has beef, for instance. Beanie as well could see that played, I think. So yeah, that's the problem with that, is it basically allows you to play. Oh, they played Fane. That's surprising. Keeping BE back. I think Beanie is a little bit stronger. Even Beef maybe, but a little bit better. But still a little bit of life left in this game. Still a blank unseen in that bag. From Shigetsu's point of view, there's still there's only 3 vowels or 3 E's, but yeah, there's still a bit of life here. Shigetsu just really wants to just trying to outrun really here. Not worried too much about trying to shut the bingos down. That would be a bonus, really. That'd be an extra. It'd be more about you're really trying to outrun your opponent here. That's the biggest priority. If you worry too much about blocking bonuses, you might get hit by. You're sacrificing score and kind of end up losing in a different way, if you know what I mean. And it's still sort of a long shot of getting a bonus here. Okay, so I don't really like that in the respect that it kind of blocks, but it could improve your opponent's play. So if they get 2 S's here, you know, if they hit both S's, or they could hit an AL something there, then doesn't really. It does restrict options, but so yeah, that was the problem with it. It kind of upgraded your opponent's play, and when they have a rack like that, it upgrades the play. It should be enough though. It's a 1 point lead for Yuma, and South Africa recasts for 86. But yeah, Yuma's picked up JEHP, so should be feeling pretty good now. Just needs to play fairly safe out in 2 here, and Yuma's got too much Drek to really threaten with the J and the H and the P. But yeah, it could certainly have gone wrong on that. Just playing AB, just to kind of. There's better players on offer. You could play BT or something like that. The top right. We just got a little bit more. But yeah, interesting option. So the trouble is with as I say, app kind of upgrades a lot of the players. It doesn't really. With those sorts of wrecks, they're still going to go down. So, and the only thing you're really blocking is the H. I guess that makes sense in the sense that you're blocking, say, with that rack, and you take off abs, something like crashes. With that H where the T is, that's the value of it, is to block stuff like that. So I'm trying to kind of see the logic of it. So that kind of play would obviously score a lot more if you get like crashes, that kind of play. So yeah, interesting situation. Anyway, a few quick plays, but comfortable victory in the end for Nigeria. It's a little bit restricted with the J, the H to P, so it's a pretty safe end game. Just need to play out safely in 2, and Shigetsu has done that. So it's going to be a win for Nigeria. We've got 7 to come off Yuma's rack. So I'm going to make it 4-2-2 to 3-8-5. That's going to be an early round 5 game finished. Another one for Nigeria. Going to make it 26-15. We've got another result in elsewhere, I think. So we've got Fast Awake against Chooksy, and Chooksy wins that one. So it's going to be 27-15. Let's have a look elsewhere. Just waiting for that last move to get confirmed. Yes, ID is valid with. So it's going to go down anyway. Let's have a look elsewhere. I don't see much of Gerald, so we'll watch that one. So, we got South Africa on the left, Nigeria on the right. A few nice long words to start with. Pawnage, Trinodal, Shinola. Gerald to play. A little bit clunky rack there with the B, 2 T's and the UV. A little bit ugly. So has a pounce. It's got some hooks there to think about. Pounce also takes the T as well as the D. So pounce set is good. Sure, well, there's too much that can be done there. Maybe like Vatu or Vort be options there. You can also play like Batu as well, I think. Another option, Batu. It's a French word. This means pertaining to a type of ballet movement. So there's a few options there. It's a little bit awkward with the DV is a little bit ugly. Yeah, Gerald maybe didn't know the T hook. So Buddha goes down to 26. Similar idea, but not as good. Leaving VTT it's quite a bit worse because duplicate T's. But nonetheless, Scott's 26, 130 to 151, 21 point Nigeria lead. Thanks for the raid earlier with Lord Liv going on there. Thanks for the follow, Michelle Irving. So yeah, looks like a tight game, but yeah, that keeping VTT certainly come back to bite Gerald. Yeah, even with if you play a Butter or Batu on that last move, you can see it's gonna improve the rack a little bit, having a D instead of 2 T's, but it's not worked out too badly for Gerald here. Certainly a workable rack, considering kept VTT. Picking out here is pretty good. It's a case of balancing the rack, trying to sort out the V's and T's here. There's plenty of places to score the edge. The V's a little bit trickier. It's just really that bottom left corner with that. So there goes that for 24, and Jammer Wanderers picked out the blank, but 4 E's as well. Is there any bonuses here? Or is it just too many E's to bonus? Nope. There it goes. Emirate for 68. Nicely played from Jammer Wonder. That's giving Nigeria a big lead in this one. 154, 257, 103 point lead for Jammer Wonder. Gerald sitting there with Greenth, but it doesn't look like it's going to play, but maybe something else. Maybe through the I or the O. Just having a quick look. Yeah. Emirates, very nice spot. It's one of those where if you don't see that play, your next best play is peanuts, basically. So yeah, it's a big drop off basically if you don't see it. And yeah, strangely enough, there's only 1-8 with this rack, and it's just greens. So it looks a lot better than it is actually. This rack. little bit frustrating for Gerald. Still got a few good options with the H, you would think. It might even just worthwhile just to play off the H. We got Hose and High for a good score. It's 28. So you could put the H here as well. You could maybe, if you wanted, you could play above here. Something like Ether, that kind of thing. It's an interesting situation. You could really want to open up. You could play Hinge. I quite like that idea. To go on the offensive, I quite like that. Yeah, there's lots of viable options here. It's just interesting to see what Gerald opts for. What do you think in chat? What do you reckon? Say, I like Hinge personally, just because I think you need more things open. Yours need more things open. Gone for rare. Yeah, I don't like rare at all whatsoever. I don't like that move at all. I'd rather just dump off the H, even. But I mean, the trouble with just dumping off the H is you pretty much need that I open for the ING. But I didn't like that move at all. Left gent and picked out CIT. So it's a little bit awkward. And the ZO for Jamo Wonder stretches the lead out to 123. Nigeria looking very good here. See if I got any more results going in elsewhere. Oh yeah, I was going to go through all the individuals. So yeah, we've got 8 players on 3 and 1. 6 Nigerians and 2 South Africans. So we got the Nigerians, we got Black Knight, Enoch, Wellington, Hakim, Emma Top, and John Stone. All on 3 and 1. And for South Africa, we got Plutos and a Tiger. It's kind of going to form book, really. So South Africa are a big underdog generally, I would say, on paper at least. But we saw last week with Pakistan beating Nigeria. And of course, pretty sure South Africa and I can't remember what happened now with South Africa and Pakistan. It was a pretty good game, so you never know. Alright, so yeah, Celt for Gerald, but repining for Gemma Wonder. It's pretty much going to seal it. Gerald does have Mitogen here, or emoting at the top, but he's still going to be over 100 down, so yeah, it looks a long way back. We pretty much need to draw a bonus out with the Q and the S, I think. In Celts, that'd be keep things interesting potentially, but yeah, a very long way back for Gerald. But actually, there's a faint chance here with a blank there and so on. Difficult situation for Jam. I wonder you'd want to kind of play around and obscure that spot. There is a word you could play sourly, but it does open up a 9-timer. So, do you want to open up a 9-timer? I don't know. So that's a kind of balance. I mean, when you're 223 up, you don't really want to open up a 9-timer. So yeah, that's nice. Actually, I didn't see the DY pattern there with on the left. So yeah, Rudy is a good play. So that's pretty much curtains now. Gerald has not picked well. He's got the X. Oh, well, actually, you can still score a lot with the X here. So I guess I need a miracle pick after the X play. 56 goes down. I wonder. 110 the difference, and that's hideous stuff for Jam. Jam really wants to play off 4 or 5 tiles here. That would be like the perfect situation. Because you want to take out the possibility of being your opponent bonusing twice. So if you leave 6 tiles in the bag, then they can only bonus once, and then they'll pick 6 tiles. They won't be able to replenish the full rack. So that's kind of a consideration here, as opposed to just dumping QI. Don't see any good options. I think you can have Flit with 2 T's. Yeah, you can have Flit with 2 T's. So you could play a Flit with 2 T's here, and that would leave 7 in the bag, which is pretty good. Doesn't quite leave 6 in the bag, but it's still pretty strong because if your opponent bonuses, you know exactly what they're going to have. If they bonus next, then you'll know their rack from their bonus. But Jem was just gone for the kind of 23 point, taking the T and the F, keeping that Q back for another turn. As you can see from Gerald's perspective, there's very few vowels left. Still a blank to come. So it's looking bleak in the respect that look like Gerald's only going to be able to bonus once here. So that's a little bit of a frustration, but yeah, he's got a good rec to catch up. If Gerald was say 80, 90 behind, he'd be well in this game. It's this extra 133 deficit is it's just too much, I think, to come back from. But he could definitely catch up 100 points here easily. That's an interesting option. He's gone for Elias. Don't really like that at all, but yeah, I don't know why you'd want to do that. When you get the last S, you just leave that spot open, and you might get a huge J player, Q player there. And it's always sitting there. You can easily play off the Y for nearly 30 points, so I don't really get that, but so it's going to pretty much, given that Jams also pick the blank, so that's pretty much game over now. You can just play off the Q here fairly safely, in the knowledge that it's not realistically going to be caught here. So yeah, it should be probably just see a Q player here, I think. After a little bit of looking around, yeah. Gerald is the J, but this is going to be a J player. I think Jobbed D1. I think we'll see that pretty quickly. So I'm going to confirm the win for Jamawanda and Nigeria. We've got some results going in the background. Oh, so it's now 28-15. So there's another win for Nigeria in this round. We'll just have a quick look, make sure it matches up with my games. It might even be worse if they've got a game I haven't included. So we got Steve Chile losing. Right, so we had Chile losing. Yuma lost. Yeah, we got that one. And Fasterweg losing. Yeah, that's right. That's tallies up. Sweet. So it's 28-15. So yeah, Job goes down. That's going to confirm another one for Nigeria. Doing well here, Nigeria. Run away with this match. So that's going to be that. Gerald won the player's wife. Gerald's playing Merv, but don't think Merv goes out anywhere, but no, so we'll move on to one of the other games. This one's pretty much done with. We've got Pluto, so it's good for a late finish. That's South Africa on the left and Nigeria on the right. She's done a nice play of Vedutas from Emma on the bottom, Emma in red and Plutus in blue. So yeah, that's the 8 tiles in the bag. 74 points the difference. Still a bit of play left in here, but it's pretty tricky for Plutus here. Probably needs that S, realistically. I mean, there's still bonus lines at the top and the bottom right. So, not all gone yet. That Y is a little bit of a nuisance here, I think. I'd like to get rid of the Y and scar as well. Flirt does take the Y, so it's useful in that sense, but so I think we're going to probably see flirty maybe, something like this. Doesn't really scar much though, that's the problem. So yeah, I can certainly see a flirty play. It does, but the trouble is you're leaving this open. And the tiles that are left, the M would be painful on this spot. The G would be a little bit annoying, particularly if you got with the W. So yeah, but yeah, I think something like NYE would be pretty strong. Just a case of what all other options there are. I think you have to get rid of the Y here, but depends how you. I mean, yeah. I think opening up another line with an NYE is going to be very strong. You just got to kind of hold your breath that your opponent doesn't run away in the meantime. And obviously, you draw the bonus as well, or another big play. Yeah, yeah. I think it's hard to see how you don't win, how you win without drawing the S here. To be honest. But yeah, I do like flirty, NYE. I think that looks pretty strong. Let's see if there's anything else you can do. You'd like to get rid of the Y's, the G as well, maybe. See what options there are. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see much else, to be honest. If you don't do that, you could maybe play neg, I guess. But you don't really want to keep that Y. That's the thing. It does kind of limit, just keep the game more within reach if you play down there. So it's another consideration. Oops. Yeah, tricky. Okay, just played yen. Yeah, Plutus. Yeah, that's a mistake, I'm afraid. Maybe didn't see flirty. No, maybe wasn't sure, but yeah, I think we need to see a flirty player there. So now 58 the difference. It's going to be very difficult to Plutus to stay in touch here. I mean, with X players as well. Oh, so yeah, we're going to see a bonus here, but it's not going to be enough. Mixed scars, well, 33. That was the other problem, was yen scars less. So, and it was kind of hard to get a big bonus with flirty or flirts because the S has to be here. So most words, as you can see here, with onagers or oranges, they're not going to score much because they don't hit the double word. It's quite hard to kind of hit. So yeah, tricky. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's always going to be difficult. I think Emma Top always had that one with the wreck they had. They had enough scoring to outrun, basically. I mean, Emma could have played mixed with an E on the end here if they wanted. There's basically no way they can lose, realistically. Mixed would have gone down. M-I-X-T-E. So, yeah. We were just kind of delaying the inevitable. Down goes oranges. I think the only chance here is that Emma Top plays a phony for Plutos. Otherwise, yeah, it looks like another one for Nigeria. He's certainly running away with it here. Last round before lunch, of course. So we'll swap to other games, but once this round finishes, we're going to have a lunch break. It'll be about half an hour. We'll be back after lunch to follow proceedings. We've got a couple of wins for South Africa. So it's now 17 to 29. I'm not sure which games that games be tracked. Let me just try and figure out. So we got got a nice close game that our Tiger won. We'll have a look at that one. And who else won? Chile lost. Oh, Steve G won. So that's the results we got in. So yeah, a few results in there. So yeah, we'll just wait and see if nope, we played a legit word, so it's gonna be a win for Nigeria in this one. After countback, it's gonna be 4-4-3 to 3-8-3, 60-point win. Oh, sorry, did the countback the wrong way. 4-3-7 to 3-8-9 to Nigeria, Emma Top. So it's going to be another win for Nigeria, and that's going to make it 5-2 in this round. And put Nigeria on 30 to 17. There's 3 more results to come in this game. We got Goldilocks still playing as his Midas touch. So South Africa on the left again, and Nigeria on the right. So Nigeria in red on this one, and Goldilocks on blue. So yeah, just the one bonus looks. Oh, there's jurists. Jurist from Goldilocks. Oh, actually, it wasn't a bonus. It was just jurist. So yeah, it's been quite a long game, this one. Yeah, we had the early early phony of IU with a blank eye. From Kumi early on. Must have been a typo. So let's have a look at the unseen, see if there's any bonus threats. So yeah, for Goldilocks here, 68 points up. Certainly, yeah, rosettes, tetros, that kind of thing. Restore. So there's a few bonuses potentially here. Doesn't look like there's anything through the M. Or A maybe, but should be able to outrun a lot of those anyway. But yeah, easy enough to block here with fur, for instance. Just a case of making sure there's no other bonuses elsewhere that might be might give Kumi the win. Just gone for Neff. Yeah, that makes sense. Play No. Rotters, retorts, and so on for Sturthofer. Kumi, but it doesn't look like any of those play. So looks like that block of Neff and scoring a little bit extra with the F on the triple ladder, it should be enough for South Africa to win this one. 85 the difference. Let's have a look. We had Mides Touches playing, and HWR. So let's have a look. HWR. HWR won against Hakim, so that's good news for South Africa. Just double check, make sure I got the right. So yeah, so that's a win for South Africa. So it's going to make it 18 to 30. Makes it a 3-5 rounds. So just 2 games left. This one and Midas Touch. We should have all the kind of standings and everything updated after during the lunch break. Now got time to fill out the round standings and fixtures and everything, which I didn't have time to earlier. So I couldn't get the link for the standings. Yeah, we'll have a look at Midas Touch's game. So this one is looking good for Nigeria. So yeah, a big lead for Nigeria, 116 in points, and yeah. So we had Vergate, Wuthers for Nigeria in this one, Johnston. Lunate's back from Midas Touch, but yeah, pretty comfortable victory. So looks like being a 6-4 round here. That'll make it 31 to 19 at lunch. So we'll swap back to the other game. A little bit more interested in that one. But yeah, it looks very much like 31 to 19 at lunch. It's a 12 game lead for Nigeria. Long way to come back for South Africa. It is doable, but yeah, that's a lot of games. It's a lot of games. 12 game lead is massive. Usually get a handful of games, but 12 game, I mean, even if you have a 10-0 round, which is virtually impossible, you're still behind. So that tells you how big it is. It's basically the sort of, you need 2 big rounds back to back to catch up that sort of lead. Very difficult to do, particularly against a team of Nigeria's depth and quality. So yeah, very much looking like 31-19, 12 game win lead. So yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very tough. But we'll follow all the action. Once we're in the lunch break, I'm micing my mute my mic. So, but I'll leave the stream running because I know, particularly on Facebook, it's irritating when you stop and start streams. It's easier to just have one stream keep going, keep running, and you're having to like redirect people to new streams and all that kind of thing. Right, so there we go. That game's finished, and Goldilocks win it 384 to 302. So that makes it 4 to 5. And makes it 1930, but yeah, as we saw, the other game very much in favour of Midas Touch. Against Midas Touch, and that game's now finished. So it's going to be 31 to in a 4-6 round to Nigeria. Not huge, but it's big enough when you're already ahead. So yeah, that's pretty much the story at the lunch break. Scores 31 to 19 in favour of Nigeria, 12 games ahead. And there are going to be another 5 rounds after the lunch break, but those games will be back in about 20-25 minutes, thereabouts. Just have a quick whiz through some games, see what's going on. I might play some daft speed games while there's not much going on. But yeah, the next game will be back in about 25 minutes. So you can join us back then. Until then, we'll just fill in the gaps with going through some interesting games and play some daft games as well. See you all soon. Welcome back, folks. Got a bit of bonus coverage. This game started super early, so during a lunch break, so may as well watch this. We're up to date with the standings now. 31 to Nigeria, 19 to South Africa. Winner needs to hit 50.5 wins to clinch the victory. Just having a look at past results. Just have a look. A couple of weeks ago, we had South Africa and Pakistan playing, and South Africa won that one 55 to 45, pretty comfortable in the end. And of course, last week, Pakistan and Nigeria played off, and Nigeria won that one. Pakistan won that one. So it's like, so Pakistan beat South Africa. Pakistan beat Nigeria. I think it was 52.5 to 47.5. So there's a little bit of an upset. So it looks like we're going to come full circle of this game. This match continues. Then we'll have all three countries beating each other. We're going to have South Africa beating Pakistan, Pakistan beating Nigeria, then Nigeria beating South Africa. But it's still a while ago yet. Still 5 full rounds to go. Still another 50 games to go. And Chile doing well in this game against Jamawanda. 9-9 the difference. Jamawanda play got 3 A's, so another great rack here. Certainly not one that's good for scoring. Actually got the last 3 A's altogether. Still some tiles to come. Could help him out. Blank and a couple of S's. Probably needs to draw a lot realistically. Z's not too bad. X could be. There's a couple of hot spots for the X. You can see there in Fruit, the U. You've got a nice spot for the X there. You can also go down here as well, potentially. Something like Mix, for instance, would be pretty painful. Pix as well. Pix, lots of potential. Pox. So yeah, the X would be a good tile to draw, actually. Sometimes it's not a good tile, but on this board, it's pretty good. And, okay. So, it's a nice little play there. A radiator. Nicely threaded through. The T and the I disconnected. And also making Raya. And AE. So that's a nice play. It's only got 17, but it's very nice. Nice find. Does kind of obscure one of the X spots. But, so you can see Chile sitting there with the X. He's going to be quite happy to see that Rhea play. It's going to make it even easier for him to play 6 for a very big score indeed. And that's going to push things even further ahead for himself. 400 to 257, 143 point difference. They're going to be very, very difficult to catch up now for Jamawanda. But maybe this is the start of the comeback for South Africa. So this is like a bonus game. It's meant to be at lunch, but obviously they decided to play the game early, which is perfectly fine. Yeah, Jamawanda, that nice rack clear out of Radiata, not quite working out for him. Plays Tom. Yeah, some games just not to be meant to be other. Chile with another good rack here. He's got a few options here. Leprous, or I think is it Leporus or Pelorus? I can't remember. There's Sporule, which I can't even say. So yeah, we'll probably see another bonus going down for Chile and South Africa in this one. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a beating. Yeah, there's Leprous and Pelorus. Now, Leprous would have been a little bit better underneath here, but it's not going to make any difference. Jamawanda finally picked something vaguely decent with you got Petiole, but I'm not sure that's going to play. Doesn't quite work. It's close, but it doesn't quite play, so a little bit unfortunate, but pretty much academic at this point. Nearly 200 point deficit. Yep, everybody gets these games in Scrabble. You just gotta kind of shrug your shoulders and make sure it doesn't affect you for the next one. Yeah, not much to be done here. I think this nice Oxa potentially. You could do I think a Telos or something just for style points. Probably not worth it. You got Op. There's eight tiles in the bag. I think you pretty much give up the bonus. Or you could go for try and get a. Let's see. Go for a 9-timer with Plied. Play Plied here, but it's going to be futile to say the least. Chili pick the blank out naturally. If we had the spot, it would be goodbye, but no way to play much really. There's just that H and the far right column. Far right column. Heard that used a few times this week in the news. So we got yeah, that doesn't look like to be anything too fancy here. Not quite got anything off that H. So there's a few options to score with or Y. Could play Y or there. You could play or Y here. There's loads of options really. Spoil for choice goes for or Y at the top. Kind of leave this column open just in case, but I think they were pretty much in the playing for spread territory at this point. Interested to see Jammer Wonder what the play here. You could go for a IG, hope to draw the Z. I don't think you could. To do that with Z, I don't think you could. I don't think there's any blunt. Oh, maybe Blints. Yeah. Z blank. Pick out Z blank. Get Blints. Hope your opponent plays like an E off or something. Yeah, that'd be. You'd probably still lose, but it'd be fun. We'll go for ing. Pick out blank Z. That's what you need to do. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Or you could go all out and go for that instead, or even nil. All these kind of things. You could open up the triple that way. How much do you want to give yourself a chance at winning? How much do you care about spread? I think theoretically, I mean, I've won a game where I opened up a triple, and my opponent played a 40. So you never know; they might mistype or no. That's it's good for Ling. It's much less fun. Probably better, but it's actually as far as spread concerned, it's probably not better because it empties the bag. But does Chile have an out bonus here? Is the question. Let's really think through that L. The L looks promising. Yeah, there is. There's one through the L, an out bonus, and that looks pretty much it, I think. Yeah, I'd expect the Chile to find the word through the L, but it's not a gimme. It's definitely not a gimme. It's a tricky one. See if you can find it in chat. Give us a shout if you find it. you haven't found it yet, try it with the blank is an N. It's a pretty weird looking word, but it is good. As I'd expect, yeah. There it goes. N Gould. Nicely spotted. And that's a pretty emphatic victory for South Africa. Closes the gap a little bit to 31 to 20. Well played, Chile. There we go. 598 to 331, the final score. It's pretty emphatic. So, yeah, looks like a good win for Chile there. Let's have a look while we wait for other games and that. Let's have a look through the standings. So I'm just going to read it out for you. So here's the standings as it is. The individual standings after 5 games, 5 rounds. So we got 4 players on 4-1. So Black Knight leads the way, 4 wins plus 406 spread. We've got John Stone 1 on plus 130. A Tiger plus 124 and Emma Top plus 85. Those are 4 players on 4 wins. Lots of players on 3 wins. Ooh, all the way from 5th to 12th. They're all on 3 wins. Lots of players there. And still got a couple of players yet to break the duck, but yeah, the consistency really is the Nigerian players is all the Nigerian players are on at least 2 wins. None of them have been, nobody on 5 wins yet, but they're all on at least 2 wins. So they've all got, more or less nearly 50-50, but and then you've got 2 or 3 that you got 3 on 4 wins who are that bit better, So that's where Nigeria made a difference. Just that strength of depth. I think they've all got another little interesting statistic is all Nigerian players have at least a neutral or positive spread. So Chucksy's on plus 0 spread, but everybody else has like plus 15, plus 18, plus 154, plus 188, plus 277, plus 85, plus 287, plus 130, plus 430. So it's all positive spread, which gives you an indication of kind of it's the superiority or superior play in general of Nigerians so far. But they can all change with another 5 rounds to go. So as I say, that result, assuming that was actually the part of the tournament and not just a friendly, that's going to make it 31 to 20. I'm not going to put it in yet, just in case it is a friendly, but I think that was a legit game. Eating into my lunch break by playing. Yeah, see if anything exciting happened on Facebook. Just the usual people reporting posts. Excitement. Yeah. Good old Facebook tells you of notifications you've already dealt with. So it's super helpful. Super helpful feature of making you look through stuff you've already seen. Thank you very much, Facebook. Much appreciated. So yeah, we're going to play some daft quick games. Just while I wait for come back. I expect the games will start in another 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll just play a few quickies while we're messing about. Right, so here you go and watch me miss all sorts of things in used to be good at the game. Never mind. Yeah, thank you very much. Even I can see plays like that. Yay. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kamikaze bot player. There's a cue. He's going to have to resolve. Should have a pretty good wreck after this, he says. Right, that'll do. Maybe it won't, actually. Insider. Snydia. They're not going to play, so... Well, that sucks. I always end up getting a little bit blocky. That's the problem. Oh, God. Well, thank you. Oh, yeah, no, it fits. Don't mind me. Let's take my time. Which I don't have. Play any old crap now. Yeah. Have we got any games going? No. Saving my embarrassment. Right, we got the old classic Fugu. Alright, Colleed Solist. Yeah. Not much to think about. Doesn't really matter which way. Kind of promising. I feel like there should be something better than this. Just playing off ZH, but I can play Cheers, but I don't want to mess up. So I got Sonatine, Nations, the Knights, all that kind of thing. Yep, that's not good. Right, so pretty much even. Let's go to Q. Right. Q to worry about. Right, we should be good now. He says, Oh, there we go. Down there. Trying to find where I could play out with the obvious 4-letter word. Still no games going on, so play another one. Right, Decanol, Candela, Canals. Got Q2s, ducks, that kind of thing. Yeah, Q2s, right, it's probably the best play. Ball sites, Bistroik, that kind of thing. Strobic. Alright, the key's not the greatest here. This is kind of difficult to do much with. Yeah, let's take the key off. Alright, that's pretty good. I can't see anything on that E. It's probably something, but never mind. Yeah. It's probably something on that as well. Maybe 9 timer there, but don't have time to look. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, you would do that now, wouldn't you? Listen to that. Alright. I still won. Oh god. Read and play somebody. Infrared. Ophira, something like that. Doesn't look right. It is works though. So it takes an N, I think. For Rainbow. Doesn't play, I don't think. Yeah. Okay. I still remember something. Right, we got a few things here. Whoops. What's it doing? Alicost. Talcos. Oh, that doesn't. Ailcost, that is. Oh. Why do I keep putting it? Trying to put an S there. So it's lactose, talcos, ailcost, lowercase, costeel. Is that right? Oh, no, that doesn't sound right. Huh. It's kind of annoying. Probably going to run out of time this time. Just don't mind my back and moves. Oh dear. Yeah. Scatol, that was it. I knew there was something. Scatol, that's what I want to play. Never mind. Keeps giving me good letters though. So. I got fraying, but it doesn't play anywhere, does it? What's breaky has been added to the dictionary? You never know. Breaking, is it worth it? 45. Do fray first. Okay, now I'll do breaking. Need a G. Jerapigo. Doesn't quite fit, does it? Jerapigo doesn't quite fit. Yeah. Don't like make any of these moves. Yeah, I've got to play it faster, don't I? Never mind. Can't help myself. Trying to play too well. Just need to win in the ends. Yeah, I didn't give myself enough time or enough lead. Still nobody playing. Yeah, I lost that one. My bad. Too slow. So I was going to catch up with me. Alright. Don't really like this, but likewise, don't like this either. We'll play it in NY actually. It's better. Right. Playing a bit quicker this time, at least. Famous last words. Looking for a kind of better fit at the bottom, but misgone? Is that right? Yeah, that works. Click. Yeah, live dangerously. Blocked my ear. Yeah, sort of. Right. Take my time here now. Right. There we go. Loads of time. Three seconds. Loads of time. Still nobody playing yet. Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's BD, isn't there? Yuck. I don't like it. It's probably the best play. We only got 3 tiles left. Not much good left. That's pretty good. Don't think I got anything though. I go. Oh yeah, yeah. Nice. Yeah, still nobody playing. Tell him to get on with it. Reddies, dearies, all that kind of thing. Yeah, nothing much good here, is there? Nothing too fantastic, I don't think. Right, Rob. We like to sort that rack out a little bit. Don't like any of these players. Let's do that, I guess. Gotta hurry up. Right, grasped. And eventually. Snob brainer. Whoops. Never mind. I'm so slow. Oh, God, nobody's playing. What's up with them? Not my fault, folks. Nobody's playing. I reckon. Bonk. Probably something better than that. Oh, aneurysm. Jesus. Probably missed stuff already in this game. Yuck. Yeah. Right, anybody playing? Yay! Thank God for that. Right, let's watch some games, folks. So we're here for. Not watch much of this one. So, watch a bit of this game. Swap the flags round. Nigeria on the right. Sarah on the left. Oh, look at that. Wellington straight away with Zonials. Ouch. Just sitting there nicely waiting for his turn to hit the bonus. Let me just check if that game we watched 20 minutes ago. Feels like a long time ago. If it's confirmed yet? Not yet. So yeah, down goes O'Neill's for 77 for Wellington. So there it goes, 77 points. Fastawake trails 57. Well, there's the blank now, so looks promising for bonuses here. And we're back playing live. Yeah, it does look promising for bonuses, but nothing too obvious at the moment. Pretty sure there must be something. But again, one of those you think... I'm not very good with blank bonuses. I used to be okay, but getting rustier and rustier over time. Looks pretty tricky. Nothing screaming out at me. I'm going to have a little cheat and see what Sisyphus says. No sevens. Ooh, a lot of eights, actually. Some of them I've never heard of. There's a new one, never heard of. Flatbrod. A flatbread made with rye. What the holy... Deflator, yeah. Through the L. All the rest need an E or a C. Trade-off. The F. M. So yeah, that was pretty much it, I think. Unless something fitted through the E any better. Oh yeah, flatbrod. Flatbrod through the L as well, of course. Deflator. So yeah, pretty tricky actually. Don't think any of the others fitted. No, not really. Okay, so that's pretty good play actually. That's pretty much, I think that was optimal from Fastawake. 67 points. And gives him a 10-point lead against Wellington. Because Wellington, the inaugural Westpac, he won the first ever Westpac Championship. Back when it was in Perth. Was that back in... Ooh, try and get my years right. 2015, I believe. So yeah, won the final 4-0 against Lewis Mackay from the UK. But yeah, Wellington was very, very strong player. Like many people who win the it's basically World Championship or near World Championship. They can have a little bit of a drop off, I think, because you just lose a bit of that hunger. Obviously, for Nigel, it doesn't matter because he's just like a robot anyway. But for like sort of more flesh people, who don't have a computer installed in their brain, then yeah, you lose a bit of that passion and that sort of drive and hunger to study. So you kind of your word knowledge slips a little bit, just on around the fringes, you know. You get little mistakes creeping in, right? Just because you're not as sure as the word, or you make word knowledge mistakes, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think it happens with everybody. I mean, that's why Nigel's the only one who's ever won it multiple times, really. But I'm sure somebody else will win it multiple times, and they'll be the best human being, other than Nigel, at Scrabble. So yeah, a few quick players, Jato and Orr from Wellington, 116 to 119. South Africa to play in this one. Not a bad rack here. A little bit of scoring potential. Not great for bonusing, but CK is a nice combination. But it's a little bit tricky to score on now. I think those could come in handy. But I think something like Poof from C8. Puff looks pretty good. Poof, whatever you want to call it. Leaving that nice CK combination, I think, is pretty strong. And making your opponent do the work, basically. If they want to force the game, force the pace, they're going to have to do a bit of work themselves. No reason to do it yourself, so yeah, it's a strong play. 24 points, and CK is a nice combination. You see Wellington playing down with Floor, keeping that LIS, so it's pretty strong rec. And that's kind of the way you want to you kind of open it up a little bit, but not too much. You're not just giving away a huge spot. It's pretty difficult to do anything from floor. It's only really there for. It's not going to give many scores away. It's just about opening up a little bit for getting the bonus down with that S, ideally. But that was pretty much the only place to get rid of those tiles. I could play actually Wolf and War. That would be another alternative. It would have scored 1 point less. No, actually, it would have scored the same. 21 points there as well. So, interesting dilemma to choose between the two. Well, I guess you kind of want to open up a little bit. So, particularly against, Wellington, you can see in the ratings, the in numbers in brackets. Festawake is 1494 and Wellington's 1830. So, you figure Wellington has got the better word knowledge and skill level, but so you want it not to get totally shut down. You don't want to go hell for leather, but you want a little bit of openness or a little bit of play in the game. So even if it is awkward, you can still use your skill and knowledge to kind of winkle open little spots in that. So your word knowledge still matters, basically. You don't want it to be redundant because the board's so dead that you can't do anything. So Festawake, not much to redo there. Keeping that CK combination. Creek, I think they kept behind. Just playing off the M. It's a good score. Reasonable score, given the board that there's nothing really you can do much on. So 17 points, that's the difference, 17 points. Wellington to play. Didn't draw too well to the LIS, you can see, BDGY. Very clunky. And just played by off the BY. Again, it's just kind of ticking over with points where you can. And not giving your opponent anything easy to work off. Well, you've got the yes. You're quite happy with this board because as long as you get bonus stats with an S, you're going to get it down on you. And your opponent, as you can see, with Fastawake, does not have an S. So their sort of access to the board is pretty restricted. Whereas Wellington can basically, as soon as he hits something, he's going to get a big score. If he hits that bonus, he's going to hit it. Whereas Fastawake, it's very, very difficult to hit anything here. Still, as I said, that CK is nice, but as I say, you're looking around, there's not really good spots for it. It's one of those boards where you kind of need the S to get value here. And as well as the ME player, that also opens up ISM word. So you could get an ISM word down there. There's a nice player, Zarnek. It's going to score pretty well. 34. But Fastawake 32 points ahead. As you can see, Wellington now got the blank to go with an S. We can see a few sevens there with E's and so on, but whether there's anything that's going to fit on this board is another matter. Pretty tricky. Wellington spending a little bit more time. This played pretty fast so far. And rightfully so. If if you can make the play quickly, then by all means, it does help. Particularly as you get towards the end. Put a bit of pressure on your opponent. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything much here. But obviously Wellington's going to be in good shape for the next turn. Whatever goes down here. Particularly that S and the blank. You'd think there's a good odds again. Bonus next turn. No kind of really obvious plays here that look particularly appetizing. It's all pretty mediocre stuff. All the kind of dumping off a couple of consonants or whatever. nothing really that sticks out. So it'd be interesting to see what Wellington does here. If he's worried about Zarnek being S hook, S setup, then he might want to take that out, but I don't think that's probably worth it, but that could be a consideration, certainly. Interesting to see, as I say, what Wellington does here. Where he just ignores that potential S hook. I mean, Zarnek is, as we saw, the sort of play you make just to score. It wasn't particularly, it doesn't telegraph they got an S, and as we can see, Fastawake does not have an S, but it could be, if you did have an S, that'd be great, but Zarnek, you'd probably play that anyway because it's a good score. 34 points on a dead board. Definitely a good score. It's a nice spot in the 24 the difference now after Wellington just drops off G and L with Gel. Just kind of working through in his mind which ladders he want to keep. Obviously, the factor is that any bonus he's trying to find here, it needs to be starting with an S or an ism. So one of the reasons why you keep the D is because you're getting a word that ends ED, and you can see you'd be close to things like shirted and that kind of thing, but obviously he's got two I's instead. So, but that's I guess the thinking you did to wonder about. You could have played, obviously, could have dumped off DG, could have played Ged or Deg, scored 2 more points, keep the L back. But he's thinking obviously ED words, I think. You still got the ISM column in A1. Possibilities there as well to think about. It's one of those racks where you kind of a really top player will probably discount any bonuses a little bit faster than a regular player. They'd probably spend a good few minutes on it. I think a good top player would probably discount any bonuses after about a minute, whereas like Nigel would be, whatever, like a nanosecond or whatever. But for a regular human being, it's kind of you got to have a good look at like a minute or so. And if your opponent takes a bit longer, then you can use their time as well. So Dish does a good job of scoring, keeping the blank back, and keeping in touch with the score. You don't want to get dropped too far behind, and obviously you want to score as much as you can, and Dish does that. Does sacrifice that S, which is obviously a valuable tile, but still has the blank. There's still more S's to come, and when you're scoring 37, it's a good score, so totally worth it. Fastawake still has that quite kind of clunky. It's had that CK combination for a good while now, and it's not really kind of matured into anything yet. This is quite a tricky little spot now. As I say, the board's really tight, and yeah, oh wow. So down goes ACH, but this is a hell of a pickup from Wellington to give him that IR blank. He's at the jackpot here. What is it? You take your pick time. There might even be a double through that TO, I don't know. But yeah, take your pick. You got even stuff on the M like aneurysm. Or you could just go with C-ring, yeah. There's lots of options. I think the C-ring players, the players in that 15th column are going to score a little bit more than aneurysm. Even probably more than the double, just because of Xanax. You're putting an S on there, so you get all the value there. So that's a big play for Wellington. Puts Nigeria 69 points up in this game. As you can see, Fastawake still got those clunky tiles. Can't get shot of them. As soon as he gets rid of one or two, he gets another. And doesn't have any kind of, again, not really anything that stands out with this rack. A little bit tricky. The X isn't really good help. It doesn't help that much on this board. Yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky. You'd like to just play off one vowel here, but wow, look at that pool. All those vowels to come, so it's not actually that bad if he plays something like Haik, Haik. With all those vowels to come, be unlucky not to draw one at least, but you try and avoid the situation where you keep in all consonants, but yeah, Haik and that kind of thing looks pretty good. I'm not saying, well, it doesn't look pretty good, but it looks, yeah, I don't see a great deal else. Usually it'd be like an MB word, HMB word, but yeah, I couldn't see anything else. If anything in chat, just gives a shout, but I didn't see anything there, just Haik. So down it goes. 36 the difference, Wellington. Pretty good rack here. A little bit vowel heavy as you kind of expect. But yeah, pretty good. Well, those racks you kind of either you need with a rack floor you're gonna get bonus. If you're not, then you're probably pretty good to go once you play 2 or 3 tiles off. Probably looking to play something like UTE off here. I think that's kind of the priority to kind of play off. You are a little bit worried about getting an extra eye. There's a lot of eyes to come, so maybe you think of maybe play a 2E off somewhere. But I don't see where you can do that. So yeah, worried about getting too many eyes, too many vowels. It'd certainly go wrong in that regard. These are the kind of racks you don't really... You'd rather have these when you're sort of 30, 40 behind, so they're kind of all or nothing racks. In this situation, you kind of rather have some clunky 30s and 40s to kind of push that lead beyond the bonus. So you're getting, like, leads obviously 36 or whatever. You'd rather push it that little bit further and get to kind of 70, 80 point lead. And but as you see, Ute goes down. But a quick reply of Ibex for Fast Awake reduces the deficit to 6, but it looks like Wellington's going to get another bonus here. Drawn well to his UTE player, and yeah, he's got a few options here. There's a couple through the K at least. 3 in fact. Maybe even a TO. Could be a 9-letter word coming here. Should be fun. Let's see what Wellington does. But yeah, there's a 9-letter word off the TO, which I'm pretty sure Wellington will know. It's just a case of where he thinks it's better to play something through the K. I mean, it's pretty good if you play something like Starlike, the Larkiest and Stalkier. Stalkier would stick an R out, and Larkiest would be even worse, sticking an S and a T out. So Totalizer be pretty good, but Starlike is very, very defensive. So it's kind of how you want to weigh it up, really. The good thing about Starlike as well, which is probably what swings it, is it gives you insurance against the Q, which I think is probably what was probably the main reason. Totalizer does give you a spot for the I, for the Q as well, but yeah, it's an interesting position, I think. So 47 the difference now, and quick play the Q from Fast Awake. So Wellington doesn't really have much to worry about here. Doesn't look like there's anything to the M, so just quickly played Veep, leaving one in the bag. That looks strong. I understand why he's played that quickly. So a case of here is, can Fast Awake find a bonus? He's obviously got roaming, but that doesn't fit. going to be pretty tough. If he can't bonus, he's really trying to fish one off here to give himself a shot. But you would think a player of Wellington's ability and quality would be able to see out any kind of fish players. There's no real... Yeah, you'd basically be needing a bonus in 2 spots, and we know Wellington's going to block whatever Fastaway can come up with here. I mean, the best I can think of is to try and up this side, and then get a bonus down here and here, and hope that Wellington misses one of them. But that would need a bonus starting with an A or something through these floating tiles, which looks pretty tough. So Fastaway has just dropped off the G, so he's actually hit to bonus here. But I think we'll see Wellington sort it out. He's got Amarini and Ag after dumping off the G. So it gives a little bit of concern for Wellington. You just need to see that off, that threat of Amarini. So yeah, just needs to be a little bit careful. And also doesn't give any kind of floating tiles that Fastaway could use. So yeah, Briney looks pretty good. It's going to outrun any bonus pretty much. So even if there was a bonus through those floaters, it wouldn't score enough. And but I don't think there's anything through those floating tiles. So looks like a good game for Wellington. It's been a good match, this one. Good match to watch. 3-3-4 to 4-2-1. 87 the difference, so yeah. To win, Fastaway would need to score 82 or more, and that doesn't look possible. Even with the double, you'd be getting 78. And so we don't really see any bonuses, so basically seeing off that little thread of Amarini there. So that looks like a win for Nigeria. Just have a look at the scoreboard elsewhere, see if some results have gone through. So yeah, we got a couple of results. I think we had that game that we saw with Chile and Jamawanda, which is a blowout, and we've had another blowout in favour of Nigeria, where Hakim trounced a Tiger 5-3-6 to 3-7. So we're at we're one each for this round, so that makes the score 20 to 32. And this game's going to make it 33 to 20. We just wait for the last few players to go through. We'll have a look around some other games. Well, we kind of delaying the inevitable here, but I'll just have a look. It looks like Plutos game's finished. Plutos against Enoch, and it looks like it's going to be a win. Looks like it's a win for Plutos in that one. So that closes it back, keeps it 33-21. Chile's game, we've got Midas Touch. We don't have that one, so we'll have a look at the Midas Touch, lost to She Gets. So that's a win for Nigeria. So that makes it 34 to 21. And Yuma won that one, so it makes it 34 to 22 by my reckoning. I'm going to try and update the these games as well as I can. So yeah, we're just seeing the end of this game, and there we go. So Wellington wins that one, 433 to 350. So that makes it. We'll update that. So we'll put some scores through. So we got Hakeem 1. Yuma 1. And who else? Midas touch. I think she gets 1 that one. So we'll have a look at seeing these games. So she gets 1 that one, 448 to 381. Don't mind me, I'm just colouring in some games. Elsewhere, Chileans, yeah, we know that one. Watched that one, that was pretty comprehensive. So, and so that makes the score. So it was 31. So it's now 21 to 34, I think. Any other games we got? There's still 2 games going on, so we'll watch one of those. Catch up with one of those. Yeah, flags the wrong way around. So Nigeria on the left, looks like a close game. We'll have a look at the unseen tiles. So, ooh, yeah. So, Johnstone just played depth. Blocking HWR's Swelt player, I guess. Is there any other options here for HWR? Needs to go out here, you would think. Yeah. Yeah, looks like it's. Yeah, it looks like Johnstone's going to nick this unless there's an out somewhere. Don't mind me, it's not updating. There we go. There we go. Up to date now. Right. So yeah, tricky situation. So I can see a good score for Tweel, but that's not going to do it. That would make it 440, and Gag will win against Tweel. So that'd be 440, then Gag 3, 7, 11, 12, 24. Sorry, 12 is enough. So it'd be like 440, 441, and then another 2, 443. So I'd win by 3. Gag against Tweel. So it's a good play, but it's not going to do it. So it's gone for Sweel. Maybe trying to draw a challenge, maybe? But yeah, as long as Gag goes down or something similar, it's going to be enough for Johnston here. And yeah, Egg at the bottom, that's going to do it. Same score as Gag. So that's going to confirm the win for Nigeria. Just pipping that one. 443 to 440. So we'll fill in the score. Let's have a look elsewhere, see what's going on. So Nigeria just kind of, again, stretching that lead a little bit. So, other results, we got Goldilocks. Is that game finished? Oh, we're just coming to the end. So we got South Africa on the left and Nigeria on the right. And yeah, it looks like South Africa's just going to win this one. So that looks good. We got Gerald and Chooksy. Chooksy won that one, so it's another win for Nigeria. So Nigeria's still in the lead. It's another game back though, so. And now there's just left 2 games. Got Plutos and Plutos and Steve G. Steve G, that game's already finished. Steve G lost that one, so that's another one for Nigeria. And Plutos and Enoch. And we'll have a look at that game. So Plutos won that one convincingly, so it's 4-6 that round. And 23 to 37 overall, I think. Unless I've just messed it up. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that makes sense. So that's round 6 done with. As you can see, Nigeria extending the lead a little bit, 37 to 23. They're not quite at match point yet. Match point, you need to reach 50.5 wins, but certainly edging that way. Just kind of nicking round. So 5-all or 6-4. All that's going to do is bring it close towards that Nigerian victory. But still 4 rounds to go, so still time for South Africa to mount a comeback. Right, we're going to move on to some round 7 games. So Chile and Steve G started, and so we got on the left is Chooksy representing Nigeria, and on the right is Chile representing South Africa. And this is a round 7 game, so we'll swap over to round 7 pretty soon. So Chooksy starts with Bloom. Chile, potential for bonuses, but I don't think they got the right. Certainly, they need the right floaters, and I don't think he's got them. Not too bad. It's one of those racks. It's kind of, it looks better than it probably is. Yeah, there's 3 floating tiles you need for a bonus, so it's not bad, but it's not great really. It's kind of average, I guess. Down goes Notion for 12. One of those racks where you don't want to leave. A lot of people will try and leave like intro or something like that, and it's not really that strong just because there's no E there to really give it that kind of strength in terms of rack value, in terms of giving you a good chance of getting a bonus. So it makes sense to play off a few more tiles, and Chile does that with Notion for 12. Chooksy, not the best pickups there. Got the 2 U's, 2 N's. Shouldn't be too bad to sort out, but not a good rack. So we're just going to swap over to round 7 scoreboard now. So that's a nice word, Tapuna. Let me have a look what that means. So it's a Maori word for an ancestor. Very nice, Tupuna. And similar issues for Chile with duplicates of a bad vowel. 3 I's, not so good. I mean, 1 I's not too bad, but says you don't want 3. It's got the newish word ridic, that which of course takes the nice sneaky look of iridic, the I at the left, but not really much use here, I don't think.
And yeah, it'll go nicely with the M as well. Mirific, which means working wonders are marvellous, but the N's messing up that play. Mirific. That'll be a nice dump as well, but yeah, we just have to, probably going to have to console himself with something like Drift, I'd imagine. And kind of sort out the eyes next next turn. Doesn't look anything too fantastic here. Yeah, I'm not seeing much else to really rival Drift so far. Maybe something through the T else that I'm not thinking of. Let's have a look. It doesn't really look like there's anything else. I don't agree with Eritic. It does sort out the problem with the eyes, but Drift is a lot stronger than that. It's just too many points. Nah, 19 points difference. 27 for Drift, and Eritic is 8, so Drift is the play. Even though it leaves two eyes and a C, it's stronger than 19 points is more than enough compensation, I think. And Drift, yeah, just take hooks like Driftier and things like that, but it's not a big deal. So down goes a nice little sort of parallel play from Chooksy there at Jeans. Making lots of other words there, 5 other words. 44 points. One of those racks you could easily gonna get sucked into playing off a couple of tiles and just got 10, 15 points, but definitely worth cashing in that 44 points. You've been rewarded with a blank. So this game could get away from Chile pretty quickly here. You're going to see a bonus here. There's Fair has been played by Chile. That's going to set up Fair. That might be useful for Chooksy here. He's got various options there. He's got Oldster, Straudel, and Drawlist, I believe. Just double check yeah, I actually got it right. They're not going to score too much. They're just going to be double word scores, but they're still good scores. You still get a reasonable amount. Other option could be to go underneath Fair. So if you got like a word that's kind of underlaps, that'd do pretty well. But in the end, just go for Drawlist as Chooksy. Yeah, it's 73 points. It's 130 the difference now. Big lead. Chile played off that F and Y, but not picked too well. He's got K and a couple of D's and a couple of A's. Could have a good rack next, but he's going to have to sit through another kind of non-bonus rack and see if his rack can mature next time. But he's got a decent option here. Got Dacre to the R. From H1, that would score pretty well. Sort out most of the problems of the rack. He's got like Tank on the right with a K on the triple letter. You can play like KA, but they're keeping the two Ds back. So that's a good. But that would be another option. It's a little bit too hooky, to be honest. It's a little bit too accessible for Chooksy to do some damage from that. But that may be a possibility as well. It's just gone for Cade. It's okay. It's pretty much the same as Dacre, only it scores 3 points less, so whatever floats your boat, I guess. I think Dacre is a little bit better, but maybe didn't know. I wasn't sure of Dacre, which is it's a Scots word to lounge about. I would think Chile knows that word, but I don't know. Trouble is, Cades is also given a nice play for Tukes here has got Jokia. Straight away I can see that's going to score pretty well. 51 points that would be. There may even be something better through the A with a sort of triple letter combination with a J. Always worth having a look for those. That was a good score, but I think Jokia looks the play so far. Down it goes, 51 for that. 151 the difference, and yeah, this game's getting away from Chile pretty quickly. And not picked too well after the last move. A little bit clunky again. The F. He's kind of dodging the E's, so makes it difficult. He hasn't got anything too fantastic here, really. We've just got some more results going through in the background, but yeah, it's just to confirm there, we've got the score update. It is correct. It's 37 to 23 after round 6. And 2 players on 5 and 1 so far, both Nigerian. Black Knight and Johnston. So try and watch some of their games later on. We've got a few players on 4 and 2 as well, from 3rd through to 9th. So yeah, pretty good stuff. So yeah, not much to be done with Chile's wreck. Just playing off Fado for 16. Leaving Salt behind. So yeah, we'll maybe have a swap around. Not seeing much of Black Knight's games, so we'll watch Plutos. Oh. They're not playing, so I guess they must have disconnected Black Knight. So we won't watch that game then. Yeah, we'll try and watch some of the top players from Nigeria. I know I tend to watch through all the South African ones and then do a good spread of them, but we'll make sure we catch some of the Nigerian players. Get a good range of those as well. Particularly the top players, obviously, who are doing well. Okay, so Chuksi, yeah, Wyver, 36, going to stand out there, I think. And Chile, get a better rack, but I don't think it fits anywhere, does it? It's got stadial, which is actually a noun. You would think it's an adjective referring to the stadium, but it also means a single period of colder climate or advancing ice as a subdivision of a longer glacial period. But it doesn't look like it goes anywhere. So that's quite frustrating, yeah. Just one of those games for Chile. And yeah, just dumps off with load. Doesn't really score anything. 13 points and Tuxie. Rex seemed to be that little bit easier to work with. Like a little bit, you know, even the kind of awkward ones, there seems to be like a nice player just sitting there ready to go, and I think there's easy dumps with a Y here that can score pretty well. Yeah, that's nice player. Lime, 45. And it looks like Jay's going to get the bonus, but it's probably going to be a little bit too late. Oh, actually, yeah, there should be bonuses here. So there's 2 with the S, Shiatan and Sthenia. So they're both going to play. Just a case of whether there's anything better. There are, for instance, I don't think so. Be hairnets, Therians in Earths. So I don't think there's anything there. So yeah, yeah. So there's bonus plays with the, as I say, Shiatan and Sthenia, but they're not going to score a great deal. But they do play. Anything through that M even? Don't think so. Well, it's going to get Chile back in it a little, but yeah, it's not looking good. Plutus is back playing, so we'll watch that game. We'll swap over to that. So on the left is Nigeria, that's right, and Plutus on the right, South Africa. Pretty early stages. I think maybe Black Knight did disconnection. So we'll watch this game through. So Plutus there with the 3 O's and a blank. Feast or Famine Wreck. Very nice ES and the blank, but the 3 O's pretty awful. So not much to be done, just get rid of a couple. Score 10. It's better than nothing. Should be good to go next turn. Black Knight not doing so well with this wreck. Potentially could score a lot of points with a use, but doesn't look like there's anything from the Q. So it's a tricky one. It's pretty difficult to do too much with these letters. Pretty inflexible. There's reasonable players with the X, but it's keeping U's behind. Not ideal. You don't really want to keep the U's behind just to get a Q play. You certainly don't want to keep 2 U's behind. But I'm not seeing a good player that would get rid of 1. Yeah, it just looked like Oxo. Looked the only thing. Looked the only real option there. Only real player. So UUIL kept behind, but it might turn out okay if the Q player comes out, which you would think it would happen, but who knows. So 9 points lead for Nigeria, but South Africa are going to take the lead here, you would think. A variety of options with this rack to get a big 70-point down. You got Koala and Ponis on the end of. Doesn't look any kind of obvious big scoring players. Maybe through that second column. Maybe something here. It's a possibility, but it looks difficult. Doesn't look anything outstanding. Maybe the best bet would be some sort of fit down here that puts an E there, basically. That might have been the best option if there was something there. In the end, acetose has gone down. It just means it likes vinegar, so acetic acid. Let's have a look, see if there's anything through that L. Yeah, there's quite a few things through the L. That would have worked. Desolate or Segolate. I think they're better players. Score a little bit more, but there's not much in it really. So Black Knight plays Quill, 42, so expected to draw something in that spot. And Plutos, all consonants, or 6 consonants and 1 vowel if you're ISC. Probably close to having a lot of good players here in this top left, but just not quite, I don't think. Yeah, it's a little bit very close to having good kind of 30-40 point players, but just not quite there. Yeah, Hewitt's nice enough. 26. Pretty ugly leave, but looks like we've had Black Knight hit with his leave after that, keeping that UUIL, which matured into Quill, and now we got a bonus to go here. And it's going to put him ahead after some pretty grotty wrecks. It's a case of whether there's anything better than Duenas. Anything through the flowing tiles, for instance. The E's just in the wrong place. It's gone for a stunned. That's fair enough. A little bit more defensive than Duenas from I-10. As we can see, there's an interesting wreck for Plutos. Yeah, got a bonus 3 Gs, but yeah, it worked out. It just kind of synergized nicely for waggling. So hit straight back from Plutos. So it's a good game. This Nigeria just trailing 53 points behind. So a stunned is just as you'd expect. Just means to astonish. It's like yeah. So you can think and obsolete version of astonish essentially. So good stuff. 53. Waggling was fairly straightforward, I think. So not a bad rack for Black Knight. It's not brilliant, but it's okay. It's workable. Let's have a look at the unseen now. So we get 17 vowels, 25 consonants. A tad consonant heavy, but that's again bear in mind that the ISC classes the Y as a consonant rather than a vowel, so it'd actually be 16 to 26. So it's a little bit consonant heavy, but it's not majorly so. But it's not unsurprising that you'd have kind of 2 vowel, 5 consonant rack. It's kind of what you'd expect, but obviously there's a bit of variability with that. So yeah, Black Knight, for those who finally missed the individual standings, he's leading the individual standings. He's got 5 wins, 1 loss, best spread plus 4-2-1. The only other player with 5 wins is John Stone, which we've seen a bit of for John playing, so try and watch a bit more of Black Knight. So down goes Black Orgic from that rack. Did 3 consonants back, but it's a good score. Orgic 27. But yeah, a little bit fingers crossed with that pickup. Could easily have 7 consonants. We'll see what happens. Plutos, bit of scoring potentially. Not the greatest rack either, but all the goodies kind of sitting in the bag so far, I think. After the exchanges of blank bonuses and regular high probability bonuses, the pool doesn't look too bad, apart from a couple of V's. So some of the ugly stuff like the U's and the W's, they're gone. So the pool doesn't look too bad. A little bit heavy with some tiles, but it's pretty good. Pretty good, really. Just no blanks to come. 1 S to come, so there's not many S's left. That last S will be pretty important, you would think, even though the board isn't that great for S's at the moment. But you can always make a board great for S's. Or you can go that way just organically, depending on what people play. So that can always change, but yeah. It's the board's a little bit closed. I mean, there's obviously to the right of the E in Acetos, the last E. There's a good lane for 7s there. There's a few floating tiles, but none of them particularly great. So it's a little bit tighter than normal for a kind of CSW game. But see, nonetheless exciting for that. So I'm not seeing anything too fantastic with this rack. As you can see, it's probably why Plutos is taking his time. Nothing screams out with this rack. You're kind of prioritising, trying to get rid of a P and a W. Obviously with the 2 P's, you want to get rid of 1 at least. P's a pretty good tile, so you're quite happy to keep 1 back, but so you want to get rid of 1 of them to get rid of the duplication. And W as well, generally considered a good tile, so those are kind of the priorities, but there's a limitation really of what you can do with that. Something like WOP is kind of like looks good on scoring leave, but the position of it is awful because it's so easy to play underneath. So that's kind of dissuades you from playing that. So yeah, that's what makes it a little bit tricky, this move. don't see many good options to get rid of both the P and the W. You'd also like to get rid of an O. Actually, one of the strange things, this is the last O, so actually you kind of want to keep the O because you're not going to get a second one. So that's interesting. So that makes it's a little nuance that you're not maybe when people are playing themselves and not kind of not really looking at the pool tile and using tracking if they're playing in person and that kind of thing. These little nuances are very important. So having the last O, it makes the O an okay tile. O is pretty. It's a little bit negative generally, but in this situation, O is perfectly good. And you might get a situation where you can use that having the last O to your advantage. So you never know. So you'd probably favour WAP. Although again, there's only one A to come. So why is it not playing? Thank you. So yeah, the A is a super good tile as well. So it's a tricky situation. So in the end, Pluto's just gone for dumping off AW raw around here, so you can see that properly. So yeah, this one. They played raw here. And Black Knight, it's a pretty ugly wreck, considering some of the nice stuff there's about. The only thing you've got to be wary of with this bag is, as I say, there's virtually no A's or O's to come. All the vowels are E's and I's, so definitely prioritise get rid of some of the ugly stuff. But yeah, it's a tricky board, and quick play from Black Knight and Voln, but Plutos does tend to go down on time a little bit. Not picked too well after that AW. Just plays Hip. Hip's not so bad because it's more difficult to play underneath the EH. You need an S basically, so you're not too fussed about little players like FE, which might get played here. You're more worried about bonuses off the P or like parallels that get 40, 50, 60 points. But I kind of... It was probably the right decision there to just play it quickly and not keep some of his Plutos keep some of his time back, because he does tend to go over on time. So I kind of agree with that. Let's play Hip quickly, and if you do find something better, then fair enough. But I think Hip seems reasonable. And nice play from Black Knight of Perfin. Perfin is a postage stamp, perforated to identify theft by employees. So that's a nice word. 16 points the difference, and well, that's a lot better pickup for Plutos after some iffy wrecks. Got Poinder here, Proined, and so on. Not sure if he's got anything. Ooh, not quite portioned. Close to it through the TO, but not quite. Is there any bonuses that go down here? Say the Poinder and Proind are the two 7s. Yeah, I think we're going to see anything here. But it's a good wreck. But as I said, it's pretty difficult. Oh wait, there's a Y as well. Yeah. So there is one here. This would be a very good find. I kind of expect Plutos to find it, but it is very, very easy to overlook this. Again, because for kind of like weaker players, because they take longer to find words, this is the sort of thing you don't really look at, you overlook. And top players, because they're more confident in, right, there's nothing there, look at something else. They manage their time better, and they manage to look at every little spot, even the 9s, for some of the more fancy players. But yeah, he's missed it. He's missed it. He had Pyranoid through the Y. Pyranoid. It was a tough spot, but yeah, Pyranoid. It's a protein body of certain lower organisms, so that's a bit of a miss. Yeah, Pyranoid. That would have been a good score. I mean, probably best part of 70 points. And yeah, it would have opened up the triple and given Black Knight a better score, but than what he's managed here. So where he played Bend over Mend there. That's an interesting decision. But as I see, it's not cost Plutos anything. Oh, wait. Oh, yes, it does. Yeah, they're going to play. So he's got Snyder, Insider, that kind of thing. So down it goes, and that's going to give him a big lead now. 72 points ahead, South Africa player in this one. Blue Toss versus Black Knight. With only 6 tiles to go in the bag, it's going to be tough to Black Knight to do anything here. It's kind of one of those situations when you're playing Snidey, you know, if your opponent doesn't bonus, if your opponent bonuses in response through the triple, then they're probably favourite. If they don't, then it's going to be very difficult for them. Just having a look at the results. Oh dear. I've had some results through on the hand scoreboard, and all of them gone to Nigeria. So Nigeria are now 41 to 23 up. We'll try and fill in the results as we go, but 41 to 23 now. So it's looking a little bit bleak. Looks like South Africa are going to win this one, but still a little bit of play left to go. Look at that bag, though. I mean, whoa. It's so in the bag, there's 3 vowels and a Y. E, E, I, but there's also B, D, H, J, K, R, T, V, Y, Z. So that's a hell of a lot of points in the bag. So, but it's still pretty much coming down to bonusing. You would think. You'd think there's not enough capacity to catch up, but with a 72 point deficit, it's probably too much to catch up just by getting a big Z play. But maybe Black Knight can open something. But yeah, it looks difficult. Looks difficult to win without the bonus, you'd think. And it looks difficult to do too much with this reg. So yeah, I mean, I don't know why I played Bend over Mend. You'd think the MB combination is better than 2 M's, but I don't know. What do people think? I don't know. I would think it's better, but so yeah, this is tricky. I mean, there's a chance that Plutos has all consonants or something. And you could play a kind of blocky move. Or you could even set up Ami. That would be an interesting option. You could play it Mem, setting up Ami. Obviously, it's going to get blocked though, so. But that's another option. But yeah, I think Firm was probably right. And it makes it a little bit tricky if Plutos has to block or feels like they have to block that F here. I mean, the chances of getting a bonus there are pretty minimal, but there's still a theoretical chance of a bonus there. I might have played, I don't know, Fermi, I guess. Fermi, just to get that extra few points and create a little bit more pressure, but obviously, yeah, I think, yeah, just to put a bit more score pressure on. They would have made it 349 to 388. It's still a long way to come back from 39, but with the Z and the X, you never know. I don't know. I think the odds of getting a bonus here is so bad, but you kind of have to have kind of eke that score as close as possible. But I don't know. So we'll try and find some of these results that have gone in favour of Nigeria and fill them in. So we had Hakeem won, so we'll put that in. We had Emma Top winning. Jukesy won. And Jamawanda won as well. I think that's all of them. Yes, that's it. It's now up to date on the scores. Don't mind me juggling windows all over the place. It's a suggestion of Kaibi, Kaibai, whatever. I can understand wanting to keep with Keb, wanting to keep a vowel there, just in case. Yeah, it could be a little bit. Yeah, it would have been if you play Kaibai, and I mean you are leaving more vowel floaters to play through, but you also leave the risk of having the Rakusi, the unseen, without a vowel. So DJRTVY without a vowel is even more worrisome. Although I think you're pretty much going to win anyway. But yeah, you do worry about. I do wonder, like, because I think Fermi would have been a little better than Firm, but I think the odds of winning are pretty bad. But the extra points, I think it was only the realistic way of winning was. I mean, there was basically like one possible bonus maybe available from Plutos' perspective. I think Thermae was the only thing that could go down. But they could definitely close. This could get pretty tight here, depending on. Is there any good players with Maze? Trami for 42 is good. Yeah, Trami for 42 would be nice as well. Yeah, I do think you need to score in that situation, even though it's counterintuitive to. Your intuition is to try and play for a bonus, but the bag is so bad that you got almost no chance of getting a bonus, but you have every chance of catching your opponent with a rack like this, and you get nice 30-40 points every move. And all of a sudden that lead disappears to nothing. I mean, you can see how close it is now. I mean, it's 38, and if Black Knight has a good out, I mean, he has Maze, obviously, but I don't think there's anything better than that. And he's put Plutos under a bit of time pressure. So yeah, interesting. Any alternatives? Anybody see anything with Maze anywhere else? Yeah, and I mean Plutos could run right out of time here. So he's just gone for Jeet. Just played Jeet. Is that enough? 24 after 24 makes it 4. Yeah, I think that's just enough. Oh, whoops. Put Maze in the right place. 22. Yeah, Jeet is just enough. So, again, that highlights if you had those extra 6 points from Fermi, that would make all the difference here. That would be, you'd have enough to win. Citrami is a good option as well, being mentioned. So yeah, Black Knight goes for Zan, that makes sense. Maze wasn't going to win, so eke out some more points and force Plutos to make a play. And yeah, this might be enough with Emmy. It might be enough here. So Plutos only has, with 10 points to come off, Black Knight only needs to score. Yeah, that's going to be it. Black Knight's going to win it. Nicely done, so. Yeah, well done. That was brilliantly played at the end. And it highlights how you could easily come back, even though the bag, it wasn't about bonusing, it was about being able to eke a score. And yeah, the wreck was so bad from Plutos' side that yeah, Black Knight managed to win. So well done, Black Knight. That's kind of unexpected. I keep trying to mention the fact that yeah, you didn't need to bonus to win that, and you just showed that, demonstrated very well by winning by 5 points. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any better place for Plutos there at the end. Well, Vid here is going to do a little bit better, isn't it? Div for 12. Vid would be 8, 9, 13, 15. Still loses, though. Dry, even. That's 5, 13. It's not dry, never mind. So, yeah, that was a pretty good game. Pretty top game. And, yeah, another win for Nigeria. So, we're going to... can see why Black Knight's leading the individual standings after that. We had any more results in? Nope. No results elsewhere. So we're going to have a look around. There's only one game going, so most of the games should have finished. We've got South Africa on the left, so we'll swap the flags around. And Chooksy on the right. Is this... Chooksy. This is a round 8 game. So all the round 7 games should be in, but obviously not gone through yet. But once they do, I'll have a look manually while I watch this game. So we got Goldilocks. Let's have a look what's happened there. Goldilocks lost to Enoch. We'll have a look at some of these games. Wellington and Gerald. Wellington won that one. Oh dear. Johnston and then Tiger. Let's have a look at there. Whoa, Johnston won that. Oh dear. Oh dear. She gets an HWR. Oh dear. She wins that one as well. Oh my god. Midas touch. Has he saved it from the sweep? Yes. Right. So this stops the sweep by winning one game, but oh dear. So that makes the score 24 to 46. That's a 9-1 round to Nigeria, and it's very much match point now. So we're going to have to keep... sorry about the windows, so you can see what's going on. Whoa. That's a big round. So Nigeria's 46 to 24 after that round. 9-1 round. And Midas Touch was the only winner for South Africa in that one. Whoa. So, yeah, this is match point now for South Africa and Nigeria. Well, Nigeria mostly. They just need 5 more wins to clinch it, or 4.5. 4 wins and a draw would do it too. Very dominant round for Nigeria. Nigeria also edging this game as well. We got a few players with the Z's and a Y, and Steve G 317 to 374 is 57 behind. He's got the X to score with, but not really. You need getting to a point where you need to bonus here. Let's have a look at the unseen, see if there's anything to... Well, it's not too bad with the unseen tiles. There's a little bit to work with. It's a little bit consonant heavy. It'd be interesting to see what plays here. You could play to open up another lane, or make, well, it doesn't necessarily open up another lane, but opens up a better lane. You could play Flexo from the L involved in the top left. You could have done that just to create another lane for bonusing that's better than this one. You need to start with a vowel, so it's difficult to utilize. If you play Flexo, then it's much easier to hit, albeit you'd rather not. You'd rather keep the E, of course. But as we can see, Chooksy, all consonants, so this could be tricky. There's good options with the MP here. Could do that. It's got a 19. Yeah, it's not great. Your opponent's going to bonus on you here by having the S. Makes it pretty tough for your opponent to get anything down. There's just this spot here, which again is why Flexo I think is a little bit better. Okay, it's gone for an all-out block with rum in that top left corner. So that stops any sevens that start with a vowel. Probably hoping to get a vowel as well. In trouble with if they don't. If Chooksy does not get a vowel, then could close up very quickly. Not much to go on with this rack. A little bit of an ugly pickup. After a pretty good leave last rack, I think picked BLT or something like that. So a little bit tricky. We'd like to be able to open something up. That's the tricky thing. You could play something like Clat or Blat. It's gone for Cat. Whoa, that was a good pickup. Jesus. Whoa, that's a good pickup. AE is a very good pickup to PRNST. So that's going to be GG. Parents, entraps, trepans, take your pick. Person, pastor, and all those words going to come down. So yeah, it's going to be pretty much curtains. And we'll swap over to round 8 now. See if I don't know if I've seen that 9-1 round. Yeah, there's a pickup. That was a very good pickup. I mean, to be fair, it's not that unlikely. It's kind of like you're probably like a 25% chance of getting 2 vowels, but given the bag was pretty much 50-50 split. But yeah. And yeah, it's a pretty good rack for Steve G as well, but not quite good enough. Even if they got a bonus, it wouldn't be good enough here. So that's it. That's going to be another win for Nigeria. We'll put it in just so we can keep a good track of what's going on while we swap over to another game. So that's going to make it 47 to 24. We'll call it early, just because the game's going to finish in our background. We got results possibly elsewhere. Midas touch. No, that game's. So we got disconnection there. Goldilocks. Is their game finished with? Nope. It's another disconnection, I think. So I think that's the first game that's going to finish. We'll have a look around. So elsewhere, a tiger and she gets South Africa winning that one by 100 or thereabouts, but she gets with a blank. So, South Africa winning that one. Let's have a look elsewhere. Plutos just started there. Double blank opening bonus for Plutos. South Africa with a good start there. Let's have a look at Chile and Wellington. This is pretty early. Yeah, not much to say on that one. Gerald. Hakeem. Doing well here, but looks like Gerald's got a bonus or few to come back with here to level the scores. Let's have a look on the results to see where. Let's try and watch Black Knight and Goldilocks. Their game's not started. It's disconnected, so let's have a look at who's Johnstone playing. Fast Awake. So yeah, there goes that. Let's have a look at this game. So this game just started. We'll watch this one. Yeah, Johnstone's probably they're second on the individual standings, and Black Knight is first, but Black Knight's game not underway. And yeah, ouch. Whoa, that's a big score. But looks like we have reply from Johnstone to advertise for 104. Exciting stuff. Yep. So yeah, I think something like Jabiru's. I think we'll see that pretty soon. Don't think there's anything better than that. Let's have a look at what azotise means. So azotise, it means to combine with nitrogen. And see, yeah, it's a verb. People disconnecting all over the place. See if that game's finished yet with Steve G. Yeah, it's pretty much, yep, it's confirmed now. That game with Chooksy. So yeah, I think said Jabiru's like the player. I don't know if there's anything else. Not looked at Zissifer. Pajari's. Probably Pajari's is a little bit better. So Pajari, P-U-J-R-A-R-I-S, Pajari. Hindu word for a priest. Jabiru is a Tupi word, one of several large wading birds. Similar to a stork, or allied to the stork. So yeah, probably Pajari's is a little bit better. I don't think anything works through the floating tiles. Probably the only thing that's going to be potentially better is like a double-double. There's Jurassic, but it doesn't quite. Jurassic doesn't quite double-double. I guess so. You could maybe hit. There's nothing through the E at all, so yeah, I think any of the two bonuses here look to the play. And yeah, down goes Pajari's. So nice play. Ooh, is there anything through there? Looks like we're should see some more fireworks from Fast Awake here. Whoa, that's a nice rack. So there's one through the S. It's a kind of good Scrabble word. Yep, there it goes. There's also Pellerine through the E, which would have slotted in nicely, but yeah, that's the double-double is the play. Nicely done. Ooh. Another good rack. Variant. Don't think that goes anywhere, but anything through any of the floaters work with that ladder? With that rack? Can you get anything through there? This is going to be a homeless one. Oh, I buy it, of course, yeah. So, yeah, so that goes down, no brainer, 90 points. So we've had 104, 96, 90, and 90. I don't think we're going to get so much this time, but Even with this rack, there's 52 to go. Oh, this is a fun game. And this is pretty good rack as well. Looks like we're going to see another bonus. Yeah, they're getting some fireworks in this one. I know some people don't like this kind of game because it's just like just finding bonuses is pretty trivial kind of thing, but I don't mind it. It's a bit of fun. So yeah, we got a bonus through the E. Let's have a look around, see if there's anything better than that. Looks to be the best at the moment. It's playing the bonus through the E in Pilsner, the second E. And yeah, down it goes, Wintered for 68. And we're not going to get so many this time. It's just crazy game. Crazy game. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see much on this move. It might be in a change. We got Mengs, I guess. Mung, but Mengs is a little bit better. You just to score a little bit better. 22, is it 6? 22 points? That's probably not much in it, really, to be honest. So we're back to like regular Scrabble now. Sort of God mode Scrabble. So yeah, back to the old Q without a U rack. So we got Caddy that plays through the AD and advertises, and yeah, it likes to play. And still, oh, well, at least this time there's Vetch through the E and Wintered, so no vowels, but easy enough to sort out as long as you know Vetch, and it's pretty common kind of standard word in Scrabble. So yeah, down it goes. Vetch, good play. Ooh. So a little bit of a weird bag with most of the vowels be O's and U's. Well, at least from Johnstone's perspective, because of course their rack is a little bit. They got some E's and A's on their rack, but yeah, just taking that score in that spot, and we've got a bit more of a normal rack for Fast Awake as well. So yeah, very close now. 318 to 321, 3-point lead for Johnston. Fast Awake still got that S, which could be pretty handy. BCG is a little bit ugly, and the P as well. The constant's a little bit awkward. So just need to sort some of those out. Something like Bing in the top, bottom left, so that would pretty much do the job, I guess. But having a good look, see if nice word, ibises. I don't even know how you pronounce that. So this word does open up the triple. It's a nice word to score. But you probably don't really want to use your S in that respect. Just totally understand. See anything better than this? Give us a shout in chat. There's Bing, but that does create a nice little spot for people to sort the rack out with bingo or binge, whatever. And it kind of obscures your S hook here by playing that. So, and they could mess up your S spot here as well. So, I don't know. There's a few options here. I think I'm kind of leaning towards Bing, but I say there might be better players than that. Probably are better players, but I'm not seeing them. Oh dear. Yep, not really seeing much. I guess you could even do go for the blank with that biceps. That's actually not bad, actually. To play biceps for 26 is just to completely kill everything. There's another alternative. You'd probably get absolute crap if you play that, but yeah, another option as well. I like Bing, but I'm not overly enthusiastic about it. Just because it does give away points, gives away easy, accessible spot for your opponent to kind of sort the rack out. I mean, the thing with their opponent's play, like Johnston's play of Fey, F-E-Y, it doesn't indicate that they're consonant heavy. Because basically, if you've got, you've got two ends or something like that, or like you can easily utilize more consonants in that play, but you can't really put more vowels in there. If you have like extra consonants, you can easily, depending on what you have, I mean, most of the time you're going to be able to sort it out. You'll be able to utilize it and play a longer word if you have too many consonants there. Obviously, you got an L, you can play like flay or something like that. So it's something to think about as well. Okay, so interesting. Fasterwick's just changed. That was interesting. That wasn't on my on my radar to change. Don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Wow. Oh dear. Holy crap. Ah dear. Agoutis for 131. This was a ridiculous game. What a ridiculous game. Oh dear. It's just not your day, is it? What a silly game. So Shiners and Pilsners goes down, but not sure why you'd play it there, really. I think you kind of have to play it here, even though you obviously don't want to. But I guess Vetch does take a Y, so. Yeah, Shiners Pilsners for 72, but yeah, again, getting the Agoutis triple 9-timer. 131, crazy game. So 62 up. Now has Outgone, which doesn't play anywhere, surprisingly. We're going to be worse if Shiners or Shrines had gone down, then Outgone would now play with variants, which would have just basically finished everything off. But I understand why you probably want to play Shiners and Shrines there, just to kind of say you've got the Y, so it's not totally dead. And if your opponent plays down here or you play down here, then you can hit the triple with a floating tile. So I understand totally. Once you play Shiners and your opponent plays underneath, then it's just GG, totally dead. Although actually, there's still might be in the end to work with. Yeah, they'd still have that floating end. So, but yeah, insane game, absolutely crazy. So what do you do here is a good question. You see from the pool is 13 consonants, 12 vowels. Usual proviso that Y is counted as a vowel when it's a consonant. All the games are gone. Oh, we've got another result potentially. Yuma against Enoch. Yuma won, so pulls one back for South Africa. Makes it 25 to 57. So just played just gone for goats there, Johnston. Keeping things relatively tight. Faster quickly responsive Clod. Just kind of leave just make it a little bit better for bonus. It's obviously still tough, but it's been developed a little bit. You can definitely finish with an L or the C. Well, the C's difficult with no I's left, but the L's definitely doable. There's you got ball unseen, so some sort of word ending in ball could go down. So yeah, still plenty of life in this crazy game left. Got potentially another result. So Steve G we've got, and a tiger. No, they're waiting on an opponent. So we're all up to date with the scores. 47 to 25 in favour of Nigeria. 3.5 wins more for Nigeria to clinch this international match, ISC International. Everybody's enjoying the coverage. I know a lot of people will probably catch up with it later, watch a few games and that, or skim through. It's got Johnston here. 57 the difference. Yeah, gone for a kind of cleaned out the wreck quite nicely. It's potentially make it possible for your opponent to create some sort of big play, big setup, but I think that was pretty much already a potential. So it's probably not changed much. And it's a good score for a load of 1-point tiles. And a quick reply of Fog from Fast Awake. So 50 points the difference. South Africa trailing on this one. And Johnston, the BLW, should be able to do. Obviously, the main thing here is the Fog players set up bonus lane. Although there's actually no hooks. I don't think there's any hooks available for Fast Awake to actually use that spot. So let me just double check I'm not missing anything silly. Yeah, the only letters that go on the end of ref are I, S, and T, and there are none of those left. So this is actually totally safe. This triple N, completely safe. So Fog didn't really say anything of it. It looked like it would, but it's a bit of a red herring. But it did score 29 points, so it's interesting to see whether Johnston kind of ignores that and tries to obscure this area up here, which is potentially a threat. I mean, looks pretty unlikely looking at the unseen pool, but you never know. Yeah, it looks very few threats around, you would think, realistically speaking. Is there any 8s at all that could play here, or any bonuses at all? Give us a shout out in chat. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, one of the good things about NU, which I forgot to mention, it does kind of obscure Vetchy players. Vetch can put a Y in the end, so that's one of the kind of advantages of that I didn't I neglected to mention. So that makes sense. So yeah, I'm not seeing any kind of universe where Fast Awake can win here, but you never know. It's always nice to get surprised. I guess it's more or less the threat here is kind of a big play in the bottom right, I guess, under the triple. Underneath the OG of Fog. And no, not Lumpy. That wouldn't work. There isn't much that would work there, is there? Really? So Johnston's just gone for the not even bothered to leave one in the bag or anything like that. He's emptied the bag. Played off Law. Could have just played AW, but would have been perfectly safe, I think. I think pretty much everything's perfectly safe, to be honest. But so that's an 81 the difference. It's going to be a win for Nigeria, you would think. This is some miracle bonus here. So that will make it 48-25, with a step closer to that finishing line for the Nigerian team. Just double check. Chile's game, is that finished? Yes, it has. Chile has beaten Wellington. We'll have a look at that soon. So, means another game to South Africa. Claw a bit closer. But we'll have a look at that game just as soon as this finishes. So down goes Kalam for 43. It doesn't ring any bells, that word. What's that one? Kalam, a Persian word, a type of Muslim theology. Okay. Never heard of it. So that's a nice player. Johnston with Boyo. Yeah. And just fast away to finish off with the PE. Very high scoring game, over 1,000 points aggregate. So yeah, fast away could almost, well, can it score 500 here? I can say 12, which would you just show. I need 14 or more here. Yeah, okay. But still, I'm going to lose with nearly 500, so that's pretty fun, but you'd rather win with 500 odd, wouldn't you, really? But, well, it's just me, though. So we're just waiting for the inevitable. There we go. 5-6-1 4-8, 63-point win. That's a good game, that. Cracker. So that brings it to 48-26 now. And so let's have a look elsewhere, see if there's any games close to finishing. We got a Tiger, which she gets. We'll just sort these flags out. So this looks pretty close. It looks like a Tiger's going to win that one. In the back on Shigetsu's rack. So a Tiger's going to win that. Plutos. Ooh, that's a nice play, isn't it? Ooh, let's just see what happens here. Dismount. That's sweet. Sweet play from Giamma Wonder. It is kind of, you kind of focused on that area because it's, you know, most of the board's dead, but still, that's a lovely spot. So does Plutos have a winning retort? There's peanuts, and yeah, Passant goes down. So South Africa win that one with peasants and pledges. Nice. There's a nice, fun little sequence there. So that's going to be a win for South Africa. Just waiting for the result to go through, but it's a little bit of a sickener to get that nice spot of dismount, and then you pick up your tiles and you see your opponent's got peasant. Right, where else have we got? So, got Goldilocks against Black Knight. Ooh, it's a close one. So this is a game I think was disconnection problems. So we'll watch the end of this. And so we get Roger on the left, and down goes UVs for 60 points for Black Knight. Black Knight leading the individual standings in this international match. So yeah, you can see why. 38 points the difference. But Goldilocks is quite a strong rack there. With a blank. Let's have a look at that unseen. Right, Goldilocks running on time pressure there. Just 11 seconds to go. Black Knight with a good rack, but don't think that any bonuses through the S. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good, but definitely winnable, particularly with the time pressure. There's some good scores at the top with the P, top left. They look pretty inviting. You would think, given the scoreline, given the time pressure, playing something like P should be enough. Very difficult to. There's a good 40 points. It puts you up 48. Very difficult to see how you lose. Only maybe a bonus. But with these unseen, doesn't look good. The bonus doesn't look likely. So yeah, I think P at the top left would pretty much win it, realistically. Unless we're missing some very unlikely bonus. I think that's going to do it. Yeah, that P is quite a surprisingly crucial tile because of that spot. Oh wow. Whoa. That's surprising. Why did you do that? Alright. Anyway, yeah, he could have played P. I guess there must have been a bonus there, but let me have a look, see if there's anything that would go there. Let me have a look. Yeah. Help if I put it in properly, didn't it? Sub anagram match, length 8. Let's see if there's anything there which I'm not thinking of. Ooh, there was. There was over soon. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good spot. So if the B was in the bag, then over soon was a possibility. So there's a 1 in 8. So yeah, fair play for spotting that. I'm still not sure whether it would be the right move. Because if the V is in the bag, is there an out with this? I think you might lose with the V in the bag. So, interesting. Like BE should be enough, maybe? I don't know. Tough situation. Yeah, if the V's in the bag, do you lose? So Vex goes down for 20. So yeah, so now you just need to go out here as Black Knight for 498, 469, 11 points difference. But with the B on Goldilocks rack, Black Knight just needs to score 5 to tie, or 6 to win. You would think that, yeah, there is just enough. Yeah, that wins it by a more comfortable margin. Yeah. So yeah, 10 points is just enough. Woo, they got surprisingly close there. I'm not sure if I'm still not sure if it was right to block there. Zoonomi's very nice. Yeah, you might just have to take the loss if they see over soon, because you might lose other ways. But yeah, it's pretty fun end game. Pretty fun, and a win for Nigeria just in the end. See why Black Knight's doing so well. It was a pretty fun game, pretty fun ending, and well played to both. So that's one game closer to that 51 or 50 and a half mark. Nigeria. We've got 4 games left in this round to check through. Most of them have finished. So this game, so Gerald Hakim won. So that puts it on the brink. That put it on 50 to 50 to 27. And so they just need one more win now. Let's have a look. So there's a Tiger, and she gets a Tiger won that. So it's for all. And Kumi and Emma Top. So might just touch what happened to that again. Emma Top won. So that's it. That's it. The game is over. And that confirms the victory for Nigeria, with Emma Top winning that game. That makes it 51 to Nigeria, 28 to South Africa. So now Nigeria cannot be caught. They've now won this match. Congratulations to Nigeria. Leaving up to that dubious number one tag. Won this one pretty convincingly. 2 rounds to go. It's pretty good. Gotta admit. Let's have a look at this last game, see if results in. Kumi won that one as well, so that makes it a 6-4 round and makes it 52-28. But yeah, well done to Nigeria, genuinely. People think I'm super serious when I'm taking the mick out of Nigeria. Just a bit of fun, like. Take the mick out of everything, so don't worry about it. But yeah, well done to Nigeria. They won this one, 52-28. There's still another 2 rounds, full 2 rounds to go, so we'll watch some of that action. But yeah, well done to Nigeria. Run out winners, 2 rounds to spare, so that's pretty impressive. Bouncing back from last week's shock defeat to Pakistan. I'm going to call it a shock defeat because I think it was a very surprising result, personally. But given the thing that Nigeria has over other countries is they have way more depth. They may not have the very top tier players. They've got one, definitely. On his day, he was definitely world beater, and obviously already done that. But they have like dozens of the next sort of players drop down, who the kind of guys who are going to finish, might get a top 10 or finish top 20, that kind of thing. They have lots and lots of players in that kind of next sort of tier down from the people who win world championships. So fair play to them, and I hope we see a lot more top Nigerian talent at the Worlds and Westboro and everything else. Not for anything else that they make West back a lot better than it was last year. So that's that then. So we're going to carry on watching the next 2 rounds. Try and find some fun games to watch. Obviously, pretty much academic in terms of results, but well done again to the new Nigerian side. So it's just Pride now. Still 20 games to go. See whether Nigeria can convert this into a proper drubbing, or whether South Africa can get a bit more pride back. But yeah, 24 game lead is pretty comprehensive. I mean, Nigeria have basically almost doubled South Africa's score, so that's very dominant at any level. To be given Scrabble, I mean, to do that over 10 players as well, to have that kind of dominance over when you have 10-player teams is pretty tough, because you're always going to have some very good players, and you're going to have like weaker players, so it's always going to kind of even out with most teams. But I think they say with Nigeria, their strength is in depth, and they've shown that. Let's have a look at. Just going to have a look and read out some of the individual standings. So pretty much Nigerian. Was it the Super Eagles? Is that right? Super Eagles at the top. So we got leading the way, 7 wins, and spread of +4-3-1. After that, nicking that last game by 5 points is Black Knight. In second place, it's not updated yet, but I think they won the last game. So on 7-1 also, but not as good as spread. Was is Johnston, 7-1. Yeah, we got a lot of players. Well, a couple of players on 6-2, both Nigerians. Hakim and Emma Top, both on 6 wins and a healthy spread. And then we got 5th through 9th, all on 5. Got a couple of South Africans in there now. Plutos and a Tiger. But yeah, generally well done to a Nigerian team, and we'll see how much they can win by in the final account. So this game, a nice word of Abites. I don't even know how you pronounce that. We'll have a look. It's a new word, Abites. Didn't really looked a bit alien to me. That explains why. It's a Latin fir tree, apparently. Abites. Never heard of it. But yeah, there's a nice slot in, and Black Knight, a little bit clunky wreck. Just 13 points up though. Got the S, which is pretty good. Oh, there's not such a good vowel on this rack, on this time, on this board. It doesn't really. You can't really slot anything above here. Yeah, there's not much to really play here with this rack. I mean, there's players with. You would generally want to play words like this, but that don't go anywhere. Woot only takes a Z, it doesn't take an S, so yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, you've got Gaux, I guess. So yeah, this is difficult. Coughed does not take an S, so you could do something like Hots, but that's pretty bad. Yeah, it's an interesting position, but not in a good way, but what do you do here kind of way? And it's general. Oh, I guess you could do SH. Just gone for coughed. That makes sense actually. Sets up the H. Two H's, so sets up that word. If you get another O, you've got HOGH, which is going to score a lot of points. But you certainly got the H's there to use that. And for your opponent, it's pretty much they can only play through the C, so it's fairly useless for your opponent, but it's a good spot for you. So it's a pretty good strategical play, I think. It's coughed. So 31 points up, Black Knight. And we will update the update it around that now that round 8 has finished. Here we go. Just make sure my stream isn't busted. There we go. Yay. So yeah, Yumi with a couple of I's, couple of R's, use a little bit, yeah. So you kind of focused on getting rid of that UI-R combination. Gone for dice here. Does give a vowel to work with for Black Knight, which I'll be very grateful for. I could play something like Thane now. THEGN would kind of sort that out. But gone for 10th. Okay. Scores a little bit more. These I think SHG. Interesting. Alright, so yeah. So yeah, bonus from Yuma. Gone for a more defensive position. Given the scoreline, maybe not the right move, but I don't know. Could have played revalue above, and it would have scored a lot more because you're getting the E doubled, the L doubled. So you're getting another like 5 points, I think. So it's an interesting option. Gone for the defense. I don't think it's going to. I mean, yes, it would have been dangerous with the Z there, putting the A here with revalue. But the Z's dangerous here as well, now that we have ZE. So glad we have these brilliant two-letter words like ZE. ZE and EW and OK. I love OK, like, you totally love it. Just like X-ray, and it's up there with X-ray and XED. One of my list of favourite words. So down goes 4, and Black Knight keeping that Z back for a bit of scoring for later on. Any kind of vowel. Most vowels are going to give you something with tenths, says, and that kind of thing. You're going to get your good 40 odd points, and you're going to get 40 odd points with most vowels with a Z here as well. So it's pretty useful, a Z on this board. Well, it's a pretty tight game. And let's pick the I, which isn't great, but still got Zig here. So you think Zig or Zigs from C1 looks pretty attractive. Pretty limited otherwise. Let's have a look at the unseen tile, see if it's skewed in any way. A little bit vowel heavy. So yeah, Black Knight's dodged the vowels a little bit here, but as I said, with Zig, interesting. Gone for Lig to avoid giving away that triple to the Z, which I can understand. It's an 18-point sacrifice, but interesting option. And you know you're likely to get a 40+ player from F2, as I say, but of course, trouble is that assumes that you're going to have access to it. So Black Knight's putting in his backup option of Saz here, potentially. Gora takes an A above it, so that's potentially useful. Agora, which is Agora is it's got a couple of means actually. It's a marketplace in ancient Greece, and it's also a monetary unit of Israel. Agora. So there's a lot of interesting sort of derivatives of it, different spellings and all that kind of thing, and weird endings. But yeah, just left it for now. Gone for Saz. Interesting. So could have gone for Says as well to keep that A back. There's another possibility. It might have been worthwhile, given this is such a strategic board that having that A could be pretty handy. But it's not really good for bonuses, is it, really? Oh, wow. Well, if you're going to pick the blank out, then it's not so bad for bonusing. But again, if you're going to bonus, it's going to be mostly with Agora, I think, here. But it's probably not made too much difference. But yeah, I'd have probably played Says just to keep that A, because it's such a strategic situation. But yeah, it's kind of nuanced, I think. But I would have kept to played Says instead of Saz. But could play a good Val dump from Uma. As you see, Black Knight has a lot of the goodies now. It's just a case of whether there's any bonuses from that A even in Saz. Doesn't look particularly helpful, but could be an option. But yeah, interesting. Easy enough to score with ooze, just to stick a D on the end. You'd think you're not giving too much away by playing something like red or whatever. You could even play something like reps if you wanted, but Yeah, you're not giving anything too much away, and the S is still good, so you probably want to keep that as much as you can. Another option, super aggressive. You could play Prey here, but yeah, I think you almost better. Yeah, it's gone for a little bit more score, which is fair enough. With reds, ooh, so Yuma has betas, rebates, turbias, all that kind of thing. Doesn't look like it plays at the moment. But, yeah, anything through the 8 even? Ooh. But yeah, this is definitely dangerous. Just make sure I'm not missing any new words. Bar rights as well, of course. I neglected to mention. Interesting. This is pretty tricky to use because with these particular letters. I mean, you can still use it with, like bets or something like that, but that might be worthwhile from Yuma's perspective, given you're keeping back good letters to play something up here. But you kind of want to leave that until you've got a biggie. So it's a it's an interesting scenario here. You could almost just dump off the B, but it leaves you so telegraphing that you're trying to get something up here if you just play off the B. Actually, maybe you could do Boozer and see what you get. That might work. Now you kind of got two options, but obviously you're a little bit you're rather vulnerable in what you pick up. Yeah, I mean the R is a good tile though for playing over here. Yeah, you got S or a D to come as well, or G. They can play above IF. Sif works as well, but obviously you're trying to, unless you're playing a bonus, then you don't want to put your S there. You want to keep it. I kind of like Boozer, which is ironic because I'm non-alcoholic, but just making sure I'm not missing anything else. Yeah, so yeah, I kind of like Boozer. I like it less now that I know how good Black Knight's last rec was, but it's like even if you see your opponent play reds, they're playing 4 tiles. Even if they kept blank E or something, there's all sorts of dreck in the bag that could stop them bonusing next turn anyway. And if they've got the blank, then they're probably going to win anyway. So you can't worry about it too much. You've got to kind of assume they've got crap at some point to beat them. So I kind of like Boozer. It's a fun play, I think. Yeah, well, interesting to see what Yuma does. I think bets is perfectly reasonable, but as I say, because it does keep going for a biter, breads. Okay, so that's perfectly reasonable as well, but it does open up options. Keeping AS behind, so yeah, that's a pretty good move, I think. SA is going to be a strong leave. You've got a good odds of getting something to play above here. So yeah, I like that. So that gives Yuma a 7-point lead. Black Knight, pretty good rec. Left the last turn, left it to a little bit of luck with what they picked out, but not done too badly. 2 ends is a little bit bad, but okay, gone for a pretty defensive play of Nip. Interesting. Keeping RAN and a blank. There's gone for kind of a control. Interesting. And this is a well, blocking up there is not going to help because, as we see, Yuma has bonuses through that R. well, it's basically the same word but spelled differently. But yeah, radicals or radicals. Hopefully, Yuma's going to see that, and we're going to be in pretty much game on territory. Once that goes down, even if whatever Black Knight has, it's going to be a fun little game. Just hopefully, Yuma's going to see that bonus. Radicals. You expect Yuma to see that. It's a pretty high probability word, but I know people sort of kind of learn words in different ways. But yeah, it's going to be. It could be the turning point of the game, really. Hopefully not too. Oh, that's. Oh my god, that's bad. Oh dear. Well, oh dear. That was terrible. But well, it might not backfire too much. Oh dear. Radicals. That would have been a big play, but obviously didn't go down. And Lack it's not a good second because it just opens up a huge scoring spot for your opponent to do that. So I don't understand. Maybe didn't think of Agora. Could have played just DA there last turn. Just could have done DA. If you don't see the bonus, like DA is probably next best, leaving Slice. But oh wow. Well, yeah. I think we can safe to say that's where the game has swung. But it still could go either way. Look at that grot in the bag. Look at that unseen. So we got Black Knight kept run, but there's another run in the bag, and kept to blank, of course. But there's X, Y, Q, G. There's plenty of clunky rubbish there that's could ruin your day, even with the blank. And if you dodge it with sort of rack leave that Yuma has here, if you dodge that sort of rubbish and you find some good tiles, then all of a sudden you can certainly get yourself another bonus. But that's a very defensive player from Yuma. Seems to be on the back foot a little bit here with it. I'm not sure why we'd play that. Just to block, but you're behind, so I don't understand that. Maybe to just restrict the R to RE players that you've got on your rack. I don't know. But anyway, interesting play. Black Knight with still got the blank, not picked too badly to run. Kept got a E and a Y, so just kind of eking out score. Which is kind of all he needs to do. As long as Yuma can't bonus, then Black Knight's going to take this one out. And obviously, with Black Knight having a blank, the odds are very much in Black Knight's favour. X is not going to help Yuma to get a bonus. It will help Yuma score, but it's not going to be enough. It needs to be a bonus now, which makes all these kind of blocky plays even more curious. Right, so this is a tough spot now for Black Knight. 28 points up, has the blank, but there's plenty of dangerous things that could come out of the bag here. Dangerous things that could be on Yuma's rack. So things like, so if there's an E in the bag, you pretty much you're gonna lose. I think is the if there's an E in the bag, then there's re-raised from the bottom left corner, and there's Araneids from the A from H14. So if the E in the bag, you're gonna lose, and you can't do anything about it. So best to ignore that possibility and see what you can win, because if you're going to lose both ways, then there's no point worrying about that. So there's like arsenide, if the A is in the bag, so that you can block. There's no bonuses from the R if the A is in the bag. It's only arsenide basically. So that makes blocking here better so far. If the D's in the bag, you got rearisen. So that makes blocking the R the priority. So it's kind of one each at the moment. If the I's in the bag, don't think there's any serenade anagrams. Oh wait, that's the wrong rec. Wouldn't be it wouldn't be serenade, would it? So I don't think there's anything there. If the I's in the bag, I think you're safe. If the I's in the bag. N in the bag, re-raised. Nothing on the A, I don't think. If that N's in the bag, I don't think so. So, right. Okay. Interesting. So, Black Knight has gone for the pass. I was just trying to work out all the permutations in my most deliberate way, because I've kind of forgotten the ability to anagram. So, am I thinking there's an N in the bag? So, N in the bag, but re-raised. Does queuing play? If N's in the bag, doesn't play, does it? So you can play that, surely. Unless I'm missing something. I think that's going to be good. Oh wow, what a game! So that player of the lack player, that was total left field wacky player, but I don't know if I don't see a. I'm trying to think of a way. I mean, if right, if the if obviously if Yuma has rearisen there, then queuing would play. So that makes sense in that regard. But if you give, if your opponent doesn't have a bonus and they swap off the right tile, then they have bonuses in both spots anyway. So I'm not sure it was the best option to pass there, because it gives you, say, if they drop off the best tile, like if they go for Randy's, not Randy's, they go for, yeah, it was Randy's, wasn't it? That wouldn't work, would it? But never mind. But yeah, there's a rack that gave you bonuses in both spots, I think. Oh, I'm getting mixed up, aren't I? I was wrong about the E in the bag. I must have got it mixed up. Sorry. But yeah, what a game. So you ends up winning that one from nowhere. Let me have a look at that last position again. I've got it mixed up. What am I thinking of? Yeah, I said if the E was in the bag, that you're lost, but that's not right, because there wasn't anything down here. What am I thinking of that's re-risen? That wasn't it either. There's something that played in both. One of those subsets. Trying to think what it was. Maybe there isn't anything that played in both spots. in which case it's probably best to pass. Interesting. Yeah, you definitely, if you have two E's, it doesn't work. You can't play in both. If the A's in the bag, then you can only play Arsenide. If the D's in the bag, you can only play Rearisen. The E is in the bag, you've only got Arsenide. Wait a minute. Aranids, sorry. Aranids. And there's nothing else, just Aranids. Yeah, interesting. Super interesting position. We'll have a look at it another time. Let's have a quick look elsewhere. Super fun game. Interesting position. Probably not to everybody else, but to me it's fun. So yeah, we've got the flags the right way around. Nigeria on the left, getting a bit hammered on this one. Yeah, it's going to be 131. Not going to catch up on that, so we shall swap to one of the other games. See if we can find one that's a bit closer. There's not many games going on at the moment. Plutos, Jukesy, well, yeah, that's GG. Jukesy wins that one for Nigeria. Take a look at Chile. This is a fun game. It's more like it. Nice in game. That's what we like to see. So Nigeria on the left, Hakim 327, Chile 348, 21 points the difference. Chile's just played Amazement by the looks of things. It's a nice player. Even RD. How many outs are there with RD? Yeah, there's multiple places to go out with RD. You got Odd in the O and Arsenal, or Erd. So Chile's definitely going to go out. So it's a case of, can Hakim score enough to outrun? If not, can Hakim come up with a plausible enough phony so that they get to tie? So something like Dell, for instance, thrived, and Dell 34. That'd be 361, but that wouldn't be good enough. You're going to lose 8 points, so your opponent needs only just to do raid, and that'll be enough. So that would put your 361, 13 points up, but you lose 8 straight away. So that's not going to be enough, but it was probably the best option, besides making up a plausible phony, which would tie the game. So Chile's going to win this one just by playing red, or anything really. Even Odd would do it, I think. Yeah, even, no, not quite Odd. Erd would. Odd would lose by a point. So we get some results in anyway. Let's see if there's any. So we got a few wins from South Africa in this one. Caught up a little bit, only one little bit. 31 to 54. Yeah. So it's a 3-2 round so far. So we got so let's say Blake Knight just saw that game. That was super interesting game. Wellington, lost a 2-point game to. We'll have a look at that one. Super close. So yeah, that's that one done. Let's have a look at the game with Wellington. Steve G went down at 2 points. Oh, out bonus to catch up, but it wasn't enough. Alright. So yeah, close game, but yeah. Yeah, Peaks just outran, just enough. We'll have a look at just see what there's any interesting moves here. So yeah, interesting situation here. Yeah, I think it's the right place, right thing to do there. If you put the E here, then it just makes it easy to play quips. So yeah, very close, but that's a nice little setup. But yeah, I did the right thing. I didn't leave the S off. If you leave the S off, you lose. So that's interesting. We just got the one game going on. This is round 10, so watch this. So on the left is Nigeria, Black Knight, leader of the. Oh well, might actually not be the leader anymore because lost that last game. So might be overtaken. We're just waiting for some results to come through. I'm just gonna whiz through the results so I can, while you watch this, Black Knight choose which bonus he's gonna pick, Trefoil or Loftier. So let's have a look at Goldilocks. So Goldilocks lost. That was Chile. Beat Hakim. Gerald beat Johnston. So yeah, so both the people on 7 and 1 both lost. We're just waiting. Hakim on 6 and 2 lost. I think Emma top 1, but we'll see that shortly. So yeah, that's a pass because it's supposed to be the wrong person was starting. Huh. I don't know what happened there, but anyway. I guess Couchy was a misclick or something, and they've just allowed it, allowed the move to be played again, so fair enough. So Black Knight with the 71, with Fluorite. Gets off to a good start. Midas Touch, 30 points, 41 the difference, and not the greatest rack. Looking like Pinion would be a good kind of rack clearer with that lot. Just keep going through these games to fill out. So we got a Tiger, right? Tiger beat Kumi. HWR. Ooh, HWR won as well. So all the top 4 lost. So it's probably going to be much the same. Plutos and Chuki, we just had that, didn't we? Yeah, Chuksy won. So it looks like it's been a good round for South Africa, already 6-2 up as we go through Midas Touch's game with Enoch. Enoch won. 6-3, and Fastawake and Shigetz. Shigetz won that. So it's a 6-4 round for South Africa. I think that's the first round they've won. This is pretty good. Getting a bit of respectability back. 34 to 56, I make it. To round 9. And we'll update you with round 10, the final round, very shortly. So nice play. Yeah, Piney was good to score. So I didn't recognise. Give it a nice play from Black Knight, Aphelion. Something to do with like lunar orbits and things like that, or getting mixed up. Greek word, Aphelion, the farthest point of a planet's orbit from the sun. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like if you have an elliptical orbit, it's like the furthest point where it's, you're kind of moving away and then you move back again because it's, you have an elliptical rather than perfectly round orbit of something. That makes sense. Anagram of Thelonia, which is I don't even know what that means. Liturgical vestment. Aphelion and Felonia. Felonia is the plural of Felonian. So yeah, public worship, something. We're both kind of oldie words. So a couple of quick moves. Buy and Vogue from Black Knight. Means the difference is 83 here, and Midas Touch's wreck kind of sorting itself out a little bit now. Pretty good wreck. Doesn't look like there's anything quite fits with a bonus yet. Looks promising, but just played off Vogue for 14, leaving Rain plus an E. Black Knight got some scoring potentially with a Z, and yeah, down goes Zek for a lot of points. Keeping the S back for a follow-up as well. So already looking a little bit bleak for Midas Touch here. And we'll swap over to round 10 now. So yeah, there was a problem with Vogue was really you weren't leaving great tiles, and the floating tiles you had, some of them were a little bit duplicated. Like the N, for instance, not pretty useful. The L, the floaters aren't the greatest. The tiles you were leaving, it's like the ING is reasonable, but again, in itself, but obviously UG broke the ING up, but interesting. So it's played Naki. Leaves ONIE, so a little bit vowel heavy. And it's pretty gutsy move. Black Knight probably going to hit with Ragus here. And Vug, you can have Vug with 2 Gs, so I think we're probably going to see that go down. Ragus and Vugs, and that would give Black Knight an even bigger lead. Probably getting on for over 180 points. Midas Touch might need to hit that 9 timer. Oh, wow. Huh? What's this? What happened there? What? So that's interesting. So Black Knight, I don't know if he chose to block, like deliberately, or just missed the bonus. I don't know. I know it's difficult when you kind of feel like you're quite well ahead and you kind of focus on blocking first rather than you should always look for bonuses first because they're going to score the most points. And missing one is going to cost you a lot of points, as it did with Black Knight. But yeah, I don't know if it was a tactical consideration or just a miss, but well, that's surprising. Yeah, don't expect to see that, but been watching all day. I mean, Black Knight's been very strong all day. So yeah, Hero's going to get the odd mistake, unless you're Nigel, obviously. Like, even Nigel makes mistakes, so still Woo with a good score. 32 back on the normal tempo. And Midas Touch though comes back with saliency, 76 points. So that brings him back into touch a little bit. 275 to 210, 65 the difference, and yeah, missing Ragus has made this into a bit more of a game than we kind of expected, but still, Black Knight with the advantage, 65 points. It's a big lead in this game. But yeah, there's quite a few openings here. Interesting to see what Black Knight does here. A little bit restricted with just the one vowel to work with. Probably would like to play parallel to that bonus of saliency to try and shut things down again, but with only one vowel, it's a little bit awkward to do that. Just playing off VW is going to be pretty strong, but it's not how you want to play when you're ahead. So yeah, gone for Swath. It's a much better score, and you're not kind of mucking about with trying to draw bonuses. You're just pounding scores down. That's what you want to do. So nice play of 47, and you want to outrun your opponent. And given you're ahead, you just want to. You're quite happy to burn tiles, get scores down, push that lead well over 100, and just get consistent scores, and that's a good move. Yes, it opens up a triple word potentially for bonuses, but it's not a big issue really. It might be a factor later on, but at the moment, scoring 47 is a good play. And you're quite happy to turn over tiles with two blanks there. Playing 6 tiles is going to help you get some of those goodies. Even if you don't get the blanks, you get the X, the V. Well, maybe not the V, but you get stuff to score with. And as long as you're getting 30s and 40s, you're not going to lose, basically. Unless your opponent gets like 4 bonuses in a row, yeah. The worst thing is to kind of fiddle around with kind of nearly wrecks and getting 10s and 15s. So yeah, good play, and quick, very straightforward play of F8 from Midas Touch. 90 points the difference. Black Knight picked out another S after that move. And got the V and the B to score with, so not too bad. Plenty of options here. Should be able to find some sort of score, you would think. So Bat scores pretty well. You'd like to get rid of the V, but getting rid of both the B and the V isn't particularly easy. You could do it with Bravest. Okay, just gone for Vet. Top right. Get a decent score, 32 points. Could have gone for Bat, but to the top left with Fab and so on. But again, you sacrifice a little bit of score there. 25 versus 32. And not necessarily a better... Well, it's a better leave, obviously, to keep the E rather than 2 A's, but EAs are the better combination. So down goes base head, and that's going to pretty much clinch the game for Black Knights. Still the 2 blanks elusive. Base head is a habitual user of free base or crack. So there you go. So yeah, we'll move on to another game that's pretty much curtains, even with a Q and that. You just need to play 5 tiles here, or 5 tiles to be totally certain of winning, or 4 tiles if you're a little bit braver than I am. The reason is there's 11 in the bag, so with 2 blanks there, I would rather play 5 tiles. So even if you're playing something daft like I Dance or something, I'd quite happily do that. I Dance or Dance, anything like that, I'd quite happily do that. Aident would work, anything. I'm quite happy to score 10 if it wins me the game. So let's have a look around. Find a more interesting game. So this game's just started, so we'll watch this. Johnstone and Chile. So yeah, it's a good game to watch. Watch from the start. Yep, flags are the right way round. Nigeria on the left. South Africa on the right. And a pretty good rack for Chile. One of those racks, if you break it down, it soon disintegrates, but there's some nice sort of combinations within it. Gone for typing. Gone for an extra kind of score rather than being a little bit cuter. I should say, like playing off 3 or 4 tiles. It makes sense to cash in while you can. Ooh, this looks promising, rack. Is there a bonus here that looks like one of those? Is it a G? Yeah, it is. I thought there was something there with a G. So yeah, there's a bonus here with a G. One of those where if you look for it, you probably find it. If you don't look for it, then you're never going to find it, eh? So it's a Shakespeare word, orgulous, meaning proud. So yeah, it's one of those, if you don't look for it, you're never going to see it. You always have to look. And this is an example of why you always have to look, because this rack doesn't look promising, does it? But there's a bonus there. Nicely spotted from John Stones. Down it goes. 60 points. And yeah, if you don't spot that, then you're going to score like 15, 20 and leave some pretty rubbishy stuff. Looks like Chile might have his bonus of his own with this rack. We got a nice. So we got a nice 7-letter word there. Embargo. I'm not sure that plays. But there's another couple of 8s there that will. See if you can spot them in chat. There's 2 there. These are the only 2 8s you can form with this 7. And yeah, that's one of them. Well spotted from Chile, Bergamo. The other one was Be Glamour through the L. That's nicely spotted. Good. Well played, both players. So that exchange, Chile leading by 50 points. But woo. We've got another bonus, I guess. Johnston, we've got a few things here. It's got tea times, meatiest, estimate. Probably other stuff as well. I'm going to look around, make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, good games. Plenty of long words in this one. And I think we're going to see another pretty soon. It's kind of one of those where you kind of go through the options. Interesting they went for tea times over meatiest. I think meatiest is better than tea times, but I'm not sure why I've gone for tea times there, but oh well. 72, it's bonus as it is, and 72 points, a good score, and it's just wide open, this board, obviously. Probably not going to see a bonus this time, but because it's so open and there's so many places to go, it's not going to be too much of an issue to play an F and 3 vowels here to kind of sort that rack out. You got foogie and foggy, those kind of words. They score reasonably well. And start the rack out pretty well too. We'll see something around that G pretty soon. Oh, I played FEU. That's another option. Does leave an extra vowel though, that's the problem. Also sets up a huge hotspot. Once somebody plays down here, then there aren't any really big hotspots, but that's a big hotspot, definitely. And if your opponent has a 7-letter word, then they're going to play it there. If they have clunky stuff and they're going to make a 5-letter word, it's going to go there. So loads of the players are going to go through that. But it looks as though they might get away with it here, given Johnston's rack. Not sure he can form any fives here. Looks difficult. And that'll be frustrating for Johnston to not be able to do anything. But see, P-Wit, that's kind of why you. One of the good things about P-Wit is it takes out that big hotspot. And oh my god, Chile has a bonus with a P. What a pickup. Yeah. Oedipus. Yeah. Woo. Well, that was seriously lucky. You got punished so badly for playing FEU, but you got a double out of it. Oh well, that's Scrabble. So Johnston, 32, 63 points behind, but not really done anything wrong so far. Just that tea times was a strange choice, but it's very, very minor. P-Wit's nice. Rex improved a little bit from the last move, keeping that OU or UL keep. It's not too bad. It goes together quite well, but nothing too much to score here. With these letters, they don't really not going to do too much damage, you would think. Kind of one of those you kind of play through and hopefully draw something a little bit more useful. But it's not too bad. Don't mind me. I'm just so yeah, interesting wreck. There's no sevens or eights possible with that. By turbo, very nice. So that's nice play. I was wondering if there was anything in that area. I was thinking of burbot, but by turbo, it's a new word. Just an engine with two turbos, essentially. Get to the challenge. I think it's the first challenge we've seen today. But yeah, very nice. Burbot would have been nice as well. But by turbo just scores that extra 3 points. Quick reply of jaw from Chile. Maybe wishing you had played burbot instead of by turbo now. And that doesn't have any vowels to work with, but there might be something on offer here. You'd certainly have a bonus with an A if you had that available. You'd have like satchels. Another good look to see if there's anything else here. It might give me one of those wrecks that potentially has a one vowel 7, but don't think so. But yeah, it's not as bad as it looks. Just one of those wrecks you just have to kind of work through. There would be, if they're using a better position, slutches would be a word, which is dialect word for mud. But just playing off SH is that's pretty strong. Scoring 32 points. It sets up a nice S lane along the bottom. And oh, look at that. Chile's picked out another bonus. So I think we can see more fireworks coming. Chile with Frailer, you would think. And just a case of what Johnston does with whether picked any vowels to go with that S and blank consonant leave that they had. Flaria from Chile. And for Flaria over Frailer. Yeah, I can see the value in that. So Flaria, it doesn't leave a vowel next to the double letter. So that's the main value in that over Frailer. As we can see, Johnston has not picked out a vowel. It's picked out an L and an X. Just pretty bad to realistically now. He's fallen a bit behind here. He's 109 down. And X is frustrated. Do you burn the... you could have... the option there. Whoa, look at these racks, man. Got D codes now. Don't think that plays, but... Man, these racks for Chile are insane. But yeah, the X was a little bit annoying because if you have any vowel with it, virtually any vowel with it, then you're getting 50 points there, just with a cheesy 2-letter X play, but obviously not to be. I think Lex was the right move. But it was, yeah, one of those, it's annoying. So it brings the gap down to 83 at least, and yeah, Chile sitting there with D codes. Doesn't play. Anything else on offer? Let's have a look. No, it doesn't really combine, as you'd kind of expect, really. It goes with seconded decoders. Those are kind of the obvious one, and that's all they are with that rack. Goes for Credo. It could have played Edo above here. That would have been a little bit better, I think. Edo. You score in 27, 30, 33, 36 for Edo. And the leaf's pretty much the same, and it's more blocky. So I prefer Edo there, but Credo it was. Ditch quick play from Johnston, still not getting those vowels, elusive vowels. We'll have a look at the unseen. So yeah, there's a few N's in it. There's some ugly stuff there to worry about. We're getting to a point where Chile can maybe think of trying to get that game over a little bit faster. Just make sure your opponent can't get 2 bonuses down. That might become a factor as we move on, but with a Z, pretty easy play. Just dumping ZA for 37. So it was nice to dump off a couple of tiles for a good score. And yeah, that's looming large, that, so say that point where you get to, where there's 6 tiles or less in the bag. So it's a big issue. Does Johnston have a bonus? He's been getting frustrating wrecks, while Chile's had very, very nice ones. Almost insanely nice. So yeah, so close to, there's so close to bonuses. There's 2. I saw one of the bonuses that were with an 8. There's a possibility. Love Sick, which doesn't play. The other one very close to playing in a couple of places, but not quite. Souvlaki, Souvlaki. That'd have been a lot of fun, but neither of them plays, and this could be that's such a big deal, because if Johnston gets a bonus here, he's right in the game, particularly if it's in that bottom row. There's a blank to come, he's totally in the game, but without a bonus, he's going to really, really struggle to catch up, because, as I said, Chile can play off tiles and basically make it so that Johnston can only get 1 bonus, and that'd be very difficult to catch up then. So it'd be interesting to see how Chile plays this. He could play evades here to leave 6 in the bag. And yeah, it doesn't look a very clever play at all, but the odds of you losing after that, pretty remote. Your opponent's still getting a big score, but you can see from the unseen tiles, there's a V and a Y and a G, and the rest are all 1-pointers or blanks. So yeah, you get a little bit stuck with a Q, but I think you pretty much always win with evades. I don't see how you can lose, realistically. Yes, you're worried about your opponent getting good catching up with 30s and 40s and getting like 100-point bingo or something. But I think Evades is going to win here, and I think that's the play. It's a little bit strange, but yeah, I think that's the play. You go up 126 points. How do you lose from there when your opponent can only bonus once? It's pretty much GG. I think Evades was the play, but he's not played it. And so we're going to see a bonus go down surely this time. And with one in the bag, that's the worst case scenario for Chile, because that leaves a little bit of uncertainty in what's in the bag when it comes to Chile's move. You think solving or something like that's going to go down here. That looks like the play. I don't think there's anything else really worth considering here. Down it goes. Chile's been lucky. He's picked out the blank. If that blank was in the bag now, he'd be in all sorts of trouble. You can still lose, but if that blank was in the bag, this would be absolute mayhem. If your opponent has 6 tiles at this point, there's no way you lose. Because you're 41 points up. As long as you place the Q somewhere, you're good. Like, the only way you can lose is if you get Q stuck with a Q. So that is a factor, but that's always a factor, you know. You can lose anywhere, but yeah. And if you play it evades, you get maximise the chance of getting an I or something, or a T for cat or anything like that. So he's been a little bit lucky here, but he still has to be careful. I'm not sure if there's any way of any bonuses from the unseen tiles. There may still be something that plays. I don't see any 7s at the moment, but yeah, there could very well be something here. Maybe have a good look on Zisifer. Just make sure there's no 7s there. I don't think so, but I don't know to say for certain. So yeah, there's no 7s. So any of the 8s? Is the question. Right, so you're gonna have to go through in order. So, doesn't look like it yet. Yeah, the L's not good, not helpful. So yeah, that's it. There's actually no possible bonuses, but he is very, very lucky. He could easily have lost that game just by playing Vades instead of evades. If he doesn't pick the blank, he's easily losable. That's one of those things that people just take for granted, but people are going to lose games like that. I mean, it's only going to be like one in a, hundreds probably, that you lose by playing Vades instead of evades, but it's totally worth being 100% about. It looks weird playing evades for 19, but it's totally the right option. So that's going to be a win anyway for Nigeria. Sorry, not Nigeria. South Africa in that one. That was a fun game. Let's just clear that out. So yeah, I mean, evades scored as much as evades anyway. So yeah, I don't understand the logic of it, but never mind. That's the thing. The thing with Scrabble is there's so many like little nuances in Scrabble where it's like an extra 5 or 10% win percentage, or even a 1% or 0.5%, where one's better than the other, but it so infrequently makes a difference you don't notice it. And you can get away with it even in a tournament. Like a world champion could make mistake like that regularly, and it wouldn't matter because it's like 1 in 100, so it doesn't come up, doesn't have an impact very, very often. It's very, very rare for it to actually change the course of a game, but yeah. Yeah, well. And yes, you did have to worry about the cue stick, and Vades has actually made that more likely because you turned over fewer tiles to get the. As long as the only way you lose is if you get bonused on and you get Q stuck, and even then you might still win. If you don't get Q stuck, you win every time. So yeah, interesting lesson, but it's enough from my soapbox. So yeah, there's no bonuses here. Yep, nothing, nada. So we'll move on to one of the other games. There's pretty much everybody's finished, I think. Oh, this is a close one. So we'll watch this. Interesting. So Plutos has just played Maynors and Inlanes. 23 the difference. Plutos has Envia, Veneer and that kind of thing. But you would think that Wellington can outrun even with this rack. Does Inlanes take an S? That'd be an interesting one. It does. I would have absolutely no idea whatsoever whether that took an S or not. It hasn't been challenged. But yeah, I would have absolutely zero idea whether Inlanes is good. Because it doesn't, it's just, who knows, basically. But yeah. So Inlanes, if it is challenged, it's going to be good, and that's another 5 points closer. Plutos is going to be to Wellington. But with 23, you should be able to outrun it. Pretty much any legit player here. Oh, wait. Is there anything through that ED? That would be fun. New. Nearly had... if the Volti wasn't in the way, there'd be like ing words, reaving, that kind of thing. There's obviously Envia, Veneer, Vena. But they're not going to be enough. You would think just any kind of play alongside, we should be able to withstand that. Because you have to be a little bit careful you don't set anything up. If you just do something boring like beg, you make sure you don't set up some massive overlap. But those plays should be enough, so... Let's have a look, see if I can fill in some results for this round. So we got 3 results are in so far. They're all in favour of Nigeria, 3-0. That's 59 to 34. So we got wins for Black Knight against Midas Touch. Means he's on 8 wins. Probably win the individual standings, unless Johnston wins by 356 also. So yeah, well done to Black Knight for 8-2 record. Brilliant on such a high standard of play. Hakeem beat Steve G. We've got just another result coming in. Shigetz beat Gerald. And finally, got one other result just added now. Enoch beat HWR, so that makes it 4-0 and makes it 34-60. And there's 0-4 for the round. Pretty comprehensive. Pretty comprehensive demolition job by Nigeria in this one. Okay, Wellington just gone for beak. Interesting. Even OG, just in case Plutos decides to play out in 2. He's got him covered there with OG. But yeah, I don't see anything too fantastic here. It's just going to be Vena, 25. It's not going to be enough. Gets it within 10. Do Envia. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Envia, right. Right, place for 21. So yeah, that looks like 25 is the best. I guess Wellington's a little bit wary just in case something like this plays, 9, then something Rev somewhere gets a lot of points, but yeah. Plutos using all the time as usual. See if we've got any. Oh, we've got another result in. This one for South Africa. So I'm just trying to find that. So Yuma beat Jamawanda. So we'll put that one in. So it's 35-60. And that makes the score 1-4 for the round. So yeah, there goes Vena, and this have played, but the time penalties as well. So it's been a 10-point win. It's a 20-point win, but win's a win, and Wellington wins it by 20. And we got another result. So we got Chooksy beating Goldilocks, and another. What else have we got? Emma Top beating Tiger. And this game was in favour of Wellington, so I'll put that one in. So it's looking a bit of a drubbing this round. Makes it 1-7 and puts 35-63 now. Just 2 games left, Johnston and Kumi. So Johnston was playing Chile. I think we watched that. So yeah, Chile won that one. We didn't see the end of it, but yeah. So Chile won that. And finally, we have Fast Awake. Their game against Kumi. Fast Awake wins 4-1. Kumi got out with Finitude, but it wasn't enough. So it's a fairly comfortable for Fast Awake, just got a little bit tight at the end. 4-1 to 4-10. So that evens out the round a little bit. 3-7. And makes a final score by my reckoning. Nigeria on 63 and South Africa on 37. So once again, congratulations Nigeria. 26 winning game margin. That's pretty comprehensive. Anything that's with 2 rounds to spares this is pretty comprehensive. So yeah, well done to Nigeria. And commiserations to South Africa. Close things up a touch in round 9, but yeah, I just got blown away really by Nigeria's strength and depth there. So we'll have a look through the results. So as I said, Johnston lost against Chile. They were just waiting for that to update, but so it's going to change the standings. But we'll go through the individual standings. I just need to work out that last game with Johnston, and Chile. So I just have a look at the scoreline so I can work it out. So there's a 45-point spread, which will it's gone up now. Thank you very much. So right, we'll have a walk through the standings. So yeah, the top 7 players are all Nigerian. That tells you a little bit how strong the performance was. So yeah, top 7 are all Nigerian. So the one player standing out, Black Knight, just the 2 losses, 8 wins, spread of plus 581 was Black Knight. On 7 and 3, there's 5 players, say all Nigerian. So you got Hakim 0-1 plus 522, Chuxi 504 spread, Shagets plus 454, Ematop plus 339, and Johnston on plus 180. That's all on 7 wins and 3 losses. Then a few players on 6. We'll mention these. There's 4 players on 6, 2 from each. So I got in 7th place, Enoch 0-1, 6 wins plus 339, and then the first of the South African players on 8th position, 6 wins, spread of plus 251 was Chile. And then we had Wellington on 6 and 4 plus 203, and finally rounding out the top 10, 6 and 4 minus 124 spread was a Tiger. Just have a quick look. The spreads, yeah, again, almost all of the Nigerian players had positive spreads. Just the one player with a slightly negative spread, minus 42. All the rest positive spreads. So yeah, it's just being blown away by Nigeria's quality in the end. So we're going to wrap that up there. Thanks everybody for following, watching, sharing, liking, all that kind of thing. Hope we do it all again next week or whenever. I'll be doing my usual stream on Scrabble Go at 8 PM. That's just under 4 hours time. My regular stream. I might change it, so I'll do one. Instead of doing Scrabble Go every night, I do one night of ISC speed games, but we'll see. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching, and for those who want to catch me again, I'll be at there 8 PM. As usual, all the videos you can catch on Facebook, on Evil Budgie Scrabble, on Twitch, Evil Budgie, Evil_Budgie. The videos stay on there for a fortnight. On Facebook, they stay there permanently as far as I know, and I upload a fair few of them onto YouTube. I'm just on there as Craig Beavers. I think I have Evil Budgie Scrabble in brackets or something. So you can watch them on there, but as I say, I don't upload all of them, but I do upload every ISC tournament, so I'll probably upload that in a few minutes. It'll probably show up in a few minutes' time. So anyway, thanks everybody, and thanks so well done for everybody who took part and everybody who's been involved in organising and running and everything else. I know how hard work that is for people. Particularly, I know how little kind of thanks and everything else you get from people, because so many miserable Scrabblers, loads of them. They're just curmudgeonly and grumpy about everything, and then as soon as you say something constructive, they go berserk. But anyway, thanks everybody. We'll be back again, as I say, just under 4 hours time with Scrabble Go streams. The graphics may be slightly better than this. I'm not promising anything, but just a little bit better than ISC. But anyway, cheers everybody. Thanks everybody, and see you next time.